Test. City Commission, July 13, 2020 at the 10:09. And it's going to be continued until all items are complete. City Commission chambers here on 2nd Street. At this time, I'd like to call the meeting to order and ask the mayor to please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Rhonda, I have a tray table. Do you want it?
Okay, before we get started, we're going to have a long day today and tomorrow and the day after. But before we get started, I just have a couple of comments I want to make regarding the budget and the process that we're going to have. First of all, it's come to my attention that one of us here at the dais has been going to our sister agencies in the county in a manner that gives me serious concerns. I know we each have our own ways of getting things done and getting information, and I respect everyone's ability to do that, to ask the right questions, but also believe how we go to different individuals and agencies to get it is very important. We should not be engaging in dialogues and actions and potentially undermining our city staff, this board's decisions, and our relationships with our neighboring jurisdictions. So before we get started today, I wanted to just kind of get this off my chest and see if anyone else here on the dais has any particular feelings in this regard.
I do.
Okay.
That I'm thinking that you're speaking in reference to me. I reached out to the county as well as the city of Bunnell for answers on COLA, different types of questions. And I felt like reaching out to city managers and department heads of the county was exactly what the residents would want. When you have questions, you find answers. We were given this budget book on Thursday at 5 o'clock. We had 3 business days to get through this budget book, and time is of the essence. You go to the source to get the answers. William Whitson was also copied on my questions. So the answers then. Reaching out to a city manager in the position that we are in should be acceptable. And that is my comment. Thank you.
Okay.
I have a question.
Okay, go ahead.
I didn't even look at any of those emails or anything like that. I had other stuff I was looking at, but I mean, was anything asked that was not public info?
I'm not talking about emails. I haven't looked at any emails, and I don't respond to most emails.
Was anything asked that was?
I asked for what the COLA of Bunnell was.
All right, so that's public info.
Okay,
That wasn't the only question you asked, Mr. Mayor.
Enlighten me.
I received calls from all my colleagues about various questions that you asked, having to do with finance directors, IT operations, and many other things. Those weren't put in writing. I didn't know what to tell my colleagues. I was totally caught off guard about the questions. I would have been more than happy to sit and visit with you if you had questions, so that I was kind of in the loop and understood what it was you were wanting to know.
Well, if you were concerned, you could have reached out to me, William, directly instead of having that conversation up here on the dais. Thank you.
Okay. I'll make some comments. Well, Commissioner Mealy?
Yeah, I was going to bring this up on tomorrow night's meeting, and I'm still going to. I think we have a concern about what the role of the mayor in Flagler Beach is, and I'll go into more detail tomorrow night.
Okay.
For those of you who've taken the Citizens Academy, which I think up here there are 2, and a few people in the audience, and Susie, this is not a direct comment about you as a person, but what the role of the mayor in Flagler Beach is, and you're overstepping. You came very close to breaking laws the other night, the last meeting, about the role of different staff members. And I'd really like to finish this conversation tomorrow night if we could.
Okay. Commissioner Sherman? Okay. I'll have final comments, and like I said, we have a long day. But I thought it was important that we get this out here because it's important that we work together. If you have personal issues with each one of us, if we have personal issues with each other, we leave those at the door because we're supposed to work as professionals in a harmonious way in order to get things done for the people. If each one of us is going off with intentions that are good to try to get information from whatever entities we're talking about, if Commissioner Mealy, if the mayor, if Commissioner Phillips, and I, if we all individually are going off speaking to our counterparts or others in our neighboring counties or jurisdictions, this creates chaos. It creates problems as far as not only the city manager, but also we as a body. Because I got calls also. I know these individuals as well. So if I'm getting calls, and the city manager's getting called, they're asking, what in the hell is going over at Flagler Beach? Don't you guys know what you're doing? We look like a bunch of Keystone cops running around doing nothing. This is not benefiting the citizens of Flagler Beach. In fact, there are unintended consequences that occur when these kinds of things occur, when this happens. It's not helping us one bit. And that's why I thought it was my responsibility to bring this up and address it out the gate before we start the budget process and before we continue to move on. I mean, sure, we've all had very, very great ideas. We've had some great ideas, energetic to get some things done. For example, I'm not tooting my own horn, I'm just giving an example. We've had several projects in the city here that I've said, all right, I'll spearhead them, I'll take them on. I'm talking to the city manager first. I said, what do you think about this? And then I've always brought it to this dais and let everybody know what we're doing, because that's the way we operate. We as a body work together so we all know what's going on. If we have a problem with communications with each other, we need to sit down and talk to them, whether you like this man or not. Whether you not like city staff, if you don't like Penny or whatever it is, you leave your feelings at the door and we get the job done. Those are the comments that I have, and I'm hoping that we can proceed from this point on. And I'd like to know from the rest of you, how do you feel in regard to what I'm talking about here? Should we have this kind of a conversation as far as getting along and going through the process as we move forward?
The rest of us?
Yes, you as a body. We're all supposed to, if you agree, it said, you know what, the way things are being done right now is fine.
Well, I don't know what was discussed. It sounds like there's a lot of different topics that have been covered. I know that if anything ever comes up in all the years that I've been doing this, I'll go and I will track down the info if it's public info. And that is anywhere. And any public info in any municipality, in any jurisdiction, in anything, anywhere, is all public info that anybody has a right to get on their own. I've always done it, I'll continue to do it. I don't know if what I'm saying relates to what you're talking about, but as just a general umbrella, I'm not going to ask anyone's permission to go get public info. I'm just not going to do that. I'm going to educate myself, and I'm going to get those questions answered. Now, if that ties into what you're talking about, good. If it doesn't, maybe I'm not even being relevant.
I'll give you an example then. If each one of us wanted to get information from the county administrator regarding salaries, if each one of us is running over there and talking to the staff at the county or Palm Coast on our own, do you know the type of message that sends? That's the kind of information I'm talking about. We're talking about personnel issues. We're talking about information that is actually going to affect the entire city itself. There's a way of getting that. I mean, you know, the city manager, that's why we have him here. Whether you like him or not, I don't care. We have a job to do, and we need to put our personal feelings aside and get the work done. And what I'm talking about as far as public information, there's all kinds of public information you can get. But before you start overstepping your bounds, getting out of your lanes, talking to counterparts of the city manager, of the police officer, suppose Commissioner Mealy wanted to find out what the salaries are of the police chief, so she's going to go out here and call the sheriff up and said, I'd like to know how you're rating these individuals, how you hire them, this kind of thing here. I would suspect that the sheriff is going to say, you know what, I'm not going to talk to you about this. I'm talking about those levels of things at department head levels and this kind of thing here. It's public information to some degree, but there's also boundaries in which we should follow. That's what I'm talking about. It just puts us all in a big chaotic mess here. Any other comments?
Yeah, I'd just like to support what you said about bringing things back here. You came up with lots of really good ideas of things to do for the city, but you didn't go off on your own and just go do it. I've had some ideas too, all of us have, but it's always brought back here first after discussion with the city manager, whoever the city manager has been. And if we agree to do it, then we move forward, but we don't just go off. Whenever we're out in public, I'm not Jane Neely, I'm Jane Neely, City Commissioner, representing the city of Flagler Beach, not just me. And so if I do something wrong or incorrectly, it reflects on everybody. We see that with the neighboring city. One guy goes off, and look, Palm Coast City Council's crazy because one guy goes off. And it should not necessarily be a reflection on the whole commission or the whole city council in that city, but that's the way it works. And so we need to be mindful of each other. I agree with your points.
Okay, here again, I'm just talking about the process. And, you know, we all have a right to free speech and to go out and give whatever information we want. However, I think just in respect for the rest of our commission here and our leadership, because it undermines not only the city manager, it also undermines our department heads and others. I mean, it affects their morale and how they're feeling about how they're doing their jobs as well. So, I mean, that's, I've never experienced anything like this in my 45 years of government service at different levels. And, you know, and sure, you can go out and you can do things on your own. But I think as a policy, as a body, we usually try to stay in our lanes and try to be respectful of each other as we move forward. And I'm hoping that from this point on, we can do that. So if there's no other comments on this, we can move on. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Commissioner.
I'm just going to make one minor comment. This job is extremely difficult. And we read things on Facebook and out in the court of public opinion for our residents, and it's very, very difficult. This is a draft budget. You know, you read things that, you know, we're going to approve everything. We are not, you know, we want to spend money. That is not true. Our job up here today and the next couple of days is to review this budget, make sure things happen effectively in our city. And when you read things on Facebook, it's very, very discouraging. We're all available via phone. We're all available via email. And it just grates on you. And it's very difficult to sleep at night when people are bashing you for this job that we do up here. We're all adults, we're all educated, and we take this job very, very seriously. So for people to say that we are going to approve and raise your taxes, it's just not true. It's not true. We want to make sure that this city runs effectively. There's a lot of stuff that needs to get done in the city, and that costs money. So please respect our decisions that we make this week, and we really appreciate it. Thank you.
I really appreciate it, Commissioner. That's a great comment.
Commissioner Bryan, just to piggyback on what you were saying before, it sounds like what you were saying was like, as a best practices request moving forward, like with the information gathering and stuff. Is that correct? Kind of what I'm getting?
That's correct. Yeah. Yeah, and just to follow up on what Commissioner Phillips just said, and we're going to get started here in a minute, I promise. I respond to emails, and I think most of you see that I don't do social media other than my own Facebook, and that's usually because I'm showing a big fish that I caught.
I'm going to say it's fishing.
Or a car.
Or a car.
Or a car or something. because that's the best way that I see it. But at any rate, last night, I think probably 10, 11 o'clock, I was responding to emails that were, blasting us about, $300,000 budget that had doubled since the last year or two. And it's on the surface, it's easy to believe that these kinds of things are true when you look at the numbers. Unfortunately, the individuals that put those comments out there don't give you the whole picture. We've been blasted last week for not going after grants or whatever, bright and shiny things. You tell us to go after grants, and then we get blasted for it. So what you see in that $300,000 budget is taking in consideration dollars that we've received for other kinds of things. We've got a wastewater plant. We got all kinds of things in projects that we're working on. And we have staff working their tails off to get federal funding, state funding, whatever funding we can get in the way of grants. So some of those are rolled up into those dollars that you see. So please keep these things in mind. And when you see stuff on social media, before you start responding or believing everything you see, please contact us. Ask us, is this true? Is this what I see? Is this really what is happening to our city? Because in most cases, it's not. That's the only thing I'm going to say about that, because I think it's disingenuous for individuals to go out there and post things and not tell the true story. So right now, I'm ready to get on with the budget because this is exciting.
Process.
Process? Okay. The process itself. When we're talking about, if there's anything that individuals, either one of us have to do, if we want to go out there and get some information, the best process to use, and this is, taken from the city attorney's advice as well, is try to talk to our city manager, and then once we can get, even if you don't agree with it, he says, at least he knows. And then we bring it before the board, the commission here, and then we have public comment, we add it to the agenda, or something of that nature. That's usually how we've done it.
I meant like how we're going to run today.
Oh, how we're going to run today? That process too? We got a lot of process. We got a lot of processes going on. Well, I'm going to leave it up to the city manager because he's going to be leading this whole thing. And I know we have some department heads here, and we have a lot of folks here. And by the way, and I'm going to stop talking, I swear to God I am. I'm glad to see so many people engaged with the budget process. I think since I've been on the commission here, it's the first time I've seen this many people here to come get really educated on what's going on and provide some input. So with that, Mr. Whitson, I'm going to turn it over to you.
And what's the public's role going to be?
The public role, that's going to be up to the commission here.
Okay. What do we want the public?
Well, if we, once we go through the process, I mean, and I guess we could also look at public comment when we want to do it.
Yeah, that's what I
wait
meant.
until the end or through certain modules. I'm looking for ideas here.
I would probably say more frequent than try to get everything in at the very end is what I would recommend.
Yeah, I agree, because
not,
we're going to be here all day,
right.
and I'm not sure
Yeah,
everybody
you're gonna
wants to
have
be here all day.
forever.
Until the end.
Okay. Well, what I'll do is I'll look for input from the commissioners, the mayor here, as we're going through a certain
Maybe each
segment.
fund,
We can do it.
maybe each fund, if
We can do that.
finish the general fund.
Yeah, as we finish each fund, if people have questions, but all the questions need to be directed to the chair, and there may be questions we don't know. I mean, because, we may need to go back and look or do some research, so we'll do our best to answer all questions that we can.
Okay, do we have a consensus from the commission to do that?
Yeah.
Okay. All right,
Okay.
you're on.
Okay, let's start.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you, sir. All right, have the PowerPoint up there, and I'm just going to kind of walk you through. You want to close the blind there? Okay. Thank you.
You're too right about this.
All right. Good.
Close this one? Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you, commissioners. All right, well, welcome everybody to our all-day session, and I hope that this is educational. Let me just kind of start by kind of walking you through the budget. It starts with the budget message, which is part of the budget package that has been distributed online and available here at City Hall. We are not immune from what's happening in the world. The economy has really taken a strange turn in terms of all kinds of economic forces working, blowing winds in every direction. COVID-19 coming out of the pandemic, the Ukraine war, inflation depends on when you look at the data, but the data we were looking at when we were preparing the budget was 8.5%. It's gone as high as 9%, above 9% in terms of inflation rates in the United States. There's shortages of workers, especially skilled workers. If you can change the slide for me. Especially skilled workers. There's retirement of baby boomers, meaning that a lot of the workforce is aging out. Great, you've heard the term graying of the profession, and it's happening now, and it's true. There's market competition for goods and services and materials. I can't tell you how many projects we're trying to do, and we keep getting, well, we can't get that, or it's going to be 16 weeks to get windows, or whatever situation is out there. And of course, we face, like every other local government, the increased government regulations that are coming from Washington. Next slide. So what you see in terms of a starting conversation is a proposed base budget. And the proposed base budget is my assessment as well as my team's assessment of what we need to operate the city in the next fiscal year, given all the chaos that's happening with the economy. And basically, we acknowledge that the budget is larger than it was last fiscal year. It is larger, but that's due to a lot of capital expenses that we have to do. One of the biggest capital expenses is the wastewater treatment plant. And we've had multiple workshops, if you've hung around us long enough, to know that, you know, that's something we can't avoid. We have kicked that can as far down the road as we possibly can, and we have to do something about the wastewater treatment plant. And we can go into the details of that all day long, but the point is there's funds in there for that large capital project, as well as several others. The economic factors such as... Yes, sir.
Just real quickly.
Yes, sir.
When you're talking about the capital funds on the wastewater plant, just very quickly, where did some of those funds come from?
That was what they call an SRF loan, or a state revolving fund. That is the pool of dollars that is gathered by the state to be able to fund these types of capital projects. And we applied and were approved for $12 million with an additional $4 million if we need it. Our goal is, of course, to avoid having to borrow, you know, any of the money that we don't have to have. So we're going to, you know, be frugal with it, and I proposed a plan for how we're going to do that.
Okay, sorry to interrupt you, but I want to make sure that, you know, our folks understand where these dollars are coming from and how they're being funded.
Yes, state of Florida, and the interest rate's a lot easier on the wallet than a bank, put it that way. And with the economic factors such as the disruption of the supply chain, shortages of goods and materials, this has in turn caused shortages that we need to run the city, and increased prices that we have to pay, you know, fuel and everyday products that we need to run the city. So let me just kind of go to the next slide, if you would. All right, let me just kind of cover in a basic way the kinds of funds that the city divides its budget into. You may hear us talk about the general fund. The general fund is funded primarily by your property taxes. That's where the property taxes go. There are also other tax dollars, revenues that go into there from the state, and those kinds of things. But those are the kinds of dollars we use to fund things that can't fund themselves, like the police, like the fire operations, like the recreation, like the building and zoning operations, the engineering, library, IT, those kinds of you have to have them, but they don't have a revenue stream. There is one fund that is being subsidized by the general fund, which is the peer fund, that's the bad news. The good news is the subsidy is going down this year because of other factors we'll get into later on. The second type of funds that are in the budget are called enterprise funds. These are the funds that have a revenue stream coming in to fund their operation, and you're supposed to run it like a business. And that's where our water, our sewer, our garbage, stormwater funds, those are all coming from user fees because people use the services that are delivered by the revenues associated with that fund. And then finally, the big mystery, the CRA, I see Karen in the back there, which stands for Community Redevelopment Agency, and that involves tax increment financing, which I could go into a lot of detail, but basically that fund is set forth by Chapter 163 Florida statutes and is governed by law, that and it has certain rules that you have to expend the funds by. Next slide. So let me hit a few highlights when it comes to the general fund. Right now, the proposed base budget is set forth at a rate of 5.50 mils on your property tax. Last year, the rate that the commission ended up with was 5.420, so this is a slight increase above the rate that you set last year. Yes, sir.
I don't have a copy of this. Is there a way to get a copy of this?
Yeah, we can make copies.
I don't know if
But
y'all
it's
have.
basically,
We can't see this either.
it's this just made into a PowerPoint.
Right.
It's the decision, or
Thank
the
you.
budget memo made into a PowerPoint.
Oh, I'll take one.
I think Bruno wants one.
All right. Yeah, and we'll make copies later.
Yeah, just I
The,
can't read it, so I need.
The proposed budget tries to take into account our current operational pressures, like inflation, and we're like anybody else. Who knows where this is going, right? So how do you plan for a year out? We're doing. There were certain budget assumptions made and cranked into the numbers. Our challenge is that we must meet the growing future needs of the city operations and at the same time try and hold down the cost to the residents and businesses wherever possible. That's the balance that we're trying to reach in the proposals. If the mayor and commission chooses to invest additional resources above the proposed base level, those are all caught up in the decision modules, which we distributed and made copies of. And each decision module focuses on one issue area. For example, there's a decision module on IT. There's a decision module on advanced technologies. There's a decision module on different aspects of the operations, mostly in line with some of the items that the commission talked about in April that were strategic ideas that you had to advance the city above and beyond where we are today. At this point in the process, the budget is balanced at 5.50 mils. However, it does not address the issues you pointed out we need to think about as a community and as a city in a strategic way. Where are we going strategically? The 5.50 is what we need to get by. The other decisions would be, do we want to add to that? So let's take a look at the next slide. This is just kind of a quick summary of other millage rates in the area. As you can see, at 5.50, we're not the lowest, but we're not in the highest. We're kind of in the middle of the pack there. And so that was the idea, was let's use that as a starting point if you choose to do so, and go from there. Next slide. So let me just try and give you a feel for what the base budget does. At 5.50, it's balanced, but it also kind of built a bubble if you will, of $553,564 extra, which you could spend on various decision modules. So it really kind of puts you in a policy-making role. What is it strategically you want to accomplish with the budget? You have that much on the table to allocate out of the general fund, the things that apply to the general fund to achieve those goals. For every 1/10 of a mil that you raise above the 5.50, it nets funds of $90,885 for general fund expenditures. Now, that's the good news. The bad news is there's $1.5 million in decision modules, and there were more than that, and I cut a lot of them. You didn't even see all of those that the staff came up with. But right now we're looking at $1.5 million. If you were to fund them all, you'd have to raise the millage rate 6.1797, which is not my recommendation. The recommendation is take a look at each one on its merits and decide what you think is important to achieve your strategic objectives, but you only have so much money to do it with. So it's pick and choose. And of course, you need to make sure that you're comfortable with those approaches, and we'll go through this in just a second. Next slide. So let me just give you the ones. You can fund any of them you like. I mean, you're in the driver's seat, you're the commission, you're the ones, you're the policymakers that make these decisions. But from my point of view as the manager working in the day-to-day operations of the city, I'd like to point your attention to 4 or 5 of the decision modules that I think are really, really critical. The first one being the information and technology services and the technology officer. It could go as high as $176,000 to spread to secure that, all the things that is needed within that decision module. That's a projection. We just received the IT proposals. We went out for IT service proposals, and we received 3 bids, 3 quotes. And we have a panel that's reviewing those in a blind independent review. In other words, every person assigned to that committee has expertise. They're going to look at it, and they're going to make the recommendation on which one is the best proposal based on the criteria that was advertised, and then bring it back to you for a final decision. So I'm not telling you that this is what the number is. I'm telling you that this is about what you could expect for that type of service. Okay?
Yes, we got a couple of questions here. Go ahead, Commissioner.
William, can you tell, just for the general public,
Yes,
why
ma'am.
we need an IT, why we need IT services?
Yes, ma'am.
You know, this isn't just something that we came up with, that we're actually losing.
Yes, ma'am. When I came on board as the city manager, the county was providing our IT services under an interlocal agreement. That interlocal agreement, I think, was initiated back in 2016 or 17, something like that, and it served the city very well. However, I received notice from the county that they no longer desired to deliver those services to us. We were paying $50,000 for those services, and they said, hey, we can't do it for that, and we have too many other priorities to manage as a county, and you guys need to kind of think about what you're going to do on the IT front. And as you know, if you don't have good solid IT, Wi-Fi, internet, email, cybersecurity, I mean, I could go on and on and on, you can't operate in today's world. So that's the background on that one. Yeah. Then the next item is an employee compensation package. It is my assessment that we have been trying to pay our employees well over the years, and we've just fallen behind. It hasn't been consistently funded. We haven't consistently followed our pay plans. And so there is a growing competition for talent and for employees. And that's what this package is about. Then there's also, as I said, inflation that's happening in the economy. And, you know, they charge our employees the same as anybody else when they go to check out at Publix. They don't give them a discount because they work for the city. So we have to contend with those situations. And then healthcare. Healthcare is a huge number in the budget. It's something that I've struggled with since I've come in terms of how do we wrestle that cost and get it under control. It's just growing, and the question is, do you want to continue with a full insurance model and take the 8 to 10% increases they automatically give you, whether you have a good experience year or not? You want to keep on that train, or do you want to try something different, which is a self-insurance model? So we'll get into that. And then
Can I go back 1 second?
Yes, sir.
On the COLA itself, does that take into consideration the state's mandate on the mandatory minimum wage as well?
It does. And that's also taken into account on the first. It's actually a combination of the two. Yes.
Okay, all right. I just want to make that clear because there are some requirements that we have to meet.
That's correct.
Okay, all right. Sure.
And then,
hold on 1 second.
Mr. Whitson, just for clarification, for my own records, would you mind telling me for the citywide compensation package at $583,000, could you tell me what that percentage would be towards one's salary, just out of curiosity for my own records?
well, it varies.
Okay.
It depends on the position.
Okay.
And the duties, the training, the skill level, the license, a lot of different factors.
Okay, so it'd be divvied out different.
Yes,
okay,
sir.
okay, thank you.
It's not across the board. And then the final thing is the stormwater regulations. I think you guys have heard me preach enough about stormwater and the fact that those regulations are now here. They had been in Washington, D.C. on a theory board for a long time, and now they are coming home to roost, and they are mandating that we have a stormwater permit and that we provide them with all kinds of data and information that our team has to collect and coordinate and track and report. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. So that's what that last decision module is. So there are, I think, about 17 decision modules, but these are the ones in my mind are the most important, the most pressing. How you choose to deal with it, we'll get into that as we go through the budget. Next slide. So let's take a look. Remember I said we have the three funds, and you have to figure out, well, which cost applies to what. So then if you go take a look at the IT provider technology services, should you fund the thing at the full level, you're looking at about $119,000 impact to the general fund, employee compensation. Out of remember the 500,000 you just quoted, Commissioner, only 451,738 would be applied to the general fund. So it's just, depends on the positions and what counts against the general fund and which would count against an enterprise fund. And then you have your COLA. That's the impact number to the general fund. The expansion of the pandemic bonus, we'll get into that in just a minute, and the nature of all of that. And then the fuel depot, that's another one that would be spread into different funds because the reason is you have police cars that take gasoline out of the fuel depot, right? But then you also have sanitation trucks that use it. So the costs to the general fund are from the police operations or the fire operations. The cost to sanitation, that has to be assigned to the enterprise fund. So that's how we divide that all up. And then there was a recommendation for a dune protection initiative. That's all general fund. Flagler Beach Historic Museum is another decision module. The A1A parking improvements, that's all general fund. And then the new public safety general government technologies is split up among several funds. The technology initiative that the police department proposed is all general fund. And then some or most of the HR assistant FTE would be general fund. So next slide. All right, so that's the general fund impact for some of the decision modules. Then you have to take a look, okay, well, where are the other costs going? Well, they're assigned to the enterprise funds. And the enterprise funds appear to be larger or inflated, again, because of these large capital projects. As I told you, the SRF loan, we're approved for up to $14 million. We're going to try our best to do it for less than that. We also have another pot that we could go back to them, again, with the inflation. We might have to borrow another $4 million. We're authorized for up to $16 million, but our goal is to not spend that much. Also included in the budget is ARPA money, the American Rescue Act. For the first time in the nation's history, every city in America received money from the federal government. We received $2.5 million. Our draw on that money is in halves. We've gotten the first half. It's like 1.1 million, 1.2 million. Our next draw is coming up soon, and then of course we laid out a plan for what we would do with that money, which the commission approved. And so we're just drawing the money, following the regulations, doing what we're supposed to, and implementing the plan. That's what's going on with that. So it makes our numbers look larger, but it's all money that's reimbursable, and ARPA money is 100% money. It's very rare money. Usually when you get a federal grant, there's some sort of cost share. In that case, there's not. So we want to make sure we use it all for the things we are authorized to use it for. Another thing in the enterprise fund budget is that over the years, it's been kind of underfunded. And there have been those times where, you know, commissions have said, hey, no more increases, we're not going to increase. Well, what happens is 2-3 years down the road, boom, you have to all of a sudden make up for that. And so it's better in a utility situation, and Kathleen can tell you from experience, to go up a little as you can, instead of just hitting people with big expenses all at once. So that's what we're taking a look at here, is what little increase we could get by with, but still operate effectively and cover all of the costs that we need.
So as an example of that, excuse me, would have been our potable water.
Yes.
A few years ago, we had to go up big time because there were no increases for many years.
Yeah. Kathleen, you have a comment on that?
Yeah, it was our base fees. When we built the water treatment plant back in 2007, I think our base fees, water and sewer together, were like $7 or $8. And at that time, in 2007, the agency recommended that we increase our base fees to about $20 per month just to cover that loan. But the management that was in place at the time did not do that. There were some little bits of increases, and then for many years there was barely anything. So by the time we got to dire straits, that's when we had to increase base fees by 25, 35%, and that's why our base fees got to where they are today. And the sad part of it is if we have been increasing our base fees 10%, even 5% each year, we would have built a pot of money. But by going all those years with nothing, you have nothing going into your savings, you see? So that's what happened with our utilities. And now, you know, we're to the point now where, as Mr. Whitson is proposing in this budget, we can just do minimal increases. And in fact, the 1.72% increase that he's showing to water rates is less than the Public Service Commission. They were over 3, I think it was like 3.5% was their recommendation because of inflation and everything else that's going on, I imagine. And I'll just take this opportunity to also say, just as I show you the example of what happened with not going up a little bit in utilities, the same thing goes for property taxes. A little tiny bit, you know, is better than waiting for years down the road when something bad, happens, and then we have to do an enormous increase. Just my 2 cents.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. So bottom line, the recommendation here in this budget that I'm suggesting you consider is that there's an increase of about 7.23%, or the equivalent of $6.58 per month on utility base bill, and the necessary increases will be used to balance the operational budget as well as to provide for the necessary capital improvements that we have on our radar. Next slide. So here's just some graphic illustration to show you where we are on water rates. Yeah, we're not the lowest, but we're not the highest. So we're kind of on the extreme ends. I think Bunnell has the highest rates, and then we're kind of above some of the other providers in the area. But again, those providers are quite a lot larger than we are, with the exception of St. Augustine. All right, next slide. How are we doing on sewer rates? Better. We're actually doing a lot better on there. Again, Bunnell being the highest, and we're kind of more in line with some of the others, although we are higher than some of the larger jurisdictions. Next slide. The garbage rates, very competitive. We are doing a pretty good job there. And in fact, I think if I read correctly in the paper, Palm Coast is going to be taking quite a bit of an increase in theirs. Next slide. Our stormwater rate is, again, it's not the lowest, but it's not the highest. And what I'm suggesting that you consider in this budget, and this is where most of the increase is going to be this year, is on stormwater, because we have a fee that is rather low, and now we have all these regulations in reporting and mandates that we have to do. There's no other option. We must do it. And so I'm recommending a $4 increase to your monthly bill for stormwater fees. I don't want to do it, but there is no way that we can continue to plan the projects that people are asking for and do the federal reporting and compliance measures that we have been dictated without doing some sort of increase.
Can I ask a quick question about stormwater? I have like zero understanding of stormwater. I came from Louisiana.
Hold on. Can you come to the top front, please? Thanks.
I heard you talk about
I need you.
mandates
Okay.
on stormwater.
I need you.
Robbie Roberts, 600
Okay.
Cumberland.
Thanks a lot.
Did you hear what I said,
Yes.
Mr. Whitson?
Yes, sir.
So, to me, stormwater comes from the heavens, hits the ground, runs off into the waterways. And I have no understanding beyond that. In Louisiana, the city of New Orleans is surrounded by a levee, and they pump it out because the city's built lower than the surrounding waterways. So our stormwater that we have to get done, we're going to build a levee around the city and install pumps. What does that mean? What does stormwater mean?
Okay, we'll explain it to you.
Okay.
All right. Okay, and I'll let Mr. Whitson go ahead and explain that, because that has to do with the entire city here and the way we do that. You want to wait till then? Okay. Can you make a note of that, and then what we'll do is explain
Absolutely.
the water rate? Okay, we'll explain what the stormwater system is. And
It's very complicated, and
Okay.
that's apples and oranges in terms of our situation.
I know.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks for the
Okay.
question.
All right, so then we take a look at the impact to the enterprise funds in terms of what these decision modules would add or cost to that particular fund. Because again, if you take a look at a decision module, it depends on how the costs are allocated within the budget. Some of it is general fund, some of it is enterprise fund, and these are some of the spreads on those costs. Next slide. 5-year capital budget. One of the weaknesses that I am trying to get on top of in the city's budget planning process is our 5-year capital budget. In the past, it's my understanding that we really haven't paid a lot of attention to this, But one of the things that's very critical to understand that in the grant planning world, a lot of times the state and federal government, they want to see, well, is this in your 5-year plan? You know, have you planned for this? Is this something you thought about way ahead of time? Are you lining up the engineering studies? Do you have all the data you need? Those kinds of issues. And so what we've tried to do is put together a 5-year capital plan recommendation for you. And I wanted to highlight this and go through it at the end of the workshop so that we had kind of a basic understanding of what we're going to be tackling this coming fiscal year versus the other projects that you can line up in future fiscal years. And I'll give you an example of what I'm talking about. We desperately need to start thinking about another water tank for the city, but that's not something you just snap your fingers and do. That has to be planned out over a number of years. And so the best way to do it is to raise it under the 5-year capital process, plug it in a future year, and plan for it. It's very similar to the fire truck example that we had last year's budget. It happened to be the last year that we were investing the money to be able to purchase the vehicle because it's a large capital expense. Well, it's no different with some of these other projects. You know, the larger ones, you need to identify them early as you can. Sometimes emergencies happen, but most of the times you can see these needs coming. The staff advises that, you know, we need to be thinking about these things, and then you put it into the plan and you plan for it. So I just wanted to emphasize that. Now this year, as I said, the larger capital projects are the wastewater plant. We are planning to apply for the playground at the WIC line. That's a FERDAP grant, which is a state grant, which is a 50-50 grant. And oh, guess what? Our lucky day, that playground's in the CRA. And the CRA can pay the 50% match. That's why the CRA director has been tasked with putting the plan together and moving that project forward. Street lighting, we are building the reserves for redoing the lighting on the bridge, and that's all was discussed last year, and we're making those contributions, and probably in this coming fiscal year, we'll pull the trigger on getting that done. And I'll say this, that's another capital project that has a supply chain problem because I think you read the stories about FDOT getting the LED lights out on the interstate and they were purple. So FDOT buys a lot more stuff than we do. I mean, there's going to be a long lead time to getting an LED manufacturer lined up and getting that capital purchase in here and installed. But we put it on our plan in the new fiscal year. If you say go forward, we can do that.
Real quick, because some folks are thinking that's a state-owned bridge. So how do we get tasked with putting the lights up?
Well, we have an agreement with them, and they fund it a little bit each year. And I don't want to get into the weeds, but due to a lawsuit that we got drug into, we may recommend that we get out of that agreement in the future.
Okay, that's why I want to just touch on that.
But it's fun. The funds are coming in from the state.
Okay.
Yeah. Then we have some rebuilds of lift stations. What we did under the ARPA plan, the American Rescue Act plan, is we took a look at sustainability and the wet wells and the lift stations that were in the worst shape, that had capacity problems, and we're going to be doing rebuilds for them. That adds up to $350,000, $355,000. Again, zero match. All we have to do is spend them dollars appropriately under the federal guidelines, follow the rules, file for the reimbursement. It sounds simple, but it's a lot of work. And then there's the reconstruction of one stormwater project at Palma Vista that's in the capital plan. And then, of course, we need you to take a look at all the other projects, and we'll talk about that at that point in the workshop. Next slide. here are the things that are big ticket items, if you will, in the base budget. Again, the wastewater treatment plant, the engineering for the pier rebuild. This is a future agenda item, but let's just say you ranked the engineering proposals and the negotiations have gone well. And I think we're almost there. And I'm actually beginning to coordinate with the city attorney to draft the contract. It has to be federally compliant, so it's not easy. But we'll get there. Also the implementation of the ARPA projects. And let me just say this about ARPA, is that there's a deadline of December 2024. We have to have all the funds committed. So any projects that we have, we're tracking internally, and our deadline to ourselves is October. So we're going to have everything tied up with a bow by October of 2024 so that we can report to the federal government, done, send us the check, we're good. So that's the process with that. Yes.
The money has to be committed or spent?
Committed.
That's what I heard you say. I just thought you should.
Yes, ma'am. And the difference in committed is it's under contract, and we can show the feds, okay, we have a contract that has to be paid, and so they'll allow us to go past December, but you have to show them that the funds are committed. And then, of course, the other large expense that we can't avoid is our IT services. We have to do that. And then we have different CRA projects that we have in the planning process as well. So next slide. Let's cover the CRA just a little bit. Again, that fund is governed by Chapter 163 of the Florida statutes. It allows you to take the taxable value of, in this case, the downtown area largely. I mean, the district goes beyond that, but it's largely the downtown area. And the base year, I believe, is 2001. So any kind of tax increase or growth in the property values between 2001 and 2022 or 23 is captured in what they call the increment. And all those funds go into that bucket, and there's a master plan for the CRA, and then the funds have to be expended to execute the plan, and just that plan within the jurisdiction of the CRA. And we've got a good CRA director now. We didn't have one last year when I came on board. We're beginning to make progress there. We need to do a better job with several things, but we have those things planned, and they are in the CRA proposal, which you will see later in the workshop. All right, last slide, almost. Look, there's some critical decisions that you all have to make today. We have to keep our eye on this ever-changing economy. We are not immune from what's happening out there, and those inflationary factors are real, and they're coming here, and they were part of the consideration that I had to, as well as my team had to, take into account. The bottom line, okay, the bottom line is that at the end of the budget workshop, we have to be able to set the appropriate resource levels for 22-23, which is the new budget that you were considering. You have to set the tentative millage rate as required by the TRIM Act, and that is, last year I think we set it at 5.6 or 7, 5.8, and then we rolled back down to the 5.4, okay? So the bottom line is you need to go higher than you think you need, then whittle your way back down to what you want, where you want to land. And there's specific criteria that you have to follow under the TRIM Act. And it usually takes about 4 out of 5 votes to set anything, above what you did last year. So you really have to come to some consensus on what is important.
That's because we can always come down, but we can't go up.
You got it.
Okay.
And it's like act of God to go up. So, yeah.
What happens if you don't set your tentative mill rate high enough is they have to resend out all the proposed taxing bills, and then we would have to pay for the printing and the postage and all that sort of thing on those.
And meet the notice requirements.
Yeah,
Yeah. It's
and it would probably put us out of trim compliance, so.
it would be bad. So, the other thing is we need you to set the enterprise and utility rates. And of course, the CRA budget needs to be adopted. And then, of course, if there are any new policies that you are considering, there's some suggestions that I made in the budget presentation memo, then I would want to get your direction and your feedback on what those are. Whew. So with that, that's kind of the opening introduction. If there's any questions, I'd be more than happy to try and entertain them. And then we have on our dais here the agenda where we would walk through this piece by piece. That's how you eat an elephant, one bite at a time. And we have kind of an order in how we would do that.
Okay, do you want to respond to the gentleman's question about the stormwater?
Oh, I thought we should wait till we do the stormwater.
Okay, well, we
We
can
could
wait.
cover it then or now, whatever you would like.
How quickly can you cover it? Because he may be, want to leave or something, I don't know.
Yeah.
We can just do it in a couple of minutes, then that's fine.
I think I could do it in 3 to 4 minutes. I'll give you the Reader's Digest version.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay. All right. There is in the United States a Clean Water Act, which sets goals for fiscal, swimmable waters across the entire United States. There's a program within the Clean Water Act called NPDES, National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System. It sets targets for pollutants. The pollutants come from two sources: point sources, which is the wastewater treatment plants, the pipes, and you can, that's why you set a permit and certain nutrient and chemical discharge levels. Well, guess what? The rain that comes from God, it also has pollutants. It comes from all over the place. And because EPA and the state know how to regulate the pipe, they said, you know what? We think we're going to implement the stormwater program the same way when it comes to cities because they already have permits, so we're going to make them another permit called the stormwater permit. So we actually have a stormwater permit. They are monitoring for sediments. They're monitoring for chemicals. They're monitoring for nutrients, all kinds of things. So it's volume and quality. And they're interested in what's happening on the ground here, and we have to gather that data and report it to them. So it's very early stages of this approach by the feds, I will tell you that, but it's not going away, and that's how the system works. They're used to regulating, point source discharges, and they're kind of treating the non-point source discharges in a similar manner. And so that's the background of why we have it and why we're regulated. The issue about levees and all of that's just geography. And in fact, there's a lot of fees and charges that are made in the city of New Orleans to build all that and maintain all of that, the pumps, the levees, all of that stuff. And guess what? Whether you realize it or not, the state of Louisiana has to follow the same rules as the state of Florida, and it's a delegated program overseen by US EPA Region 4 in Atlanta, and they delegate down to the states, and then the states, come to us and to the county. So that's how the process and the system works.
Okay. All right. I think that's a pretty good definition. I hope that helps you, Mr. Roberts, to understand the stormwater system.
My question is a collection of it. Are we going to put it in stormwater
Okay, well, what we'll do, we'll get to that part of it when we actually get to the, to that particular module.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so the first thing we want to look at is the general fund revenues, and that's in your book. And there was, Kathleen, you want to kind of go into, there was an error in the formula and how that was set up?
Yes, thanks to Mayor Susie finding my error. I just had one. Percentages have always been one of my downfalls, just so you know. And I had divided by the wrong cell. And then I copied it down. So there you have it. It did not affect any of the actual dollar figures that were in there. It just was showing an incorrect increases and decreases when comparing the proposed budget or the recommended budget to the amended budget from the current year. So that was the error. And then, did you want me to go through the revenues?
Well,
Okay.
you have, it's page 1, which is the draft copy at 5.50, sets forth the various revenues for the general fund, which is adding up to $8,282,391, correct?
Yes.
So, and then there's a summary of history on page 2.
All right. Yeah. So, this is basically what we propose, what we show in the budget book, since Mr. Whitston's been here, are 3 years history, and then the original, the amended, our projected budget, what the proposed is what department heads came forward with, and then the final, the city manager recommended budget, and that goes for all the pages that are in the book. As you can see, we had quite an, just the property values increasing. I think I said it was 12.77% across the board. That's what Flagler Beach's property values went up. That helped carry quite a significant increase. Also, usually when I'm working on budget, the state has projections for a lot of the sales and use taxes that we receive, actually for all of them, but those were not available yet. I didn't look today, but they weren't out there. So just, last year, I think with COVID being on the horizon or still around us, but COVID, a lot of the estimates I felt were really low for 21-22. So if you compare what the original budget was, for instance, on the discretionary surtax, it was $204,000. It looks like we're going to collect about $240,000. So it's like about a 20% increase. So I just kind of went with those types of projections for these. Our second biggest revenue stream is the franchise fees and the service taxes that we receive from Florida Power and Light. I'm just going to run through them all real quickly. I guess if you have any questions.
Okay.
Okay, and next page is license and permits, and these are things that are, most of these fees are generated from our building and planning department over there on the Wickline Center. And these are the actual fees that belong to the general fund, which are like our LBTRs, some of the reviews that are done on permits by our planner and our, planning and zoning type revenue, inspections and that sort of thing, so on and so forth, our golf cart registrations.
And real quick, Kathleen, they collect all kinds of fees over there. But by law, Florida statutes restricts certain fees that has to go into the building fund, and then other fees can come to us. So I just wanted to kind of make that clarification.
Right, and the restriction is the fees that belong to the building code inspection fund are the fees that are used to uphold the building code. So like inspections and so on and so forth. But back to the general fund. So then on intergovernmental, we basically have, that's where the bulk of our sales tax revenues are. A couple of smaller grants that we get from like the county for our lifeguard. Mr. Whitson had touched on that FDOT highway lighting maintenance. We're projected to get $60,500 for that this year. That's normally what it's about. It goes up a little bit each year. Charges for services, that's a small little amount of money there. Mainly in there is our special recreation fees, which is when Tom Gillen is doing the junior lifeguard program. Fines and forfeitures, those are fees that are, actually all of those fees are related to the police department, parking tickets, ordinance type issues, that sort of thing. And then we have miscellaneous revenue, which is our interest income. Any questions on the revenues?
So the one that we have here under 334305, which is TDC grant, was that for fireworks?
That was for the fireworks,
Okay.
yes. We did not put that in.
Yeah, I see it. So in 22, 23, there won't be any of that, so it's going to have to come out of general fund if we were to have fireworks.
Correct.
Okay.
Mr. Whitson, on the golf course rental, you aren't proposing anything?
Yeah, we just don't know where we are with the golf course yet.
I know we don't.
And so, we just kind of plugged a number in?
We didn't put anything
We didn't put
in there.
anything,
I
yeah.
mean, we weren't generous. We were only making about $2,700.
Yeah, I know it's not big money,
so,
but.
Yeah,
you know.
but hopefully we can do better, and that would help us, obviously, if we were to turn that operation around, yeah.
We will turn it around.
Yeah, so you think it's better to not budget anything at this?
I would think not, and what we could do, as I understand it, is that once the legal matters are settled and we have a feel for the new operator, we could make a budget amendment and add a projected amount at that time.
Okay.
So to paint the whole picture, if you go back to page 1, so you see on the bottom of page 5, your total revenues, actual cash revenues that you're bringing into the city are $7.69 million. And so then if you go down to back to the summary, you'll see that part of the way to balance this budget, we are using fund balance reserves, and we are using that amount is equal to the amount of capital purchases that we are making. So we're taking that out of the general fund reserves, unrestricted reserves. So, and there you have it. That's
We have a question from the public.
I'm sorry. Yes, come up to the podium. Nick.
Nicholas Kimball, 200 Lambert. So just to check, so you were basically running at a $553,000 deficit, and we're pulling that out of like base reserves?
yes, to balance the budget.
All right, and so we don't have any, but that 553 is coming from the gross revenues from the prior years?
Yes, it's what you call the fund balance. It's the unrestricted, unencumbered fund balance.
And the current amount of
Savings account.
And the
Sure.
current amount of money in the savings account right now is like 1.7, you said?
Oh, well, in the unrestricted fund balance, there's about, I think, a little over $4 million.
That comes from a surplus, correct?
And one of the reasons it's done this way is because people that, you know, we do this budget, and if we have a surplus in that money, that's what builds the fund balance, and we want to use it, you know, the following year, not, you know, certainly we want to hold on to certain amounts for big emergencies, that sort of thing, but you want to use the money, you know, as close to the amount time it being paid in, if that makes sense to you, you know, for things like new police cars and, you know, things that we constantly have to replace.
Just one other question on that. So the total operating budget would be the for the city would be the 7.7 plus the deficit of 553.
Well, okay, if you look at the whole summary page and just look at that first column, you got two sections on your budget summary. One's the revenue section and one's the expense section. So the actual cash money that we are bringing in is, let's just call it 7.7 million.
Okay.
Then we're using about 600,000 from reserves to come up with a number, the balancing point, which is 8.2 million. Then if you look at the expense section, we are actually, the total expenses are $7.5 million. And then this, at the 5.5 mill rate, we're creating a $550,000 return to the, so it's kind of, in a weird way, you're using 583,000 to balance the revenue, but you're bringing back in 553,000.
It's net zero, basically.
Yes, it's pretty, we really could just, if we went like this and didn't do anything in the decision modules, we would be balanced and not even pulling anything for capital.
And we still have basically we would have like basically 6 months of operational expenses. But right now we have almost a year of operational expenses for the entire city in savings.
Yes.
Cool. And are we generating any revenue off that currently?
We're trying, but interest rates are bad.
I mean, you got to treasure it.
Is anybody generating any revenue? I'd like to know that. But yeah, no, right now we are not.
Okay.
Just because of the state of the investments.
Yeah, but it is an investment fund.
It is an investment, yes. We keep a portion in the Florida Prime, which is easily accessible. I don't know what the last rate was on that. And then we keep about 50% of the cash in the Florida Municipal Fund.
Commissioner Cooley? There is an active investment committee that has been meeting, and they also, Mr. Bernie's part of that, and so it needs to be extremely safe and conservative, but at the same time, just Nick, to your point, there is a committee that oversees to make sure that money is as productive as possible.
You got a 2-year treasury paying 3.5%. So where is it being allocated? Obviously fiscally we're in a really good place.
I would, well, as far as questions about, that's outside of the budget, but as far as questions about where the money is, we can get that to you easily. That's all public record now.
When I was looking at
You can come up, Nick, can you come up to the mic? I know you had.
When I was looking at the budget, it just seemed like, it seemed like everything was relatively balanced. And it seemed like actually there was a net gain on an annualized basis. That was equivalent to the amount of money that you were looking at raising.
Yes, and that's the point of the decision modules. If you want to do extras,
right,
that to achieve certain strategic goals, that's a pot of money you could utilize towards that.
Yeah, it just looked like
without going above the 5.5 mill rate.
It's additional income.
Right, and then I'm sure you guys have done a pro forma for the next 5 years to see what your burn rate's going to be over time.
Yeah, and we also have to balance between liquid and long-term investments, and then we're sitting right here on the Atlantic Ocean, so we have to be wary of that H word that I never mentioned.
Right, which is usually federally taken care of.
It is, but it takes many months.
Right.
They make you spend
we just
it,
got
and
some
then
of our
we just
FEMA
now
money.
got Matthew all squared away.
Okay, cool, thanks.
And there is a recommendation, I don't remember from the state, what the percentage should be of reserves that we have. I know it was either the county or Benell got into trouble a number of years ago because they had inadequate reserves. And so we can't just spend everything that's in reserves.
No, don't want to do that. And and that's one of the tools that unfortunately I never got time to finish, which is getting a general fund balance policy, because it's a useful tool when budgeting,
Well, now you're not doing anything. You should
Volunteer. Okay, you can proceed. Continue. Please come up.
Steve Daly. Back to the revenue part. If you take the 5.42 mil we did last year, and we built 10 houses, and we got a business, don't we have X more dollars, right, to spend this year? Right? At the same rate.
Well, yes, because
Okay,
if
this
you
is
went
just if the
from
houses cost the same. So now you're saying if the houses went up 12% and you use 5.42 mil, don't we have 12% more money to begin with?
We don't get all of that either.
Huh? Isn't that what you're saying? You use the mill rate times the value of the house.
Right.
So every year, if your revenue increases because of the number of houses and the number of businesses, shouldn't your expenditures match what those new ones the expenses those new ones? Because isn't the more houses you get or businesses you get, the more it's spread out the expenses over what we already have? So shouldn't the mill rate go down? Because if you keep the same mill rate and get more revenue, we got more money. And that's what the budget should only spend, is the more revenue. It's like, I got a raise at work, that's all I get to spend more. If I sell more widgets at my plant, that's all I get to spend more. And if your expenses go up somewhere, they have to go down somewhere else. So we're saying all the things we're going to make a decision on are up. Is there nothing you ever cut and take away? Because in my house, I have to take away something if the revenue doesn't meet what my expenses are at the time. And some of those revenues are wants and needs again. So you're saying that every government always grows and never shrinks, that next year we're going to need 2 more million, the next year 4 more million. That's not always how everything can be. Don't you have to say no somewhere?
Okay, I understand what you're saying, and I think Mr. Whitson's going to explain to you the process that we use in the government. You also have to remember that you have an old city here that has been neglected for many, many years. So I understand what your principle is and what you're saying in principle, in theory. However, it's a little different when you apply it to government. So, Mr. Whitson, would you explain to him how the process works here?
Yes, sir. I think, Mr. Chairman, you were kind of right on the mark. In theory, you're correct, sir. The problem is our expenses aren't going down in all cases. And there was a lot of things that were cut back, frozen, not done. You can ask my staff if they got everything they asked for. The answer is no. So there was a lot of cutting and things that hit the floor before you even saw these numbers. Okay? I don't publish those numbers. And so we've tried our best to balance between the world economy going crazy and all the challenges with the inflation and all of those kinds of things, unexpected expenses. A lot of times we have to pay out before we're reimbursed. So there's a lot of moving parts here, and in theory, you're correct. There is more money coming in. The problem is there are also more expenses coming in, and we are trying to balance between holding down wherever we can and then dealing with what we have to address. And there are things like IT that we've got to address. There are things like regulations that we can't ignore anymore. There are infrastructure failures that are big ticket items that we can't push off. I mean, there's a combination of lots of things that are impacting the budget.
Okay, thanks. Yes, sir.
Scott Crone, 2730 South Daytona. I see, I've got the draft here, and I see that there's a total, you have the totals on the revenues between the proposed budget and the recommended budgets, 800,000 delta there. I don't see a total on the expenditures from the proposed expenditures versus the recommended expenditures on the total. I see items, I see, each fund and each item breakdown, but I don't see a total what the budget is proposed versus the recommended total.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Correct, it's not there.
I think I can address that. Are you talking about as Mr. Whitson, this is the base budget that we're talking about now, what the city staff feels we absolutely have to have? And that comes to the 8.2. And then we have another book full of recommendations. And is that what you're asking, that we don't know that total?
I went online and looked at transparency.
He's looking at total expenditures, I believe.
He's talking,
Well, I'm sorry, can you come back up? Now, there are three conversations going on at once here.
Understand. I went online, pulled out went to transparency in the city site,
Right.
and pulled out the draft copy and all the information
Right.
there. I don't see it, I see all the expenditures, departmental, fund breakouts of the 2022-23 proposed budget totals, but per section, per fund, I guess. But I don't see at the bottom where it says that here the proposed budget, you came up with the 8.2 number. I don't see that anywhere here, so that's
Go to page 1.
Go to page very 1. All right. I need that IT technology. I need my son to show me this.
I think what you're saying, sir, is that on page 5, you see totals for each different column for all the revenues, and I did not do that as part of the book for all of the expenses.
Correct.
So we can do something like that. I mean, it's not difficult.
There is there would be a proposed expenditure and then a recommended expenditure amount, different? Okay, that's all I would like to, if I'm not seeing it here, is it on page 1? Or is it total?
Well, page 1 is your summary, and that's just showing you for the budget, the proposed budget. But I think what he was after is a total, like you see on page 5 for the revenues for each, like what we had in year-end 20, year-end 21, and that sort of thing. And we can do that. It's just, I did not include that in there.
And the reason, we started the meeting with the comments about the economy and where we're at. I understand the city's in, many needs. You're all working very hard. But we need to understand everybody here, 6,000 residents are in the same boat. And when we see costs going up and we have to make a decision between filling our tank partially, I'm speaking to the choir, I'm sure. So I want to make sure that we're all cognizant of, when I see raises here of 13%, 14%, 15% proposed raises in certain departments, on top of the COLA, there could be some concern there. So
and what we will do is, as we go through what we call the decision modules that are in here,
sure,
a lot of that will be explained,
sure,
because they may look as though that they're raises, and in fact what they are cost adjustments based on some of the mandates that we have and some of the requirements that we have also. Okay. But a lot of those will be explained in the modules as we go through each particular one. Commissioner Cooley.
I just had a general comment, and most of this applies to Steve's previous comment. So what he was referring to is what we call rollback rate. And that's where if the same amount of money was to come in, the mill rate would go down because of the windfall of values of homes going up. And that rate, I believe, is 4.24 if that was to happen. Now, we haven't got into expenses yet. All we did was we covered just incoming revenues. Now, what we're going to spend the next bunch of hours doing is what the staff is requesting that they need to operate and all the requests that are in the budget, plus then we need to cover the requests that are in the decision modules, and that's where you're going to see us, we're going to arm wrestle, knock down, drag out, and argue about all this stuff. And,
no, we're just going to smile pretty.
Right. and we're going to work through the yeas and the nays. So just as kind of a word of caution, just for the public, we haven't even got into the first expense yet. So as far as being concerned about how much taxes potentially could go up or any of that stuff, we're just going to be transitioning into those discussions. So we're not there yet. And, but I just kind of wanted to talk about that. All we've got done is just incoming funds right now.
That's a very good point, Commissioner. Appreciate that.
Thank you. And is there a number, is there a city manager recommended expenditure total number?
That would be what's in the budget book currently.
Yeah.
That's what's in
And
the
we'll
budget
get to that as well.
Yeah, it's in there.
Thank you.
And that amount comes to, before the decision modules, the mill rate would be 5.5 is what the recommended pre-decision module amount would be as a base.
Come on,
That's
son.
just the request, though.
Need your name and address.
Paul Ike, 308 North Flagler. I have some handouts for Penny.
Sure.
Mr. Chairman, I'll be glad to take a seat and bring this up at another time if you would prefer to get on with something else. But the reason that I'm here is because I have concerns very similar to what I'm hearing today. And what I did was to create a very, very simple one-page overview of what the city's budget looks like. And it answers some of the questions that I'm hearing here. For instance, very simply, what it does is it lets people like myself that don't have to get into the weeds know all of the details of exactly how we came up with those numbers, but be able to see that all the revenue in the city is coming up to a certain amount. The expenditures are the same way. The other thing that has not really been brought up that I think you'll hear some more about is our city employees. We want to know. We don't want to know what they do, how much time they spend or anything else, but we want to know if last year we had 200 employees and this year you're saying to us the city needs 230 employees. We just want to know that. So in that regard, that's what is being handed out to you, is just a copy of that. And if Penny needs another copy, or if anybody has any questions about that, I'd be glad to answer them, or at another time. Your decision.
Okay, I think she's going to be getting copies of your handout to us. Do you have any questions? No. Okay. All right. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks. Yes, sir.
Mike Carver, 1504 South Ocean Shore Boulevard. I just have a clarification question on the charts that you showed on page 7 and then page 9. So this is on the decision modules and the millage rate of 5.5.
Can you wait till we get there? Because we're still going through these pages. You're talking about 7?
Page 7 of this one, we already went through it.
Okay.
On that.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
And then page 9. So the page 9 is the general fund decision modules. If we were to fund everything, it would be 1.268 million. And if you look at a 0.1% or 0.1 millage rate change would be 91,000. So if you divided the 1.2 million into the 91,000, you get about 1.3 extra millage rate, and that doesn't reflect the, if we funded everything, the 6.17 if we funded everything. So there's a little bit of a difference there. Maybe somebody could explain it, if you understand the question.
I'm sorry, I had to use.
I really don't understand the question, but let me just try and help you.
Sure.
Okay. So what is happening here is at 5.50,
Yes.
budget's balanced. And there's a little small bubble that they could take in the general fund and put towards any decision module they decide to fund. And let's just take the COLA.
The $500,000.
Yeah.
Right.
553.
That's right.
Right.
So say they want to fund part of the COLA. They know what the numbers are. They can apply it towards that, right? That wouldn't affect the millage rate at all.
I got you. That answers the question. Okay, thanks.
There you go.
All right.
And so I'm going to walk them through this, and we're going to try our best to keep the millage rate as low as we can, but
Okay.
then fund whatever the strategic priorities are they see fit to fund.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You can continue.
All right. So revenues, everybody is good to go with that?
Yes, sir.
No, I want one.
Yeah, I'd like to have more.
Don't we all?
All right. So then that brings us to the first budget, which is the law enforcement, which is, what page would that be?
6.
Page 6. And this is really serious because the chief wore pants and a tie.
Long pants.
Yeah. And so,
What budget book are we in?
the big black one,
The big black
where
book.
the actual budget is.
They don't get binders.
Downloaded all the budgets for
The
transparency.
basic one,
It's page 6 in the PDF, it'll say page 6. Not,
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Whitson.
All right, so what you have is that the budget, operational budgets are divided up by staff, salaries, because those are the largest expenditures. And then you have different line items. And we also have data here if you have questions about why things are, up when in one column or down in another column, we can try and answer those questions.
Okay.
And I didn't know if you wanted to hear from the chief, from his point of view about the budget proposal and any comments he would have to make.
Okay, I went through, I think we've all gone through this, and also went back to look at some of the things that we did during our strategic planning. And one of the top priorities based on the surveys and all that we did, as well as the priorities that we had during our strategic planning, was public safety. So, when I started looking at these, and I could see that, in order to address those, this is an area that we're actually going to have to focus on. And just like most municipalities, counties, or wherever, where I came from, St. Johns County, what we call was the biggest elephant in the room was public safety. So that was the police and fire department. So that's where I am with that. But Commissioner Cooley, you have some comments?
It's just on specific line items.
Okay.
Just to take myself and the public through, Chief, can you just speak to the professional services and contractual services line? What that covers, what services are involved in them? The reason why I bring it up is the 3-year trend. They've both grown quite a bit, and it'll help us understand what services those are.
Yeah, Bruno's impressed I'm wearing pants.
And a tie.
Those in the budget?
Well, we're thankful too.
Yeah, our paper budget has increased at the police department. Before we get started, I'd like to publicly recognize 2 staff members. The first one being Kathleen Doyle. For 9 years, you've been the finance director since I've been here, and you have been nothing but a joy and a pleasure to work with. And A, go Gators, and B,
right.
you will sorely be
Have
missed.
none of that.
The second one I'd like to recognize is Rhonda Allen. Rhonda stepped in the middle of budget. She was patient, thorough, and understanding. Any question I had, any question any department had, threw at her, or she threw at us, was handled like a true professional. So, Rhonda, thank you very much.
thank you. Thank you, Matt.
You're welcome.
All right, so Chief, your comments on the budget, starting with professional services and some of the other questions.
I think it was professional and contractual.
Right.
As you can see,
there's a ton of documentation here, so bear with me 1 second.
Yeah, and Chief, nothing fancy, just kind of cliff notes. It's more for understanding.
It's okay.
Sure.
Get it together.
Well, I've been called a lot of things in my career, but never an elephant, so I hope you all enjoy the first bite.
I thought of that one this morning while we were walking.
Thanks for coming too, by the way.
I think, while we wait for the chief to, to get all of his notes together, just a comment, because I think most of us, to some degree or the other, interact with our department heads at one time or the other in order to see how things are going, to see what problems they may be having, this kind of thing here. Not to direct them or anything like this, but just for general information. And in this economy, and talking to some of the friends that I have that are law enforcement guys, as well as some of those that are here, I know that it's become very difficult, like most other agencies and companies in our communities, to fill vacancies. So I know that the chief has been down a couple of vacancies for quite a while, and I think that'll similarly apply to the next department that we have. If we hear from them, that would be the fire department as well. So these are the things that we have identified as being a top priority in the city. So when I hear that we're down 2 or 3 officers and having a difficult time filling them, or we're losing them because of various reasons, then I certainly do become concerned and start seeing and looking at ways that we can possibly try to fill that void. And there are a lot of incentives that we as the Flagler Beach departments have implemented, which include educational and these kinds of things here, but it's still a very, very daunting task in order to keep personnel here in Flagler Beach. So with that, I think the chief is ready.
I'm ready. So in professional services, you're looking at line item 303100. Is that the one, Commissioner, you're looking at?
That's correct.
So the things that are included in 303100 under professional services, so it's web hosting, which we have to have, archive social, which is the backup for our social media, which is a requirement, Power DMS, which is a computer program where we keep all of our policies up to date electronically instead of going old school and handing out books. That software, but the biggest expenditure in there is the Flagler County CAD system that we have to pay for. And additionally, we also pay for deputies in the summertime from May. Usually we start on Memorial Day through Labor Day. This year, we actually upped it to the 1st of May. So any changes in that line item, that's what those things are for.
Okay, and then if you could touch on 303400.
All Traffic Solutions, which is our variable message board that you see out advertising right now to slow down and watch for pedestrians. Maintenance contracts for the license plate readers and the body cameras all fall under contractual services. And those are things that, when I came in front of the commission, that are things for public safety now that are a must. Body cameras in this day and age, we have to have them, and our officers embrace them. We utilize them daily, so that's a great service to the community, as are the license plate readers. And if you remember a couple months back, earlier in the year, I actually commended Captain Blanchette for saving $100,000 on the license plate readers. So, we take our expenditures at the police department to heart. It's public funds. We actually take an oath of office as servants of public funds to support, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States and the state of Florida. We got a new roof for the police department. They gave us, you gave us $45,000. We came in under budget on that roof and used the additional monies to pay to paint the exterior and interior of the police department. So we didn't have to take money in this coming year's budget to do it.
Okay, any other questions?
Not on this page.
Okay. Commissioner Phillips? Oh, she just had.
I was turning the page.
I thought she was.
I'd like to address the vehicles, not because I'm questioning them, and I don't think you should have them, just for the public's sake. In the public negotiating this budget on Facebook and wherever, I see the comments about why did the police department need new cars, or why did any department need new cars. We agreed quite a long time ago, I don't remember what year it was, that every year we would turn over 2 cars because we were running into big repair bills, unsafe vehicles, like that. So if we keep replacing them as we go along, we have a plan which we're developing in every department at some point. I know we haven't quite gotten there yet, but so that's what the vehicles. I don't know if you want to add anything.
Yes, ma'am. So Mr. Woodson, when he came on last year, asked me to put it in writing, a proposal to have a vehicle replacement plan. And the plan is, with budgeted for 16 officers, if you replace 2 cars a year, when you get a car assigned to you, you have it for 8 years.
And talk about how officers keep their cars better if it's their own.
Right. If you have what's called a hot-seated car, it runs pretty much all day, every day. And there's no accountability because the cars are swapped out. When you're an individual officer and that car's assigned to you, that's your mobile office. It's got your laptop, it's got your assault rifle, it's got your computer. It is your mobile office. To keep that up in good quality standards, I'll put it to you in probably the simplest way I can. When you call 911 and you need help, when an officer puts his foot on the gas pedal, do you want a rocket ship or the little engine that could? Before I got here, we didn't have a replacement plan. Now we do. And our vehicles are top notch.
Is there a particular reason why you choose certain vehicles?
So we use Fords because Fleet over at the county, that's the vehicle of preference there. They're very used to working on them. We used to buy the sedans, but Ford stopped making the sedans. So now their preferred vehicle is the Explorer. The city bought Explorers many years ago that were not police package, and they were referred to as exploders because they didn't have the reinforced chassis, and they pretty much blew up on any given moment. So with that, should an officer get involved in an accident and the vehicle be rendered inoperable, we can always cannibalize that vehicle that's been wrecked for parts on any vehicle that we have that those parts fit. So just because it's wrecked does not mean it's going to be turned back over. If we need a headlight, if we need a water pump that we can take off a vehicle that is inoperable, we'll go ahead and do that.
Mr. Phillips?
I'm sorry, if you could add on about how we get these things, the vehicles through the state.
So we get them through a place up called Duval Fleet up in Jacksonville through the state contract. And when they come with lights, siren, radio, cage. The delay since COVID is getting those materials into the vehicles. So the vehicles that were approved for this year's budget, I hope to get by maybe October 1 of this year, could be later. So we work with Duval Fleet, very professional organization. Everything we ask of them, they're spot on. So the problem is we don't order, 1,000 cars like Duval County. We're small, but they work with us.
But isn't there a state bidding process?
We go through the state contract.
Yeah, that's what I...
To get, so again, when we use Fords, it's not like we're going out trying to spend money on Teslas or things that are above our means. We stick to what the state contract is.
Thank you, Mayor.
Commissioner Phillips.
So, and Commissioner Mealy really answered my question, or asked my question, but are these brand new vehicles, Chief?
They are brand new.
Or are they're brand new? Okay.
Right, and if you've seen our vehicles, when I got here, they drilled holes in the top of the police cars and put light bars on them. And the minute you do that, rust is going to set in. I had a retired sergeant that was riding down A1A one day and had to put his hand out the window to hold his light bar from flying off of his car. So all of our lights now are within the interior of the vehicle.
The image is really cool.
Flintstone.
Thanks,
special.
Wilma.
Yeah.
Can you come to up front, Rob? We want to give you some exercise. That's why we keep calling you.
Robbie Roberts, 600 Cumberland Drive, Flagler Beach, Florida. Chief, what about EV vehicles coming into the system? If you're like 8 years out now, I think 8 years from now, our EV vehicle system is going to be a whole lot different than it is today. And are they police packaging EVs currently?
Not that I'm aware of, and the last thing I would want to have is a vehicle that was not fully charged, but it's something to definitely look for in the future. But as for this year's budget...
Yeah, I think that's a non-issue. I keep hearing that all the time, but, I hear what you're saying.
In the wave of the future, will electric vehicles be? I mean, Mr. Witzel can speak to that.
Yeah, I think what's going to happen, Robbie, is that the state contract that does the purchasing will go that direction. The more charging stations are made available. I was contacted the other day by someone who was trying to give us some information on charging stations and want to partner with us. And so as the time moves forward and the charging station infrastructure gets built, then I think that you'll see the vehicle mixture follow, and we are going to kind of continue to rely on the state bidding, the state contract process, because they're going to have the best price available for us because they're buying volumes of these vehicles.
Yeah, I just want to know if there was any in the pipeline already.
Okay. Any other questions?
Well, I have questions on page 7. It sounds like we've kind of transitioned to that since we're talking about vehicles. Right.
Are we on 7?
Well, that's where I came. It's all the police department.
Right. I just wanted...
I was just kind of going by page.
Sorry, I screwed it up.
Jane's jumping ahead.
Sorry.
Rebel.
Any other comments on page 7?
I got comments on, my comments for 7 is if you look at capital projects, we have citywide camera reserve. I do think we need to go to cameras. I would personally like to see that phased a little bit more as a gradual thing. The original conversation started with putting Veterans Park on camera. I think doing one and just kind of baby stepping that would be probably a better idea. It would also reduce the cost. I think 65 year one's a little bit high. The only other comment that I had on it is in light of the gas prices being that they are, with officers taking the cruisers home, I get if they live in town taking them home, but if we have folks that live a good ways away, that can get really expensive. And I know it's not, that's kind of considered one of the perks is being able to bring the cruiser home, but the economy's changed, and if we're looking at significant raises for our officers, which we should, is it wise to still have cruisers being taken out of city, even out of county, going back and forth? And I just wanted to put that on the table as a conversation point.
Is there a rule how far someone,
It's 25 air miles.
25?
Air mile?
Oh, 25.
Which is as the crow flies.
Yeah, there is a policy on how far they can take.
Okay.
How many officers do you have that actually go within that?
Everybody's within the air miles,
Okay.
and that was negotiated through the union.
All right. And the advantage is that the officers are technically on duty 24/7.
Correct. So if they're on their way into work and a call goes out, they're available.
Okay.
On their way home, they're available. It's an extra set of eyes and ears. It's also a great recruiting tool and a great retention tool.
And as I said before, you've proven that they take better care of the cars.
Absolutely.
If it's their fault.
Absolutely. The fleet was in disrepair when I got here.
Mr. Chairman, if there are no more questions, you mind if I ask the chief to comment on officer pay and things like this, because the commissioner mentioned it. Are you all ready to talk about those kinds of issues?
Sure, go ahead. Absolutely.
Okay. Chief, would you Care to address that from your point of view?
With regards to for the staff,
Yes.
for raises for the police department?
Yes.
So my question for the dais is going to be, as a protector and defenders of this city, what is our value? To use a baseball as an analogy, you're the team owners, the city manager is the general manager, and I'm the coach. As a team, we've proven that over the past 9 years since I've been here, we've been fielding a team of qualified professionals that have performed remarkably while consistently doing so while operating without a full contingency of players. Currently, I'm 2 positions short, so our team is playing Major League Baseball games each day while missing a shortstop and a center fielder. Showing true value and appreciation for performance is important, especially for a profession that most people would prefer not to do, especially in today's climate. We take an oath of loyalty in our profession, and I read it to you already. Our team is committed to our city, and today's thought of the week on our Facebook page is commitment is an act, not a word. To continue with the baseball analogy, I cannot field an all-star team when the owners are only willing to pay players single-A ball salaries. Players have the right to become free agents, and if they're not appreciated, they'll go other places. A team that truly wants and appreciates their value is only asking for fair and competitive wages.
I have a question. When an officer comes on, what is their starting salary per hour?
$17.70 an hour. Now, I can tell you, if anybody wants to do the research, if you want to get sponsored by the Daytona Beach Police Department, you can go to the police academy with 0 experience, none, and get paid $19.06 an hour to sit in class for 6 months. As opposed to a brand new law enforcement officer that gets hired by our city, fully certified through the state of Florida at $17.70 an hour. What is our value? I'm only asking for what is fair and competitive with other cities, with other municipalities, with other jurisdictions. I'm not asking to be the top of the food chain, fair and competitive. When you consider a local business owner who will remain nameless, who's paying a line cook $19 an hour, and dishwashers between $14 and $17 an hour, what value are you placing on the people that swore to protect and defend this city? So if you would indulge me for just a second, I'd like to read you something from policeone.com, which also came from Rural Badge blog. And I've taken a couple liberties and changing some things. It's time for the American public to decide what we want from law enforcement. Warriors, counselors, guardians, social workers, or magicians. Do we want the cheapest cops possible, or do we want well-trained and well-screened cops who are equipped with every tool needed for every possible eventuality? Or do we want the old beat cop from the olden days with nothing but a smile, a bullet in his or her pocket, and 1 set of handcuffs? Really, you want it all. Admit it, you do. The question is, do you want to do it without paying for it? Every officer needs to be empathetic, well-spoken. They need to be a highly trained SEAL ninja with double majors in psychology and social work who consider the job a calling, and they have bills to pay. They have nerves that can fray, and they enforce the laws completely, objectively, while also using discretion at all times, unless it's going to result in arresting or not arresting the wrong person at the wrong time for the wrong thing in the opinion of every member of the public. Humans are fallible and their bodies are frail. Their brains play tricks on them whenever they're under stress, kind of like me right now, and then keep them from sleeping by replaying the stressor on an endless loop later, trying to find ways to fix whatever went wrong. If you want a cuddly, soft, empathetic police officer whose first response is always a soft answer with compassion, you can have that. He or she will never embarrass the chief at Coffee with a Cop or Donuts with Downey. He or she will present well on camera every time and remind you of someone's grandfather. They'll be the perfect cop unless there's an active shooter at your kid's school, or at a parade, or at a social gathering like First Friday. Suddenly you want the cuddly officer to be a warrior. You want your cuddly officer to be a rabid pit bull, 55 pounds of speed and power, ready to drive into the gunfire and do anything it takes, anything, to keep your children and your family safe. And once that threat is gone and has been neutralized, society wants the pit bull to morph back into the therapy dog. They want the warrior gone, the council returned, the Auschwitz thrown. To be blunt, that's not how it works. And it's not fair. I tell you that the unicorn doesn't exist. What you can have is a human being. If you recruit well, conduct thorough backgrounds, train and encourage continued education, you can have a human being with a kind heart, good ethics, who is willing to fight hard, be uncomfortable, and even get hurt for you to the point of they will give down their life for you. You can have a human being who tries. You can have someone who struggles just like everybody else, who sometimes fails, who gets better with time and experience, and who has setbacks. But you can't have perfection. In fact, you can break a perfectly good human being by insisting on them being something that they're not, something that no one can be. So please decide now, as long as cops get recruited from the human race, they're going to be exactly that, human. If you want all these things, there's a cost. Again, my question to the Diaz is, what is the value to the city as your first responders? And remember that the citizens' top priority in the resident survey was public safety.
Commissioner Sherman.
Well, thanks for the information, Chief. I just had a question for you. So just based on my calculations here, so before taxes, starting somebody out at $17.70 an hour, you're starting out officers about $33,984, just give or take. That was my calculation?
It's $38,000 because it's on an 84-hour pay period.
Oh, 84. Okay. So what would be? Oh. Okay. 30. Okay. 38. So what would you recommend a competitive rate would be? Is it the 48?
I recommended increasing the starting pay from $17.70 to $22 an hour.
Okay.
And then an additional $40.30 be spread to the sworn members of the police department.
Okay, thank you.
I just have one other question, and I know you just said that you were down 2 officers. How long have you been down 2 officers?
I sat in these chambers in 2016 asking for a 16th police officer. And it was approved, but then it was frozen for 4 years, and it was unfrozen last year. I haven't been able to fill it at $17.70 an hour. So if you want to do the math, take that $38,000 salary times 5 years, that's $192,000 that hasn't been spent on law enforcement.
And the impact, if you were to, I mean, we're looking at the salaries here, and they're obviously lower than just about anyone in the neighboring communities. So if you were to lose 1 or 2 of the officers that you have because they're going to go to higher pay, what kind of position is that going to put the city in?
I can tell you, I have at least 3 officers that I'm aware of that are hinging their careers on how the budget goes this year in our city. So we're down to, if I lose 3, you've taken a force budgeted for 16 and knocked them down to 11. That includes myself and the captain. That means your detective now goes on the road, have to cancel days off, you'll pay money in overtime that you're not prepared for, and I cannot run 100% operability at 66% staffing. It just can't happen.
Okay. All right, any other questions?
I do. When I was elected almost 3 years ago, I was mortified by the salary of our police officers and our fire. This increase, I mean, we also have to take into consideration they have to pay insurance, and our insurance for a family is extremely expensive. So if they go to the county or whomever, they might be even getting a better, compensation package. So increasing it $10,000 for a level, which we're calling a level 1 officer, to me is not a huge increase.
And this is not a Flagler Beach problem. Systemically, law enforcement wise, if you ever talk to a police chief, the recruitment and retention of qualified people to do this job is in every department that I talk to. Sheriff Staley, Chief Young in Daytona, Chief Brannon in Bunnell, Chief Godfrey in Ormond. Everybody's going through the same problem. People don't want to do this job. And then at the rate we're paying, I'm getting creamed by Buc-ee's. When you can become a janitor or a maintenance person starting out day one at Buc-ee's at $19 an hour, how do I compete with that? Yeah. I did the research yesterday. You can start out at between $20 and $23 an hour at Target working in a warehouse. What's the incentive to do this job when you're working nights, weekends, and holidays away from your family, putting your life on the line? I value each and every member. I don't have a problem advocating for the staff that I have. That's sworn and civilian. They do more with less. We're working currently at 14 officers, which is one officer short of where we were staffed in 2005. Do the research. What was the population in Flagler County in 2005? 75,000.
And just to be clear, Chief, this budget doesn't propose an increase in FTEs this year, correct?
No, I'm not adding any new positions. I only want to fill the ones that I have, but I can't fill the ones that I have at the current rate.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Okay. Any other comments, commissioners? Anyone from the public?
Yeah. Rick Belgiumer, Flagler Beach. Just one quick question. You got $45,000 for improvements. Could you explain what they are?
Are you talking about the decision modules?
No, it's in the budget.
No, that's
Page 7.
6,300 under operating expenses.
No, it's line 606,300. But that got backed out under city manager
There's
recommended
nothing there.
budget.
But I didn't recommend that.
Right.
It's zero.
There's nothing there. It got removed.
I got it cut. I cut it.
Bruno, this gentleman was saying.
I didn't see you up there, sorry.
That's all right. Bob Dye, 2504 South Central Avenue. Looking at your salaries, does this budget reflect what you're asking for, Chief?
Yes. That's salary?
It's in the decision module.
Oh, it's in the, I'm sorry, it's in the decision modules.
Okay, so it's not on page 6?
No.
Okay. Okay, I'm looking in the wrong place.
Yeah, they're in the decision.
Just trying to understand, because my one question the whole time has been looking at this on page 6, and here, there's nothing in there for you. 2.1% will cover anything.
Right. The decision modules for the police department include the civilian staff, the sworn officers, and then the command staff, which are myself and Captain Blanchett.
Thank you very much.
In chair.
Bruno, 2700 block south. This is a no-brainer, guys. This guy does so much for this city. First of all, he's a friend, too, to mostly everyone in this community. When you learn to trust people, you have to trust Matt. He knows what he's talking about. This city, you wake up every morning and crime or anything is not even an issue. It doesn't matter. These guys put their life on the lines every day because it doesn't matter if you're a small town like Flagler or a big town like New York City. This world is crazy now, okay? So I think you guys know that when you're sitting up there. There's other things you can cut, but you cannot cut this man's recruitment salaries and everything.
Thank you, Bruno.
Thanks, Bruno.
Okay. I just want to make a
Commissioner
suggestion.
Cooley, you go ahead. I'll give in a few minutes, Scott.
Just Scout for a second.
Yeah. Are you me to go? Yeah, you're up. Go ahead, Scott.
Scott W. Spradley, Yorkshire Drive, Flagler Beach. Not a question, but a comment, and it echoes what we just heard from Bruno, and that is that to the extent that there are important expenditures here, I can think of no more important one than to keep chief funded. The testimony that we've heard about not only being understaffed, but having been understaffed 4 years at a time when we've experienced the growth that we have. And it is the case. He's not going to attract any men and women at the price that we have. So I would heartily support what's being asked for.
Thank you, sir.
Mike Carver, 1504 South Ocean Shore. In my opinion, there's a lot of cities that have defunded the police, and this seems like if you don't approve in advance for this, it's like defunding our police department.
We don't use that word. I understand what you're saying. Strike that from the records. I don't want anyone to misinterpret it. Commissioner Cooley.
Just a suggestion. If there's any way that we could avoid getting deep in the decision modules when we're trying to cover the general budget, and the reason why I bring that up is with the pay, there's a lot more to that decision module than just the police department. And we're making the water very muddy for the general public, you know, with placement of funds. Let's cover decision modules, and this is up to y'all. I'm just suggesting, but let's cover decision modules then, and let's cover this stuff here now, because it's going to get really sticky, because the decision module for the police funding has lots of other things in there too, right? That we haven't even begun to talk about.
You're correct.
Agreed.
I can tell you, I'm the luckiest guy in the room because I get to work with amazing people. Nobody works for me. Everybody works with me. That's the community, that's the staff, that's the commission. So I got here in 2013, and I'll just throw out two numbers for you. And if you want to understand where the police department's come in the 9 years, here's where it's at. So Part 1 crimes are reported to the state, and I'll tell you what they are. They're murder, robbery, sexual battery, aggravated assault, stalking, burglary, and theft. When I got here, my first year, 2013, we had 104 Part 1 crimes reported. Last year, we had 39. In 9 years, we've reduced crime 62.5%. The clearance rate of how many crimes you solved in 2013 was 14.4%. Last year, 2021, it was 41%, which is 184.7% increase. I'm not good at math, but Rhonda is, and she helped me with those numbers. If you want to know what we've done in the last 9 years, those numbers speak for themselves. Crime is way down, and the crimes that do occur get solved more than just about any other place you can find.
Okay. All right, ready to move on to the next page, or lunch?
You have hot food.
I knew you was going to say. I knew that was coming.
That elephant's going to get cold.
Okay, what we'll do is take a lunch recess. What do you want, in 30, 45?
You want to call it 15 minutes so we can come back?
Keep going? Sure.
Get going?
15?
It's up to y'all, but there's a lot to
All
cover.
right, let's be back at 1:45.
Quarter of one.
How's that?
Okay.
We're recessed.
Feeding us or what?
Okay, we're back from lunch break and we're going to continue with the budget. And we're on page
Here we go.
8. Any comments, questions on Victims Advocate?
Just note, sir, that these funds are all federal grant funds.
Okay. All right, any questions? All right, we'll move on to page 9. Fire Department.
I'll afford the same courtesy to our fire chief if he has any comments, unless y'all have questions first.
No, I'm just going to make a observation here as well, because I tried to talk to all the department heads on the budget, pardon me, as well as Mr. Whitson and all, and I think this is another area that we had as one of our modules during the strategic plan, this is also part of public safety, and here again, I think this may, and I'm sure the chief is going to speak for himself in the department, but this is another area we also have to be very concerned about, because we're training individuals in a lot of different areas. Of course, we're very proud of our Cox, who just graduated from the leadership school, which is a great achievement. But he too, as well as fire chief, are having a hard time keeping jobs filled, because we're training them, and then their salaries are sometimes lower than what we are in some of our neighboring counties or municipalities. Commissioner Cooley.
Just had a question on page 10, and Chief Pace, you might be able to help me out with this. If we have a newer fleet, wouldn't the repairs go down instead of up?
Yeah, and I'd like to certainly speak to that, Commissioner. When we do emergency repairs within that vehicle and repairs, it's always a guesstimate. I mean, I hate to say it like that, but it's a best guesstimate on past practices. I can tell you right now, in being that good steward, I'm trying to get to the end of the budget. I've got a fire pump needing repair. I've got a cable on an aerial needing to repair. So I'm just basing it on my emergency repairs that have come up throughout the last few years.
Like the trend?
What the trends are to elevate that number a bit. Yes, sir.
That was the only question.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
On gasoline and diesel fuel, just a generic question. I noticed the police went up 17.3% and you only went up 8.3%. Did you allow yourself I'm worried you maybe undercut yourself.
Well, Mayor, I'll be honest with you.
Made some operational changes, didn't we, Chief?
We did. We have made some procedural changes as far as our runs and trying to incorporate as much as we can into one fell swoop when we're out. But we've used the standard of $12,000 to $13,000 for fuel the last many years. And that's kind of where, if it fluctuates, to be honest with you, that kind of falls back to finance and what they're viewing with Lynch Oil. I don't see a lot of the time, but we've been making it, I guess what I should say, on the fuel. We're going to be over this year. I don't have a problem telling you that, but where the fuel costs are right now, we're going to be over.
Okay.
So
I just wanted to make sure you weren't too low.
Right.
And if you needed more, you could get it.
If I could just briefly help answer the question a little bit. We took a look at fuel. Rhonda did an analysis. She pulled our last invoice. And right now, our last invoice showed $4.99 for diesel and $4.21 for gas. That's prior to the state rebate. We can go back and ask for a portion of the taxes back. So we try to do that as we go. And so we've cranked in a projection based on fuel usage data that we have of $4.10 for gas and $5.10 for diesel for the next fiscal year. Again, understanding that we can ask for the rebate. That's conservative, to your point, Mayor. But at the end of the day, fuel is something we have to have, so it would be a budget amendment if we busted that, and we're hoping we don't.
Okay.
This is not, it's related, but it's not related. In regard to the the fuel depot itself, is there an area where we have some provisions or budgeted for renovating that whole area?
That's a decision module.
It is what, okay, I thought I saw it somewhere and I didn't see it.
Yeah, it's a decision module. Right now, it's not in the budget.
Okay, all right, great. Commissioner Bailey?
Yeah, my first question, I guess, is for William. Under salary, the proposed budget was 578, and your budget is 20,000 less. Can you tell me why?
Yes, because the newer staff that we brought in.
Well, there was a couple different reasons, Mr. Whitson.
Go ahead.
The staff will reflect that, but there was also what we moved as far as pension parameters out of salary, and what we moved, we did have we had a paramedic incentive module that did not make it. That was one of the cuts this year. That was removed. When the budget was first crafted, both of those items were put into salaries. They were either moved to another line item or removed from the budget, and that would be your difference.
Thank you. And Bobby, just so we know what we're talking about, machinery and equipment has gone up quite a bit. Printing and binding, just so you can explain these things, if you would. Operating supplies, memberships, and equipment less than 5,000.
All right, so let me start from
Right, I'm sorry, I know I hit you with a lot.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember each one that.
Okay, I'll do them one at a time.
Okay. I have an entire list of our additives this year, so maybe that would help, but I'm trying to remember each line item as you told me.
Okay, first was machinery and equipment.
Machinery and equipment, you're going to see a difference in that. What we've requested this year was to farm out our hose testing when we have to do the pressure testing for our hoses and our fire pumps. We're putting a lot of wear and tear on our fire pumps, which I just recently stated we have a repair schedule for a fire pump. We can farm this service out to another company, brings all the equipment in. They can do it for all our trucks, all our hose on our rack for $2,500. That was added to machinery and equipment. So there's that one. And then, Commissioner, I may have to keep coming back to you. I'm trying to remember.
The next line was printing and binding.
Printing and binding. I'm just trying to go back to it because I usually put the exacts of why that went up. Just got to find it here if you give me 1 second.
We have notes that it's vehicle graphics and business cards.
That's correct. We've changed our logo from if you remember the silver tops that we've done for the truck, our roofs, we're now going to a silver Maltese cross, and we now have 5 officers. They need business cards throughout the year. And then if we're doing anything where we're doing any flyers or anything, any kind of public relations stuff, we added some more money to that line item.
Thank you. Next was operating supplies.
Operating supplies, I can see it from my additive list. We added a fire inspection software for the fire marshal for inspections and pre-plans. That was an additive at $2,816. We've also coming through COVID and all of the extras that we've had, we upped our medical supplies another $1,000. There are also new mattresses for the bunk rooms. They're all ready to be replaced, but we did find them at a good deal, and we got those for just shy of $950. And our truck that we got, being that we got it as a demo, did not have a backup camera, which to hardline that thing in for safety was going to be $3,000. We found a battery-operated one that we can install for $350. Those would be your additives for operating supplies.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Membership, subscriptions, and dues.
Let me get to that. Okay, so we have our International Chiefs subscription. That would be for Captain Cox and I, the CAD annual fee, and I have it somewhere in my book, but that went up some for our CAD, the computer-aided dispatch. And then we had to, once we're leaving IT, Flagler County IT, they used to support what we have within CAD, which is called NetMotion, that tracks their calls. We now had to bring in a group called Insight and pay for our own NetMotion. That was an $1,100 additive. And there's also the Maverick drone, it's the drone support software is in there as well. And then the ongoing subscriber fee for the radios went up a couple $100 this year for the radio maintenance and subscriber fee. So there would be your increase in memberships and subscriptions.
Okay.
Just a quick comment on the drone. FAA changed the standards that's in that decision module. And I got to do a shout out to the chief and his team right now. I mean, when we had the bomb threat, you know, if you remember that, we used that drone, and it was amazing to be able to help clear the scene and add additional security because we see what's going on. So it was a huge asset for us to have that drone.
And if I could just real quick piggyback on what Mr. Whitson is speaking to, I too would like to speak to the value of the drone, and sadly the one that we have and we utilize currently in the city has become obsolete. New federal guidelines. However, that drone has been used for ocean rescue, fire, NPD, if you're talking about active shooters, search and rescue, beach counts. I could go on and on, lost victims. So the drone has more than proved itself. We're going with a new drone, and it's in your decision module, but the drone is going to be split between those three agencies to kind of spread that cost out. Plus, there was the surplus of what was left in ARPA funds for public safety. So the total cost of that drone is like roughly $18,000. But with the surplus in ARPA and spread out between the three agencies, it ended up costing each agency $3,500 a piece. So we thought that was very palatable, putting it in the budget that way. And Mr. Whitson worked with us on that as well. So.
Okay. Thank you, Bobby.
And it cannot use the old one.
Yeah, I know.
I asked if there was a trade-in value, and they said no.
You know,
Can we put it on eBay?
when the government makes these decisions, we've had it, what, 2 years?
Yeah, it's not been very long. And the upside to it, there's 2 officers that are certified, 3 fire folks that are certified. They still hold their licensing. We're still good. We just, maybe for training purposes quietly, but we're not to be utilizing that drone come January 1st, 2023.
So legally, that drone we just bought, you're not allowed to fly?
Not when we come to January 1st, no, sir.
The software is made in China.
Ridiculous. Anyway.
It's not just us that's experiencing this, Commissioner Cooley. It's anybody in the county that's purchased. Pretty much everybody's going to be purchasing drones made in China, and we're all experiencing this issue right now.
Really?
Just Mayor commented, can we sell it on eBay? I can list it on YouGov, and that's where the public can purchase from government entities. So we could, you know, it's a bidding process. You can put a minimum bid, but you get more bids when you start at a lower level and then let it build up.
Would they have to declassify it or anything, Chief? Because of the software that's in there that compromises security, I would think that it still may be an issue.
The software it's a separate contract.
It is, absolutely.
So the drone could.
The equipment, the software.
It's a support, right?
Okay, so the drone itself could conceivably be sold without any compromise in it. Okay.
So private individuals can still use it, just not government?
Well, they don't fall under the federal guidelines. The governmental agencies do, so.
They got us. Okay.
Amazon Marketplace, here you come.
You don't use Gov Deals anymore? You use YouGov?
Gov Deals,
Okay.
YouGov, they're all.
Yeah.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, I'm almost done. And Bobby, I'm not challenging, I'm just looking for the public to know.
No, I mean, that's why I make these lists, because I want to be able to give you a response back.
All right. You know me by now.
Yes, ma'am.
Equipment less than 5,000.
Yeah, that can be solely chalked up to computer equipment. Typically, we put $3,500 in that line item, and according to Flagler County, while we still have them, to go into our computer equipment, we needed to have about $7,700 in computer replacement.
Okay,
And that
for
was-
in the building and in the trucks?
That's laptop monitors, there's a desktop monitor. I have a list of all of them.
No, I don't need to know that.
Okay, but I checked on the server. We're in good shape with the one that we have.
Okay, anything else?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
And then we have the 6,000 improvements is the fire alarm system.
We need to update and replace our fire alarm, fire control panel. Yes, ma'am.
And fire support equipment, is that the bunker gear? And
Yeah, well, that's broken into fire support equipment. Let me get to that one. That is, keeping in mind, outside of our frontline vehicles, which would be the fire engines and the aerial, that would be on our fire truck reserve, which this year is a 0 because we've just purchased that. Everything else, which would be, the attack trucks, the squad, the command vehicles, the boats, that's all going to fall in support equipment. And that's a rolling fund that, if not used, it would be encumbered into the next year. What we have our eye on right now is the brush attack truck, but we're not looking to replace that right this second. So we would continue to look to roll the $29,167 into each year. The upside to rolling the fund like that is if we needed a smaller piece of equipment in the meantime, be it a jet ski, an ATV, we would just pull from that fund and let it keep building and go back to it the next year. The reason you see $49,167 because in addition to all this support equipment that I'm telling you, that's also the air pack, the SCBA replacement is within that fund as well. So that's $20,000 annually until 2025 when we have to replace those.
All right, and I was going to ask about not starting a reserve for the next big truck.
Not this year. I had met with Mr. Whitson. It basically, if we were looking at what we call engine 12 now, which is the oldie one, it's still in good repair. Rather than looking at 2028, go back to reserves, it would be a $100,000 request next year. Look at 2029 for replacement of that vehicle. So as the fire chief, would I like to go on with start the reserve this year? Sure. Can we make it work that we pump the brakes for a year? I believe we can.
Okay, and Mr. Whitson, you don't think we should, even with a small amount, 50,000 or something?
Yeah, I think skipping a year is okay at this point, but we don't need to let it, accumulate. It would be the following budget year. We need to put something in it. Absolutely. You guys can write it
Well, that's what I told Mr. Whitson. I said, I just hope we don't go back next year and they don't remember me. So
yeah. No.
I need $100,000 next year. So just.
Okay. Those are my questions.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, let's move on.
If I may, before I go, I heard what Commissioner Cooley said, but if I could just take a brief couple moments to speak. My folks' salaries are as well in decision modules, as you know. I just wanted to speak to it briefly to how we got here. So as recent as just this week, and I did kind of speak to our city administration, I would give Rhonda and Kathleen a lot of credit, and I did work with Mr. Woodson at length to going through this budget. We're looking at ranges, and we're looking at retention. I, too, have dealt with what Chief Downey has dealt with, and a third of this year, instead of 3 firefighters on the truck, I had 2 firefighters on the truck. I'm on the hook right now to lose 2 more part-timers and 1 more full-timer. It's just the way it's going. If you look right next door, as recent as this week, Flagler County Fire Rescue is starting firefighter EMTs at just $42,000 a year. If you're a fire medic, you're just shy of $52,000 a year. So when this comparison was done and these numbers were submitted towards the budget, 14 agencies were researched throughout the region. So this contract that I'm speaking of for Flagler County, that was not current. So I did not add that as the highest in the region. So if you look at the 13 other agencies, Ponce Inlet was the highest. And that's a good comparison for us because it's a 1 department beach town. Granted, they have a lot of high rises down there, maybe a bigger tax revenue than us, but it's still a good comparison. So when they came in, and I don't need to go through the exact numbers, they were the highest, we were the lowest. Now, I don't want to come to my folks and say, well, we're just going to put you a clip above the lowest and go and pitch that to the board, because what is that really saying to them? We're training them up. We're making them marketable, and then they're going somewhere else. So my goal, too, has always been is retention. So between Ponce Inlet and Flagler Beach, I went middle of the road. And I'm saying, let's just go middle of the road with these folks. When those numbers came back to finance and city administration, they took into account time and service of people that have worked and have been here for a while to stay away from compression. And that coupled with the COLA pitch, those are my hopes this year. There is the other incentives that you and I had talked about, commissioners. So in a nutshell, that's where we are. That's how we got there. In my personal opinion, I don't believe the numbers are astronomical, but I think that we could gain some retention from that, which is my ultimate goal. So.
Yeah, at Beamer's, the event that was held for Beamer out on the pier, I saw this young man and I said, I know him. Mm-hmm. And he's married to a girl that used to work here too. And finally I said, are you an employee here? And he was one of our firefighters. And he left purely for the money. He's in St. Augustine. And he said he loved it here, loved working for you.
Didn't want to leave. He said he didn't want to leave.
Yeah.
We've got a really good bunch of people. And, you know, and Chief Downey and I speak about this a lot. I don't want to come in here and wave the banner for but I'm talking across the entire city. So without me getting on my soapbox, I just really believe our most crucial resource in this city is our folks. And this is our opportunity this year. I'd like to keep mine, but I'd also like to see the coworkers of mine in this city remain as well. So I'll get off my soapbox.
And to add on to what Bobby said, the retirement has gone up, and that's...
well, the retirement, which you're aware of as a trustee...
that's what I was going to say.
Last year, the city's contribution was approximately $70,000 to the pension. Mm-hmm. The interest rates have fallen from 11.6 to 9.6. What the pitch was, as an incentive year, was to do a Me Too clause, basically what the PD was doing as far as the 20 and out at a 3.5% multiplier. With those interest rates dropping, that original number came in at $14,400, and it dropped with the interest rate to just a little over $8,000. So in essence, $70,000 would go up to $78,300. That incentive can be given to the entire department for $8,300. Yeah. So I felt that was something that's a big deal.
Thank you, Bobby. That's what I was going to say, but
okay. All right.
Can I ask a question?
Certainly.
Bobby Dick.
Hey, how are you?
I just got a question about the overtime.
Yes.
It's about 10% of your budget. What? Just information. That's all I'm asking. I'm not criticizing or anything.
Bruno, just exactly what are you asking? How is it utilized, or
how come? How come you have so much overtime?
Well, here's the thing. I'm glad you asked that, actually, because we have a part-time core, but that part-time core has to be a very specific individual. And when I say that, what we're looking for is a 9-10-year guy that has experience that can come in and be our gap fillers, because those people that come in, they need to either be a firefighter, a driver, or a lieutenant, whatever they're called upon to be. That is not the easiest push to always get these guys when they're working for other agencies, or they're on the SWAT team, or they're working at the hospital. So when that falls back, then we have to mandate our overtime. And we're doing it with the small core that we have. So that number, in this year, that was a true case this year, that number was elevated.
And how many full-time I mean, I'm just trying to educate myself.
Full-time firefighters, including the captain and myself, there's 11 of us.
11. Now, with an overtime budget of 58, would it pay to hire another person?
Well, we've explored that, but you have to keep in mind that we do shift work.
Right.
So where are you going to put that person? You're going to have 4 on one shift and 3 on all the others. So then you're only using them daytime hours. It didn't really kind of fit where we were going with this right now.
It seems to be the only thing I kind of like in the budget. Everything else, to me, looks good. The overtime is very high, I think. So
Well,
we
and
can curb that down somehow.
That number.
And it's less than last year. I'm looking at last year, which was 75,000.
Well, I had this conversation with Mr. Whitson, and overtime did come up, and I said, we didn't even get a fair shot at the 58,000, because what we dealt with this year is I had the entire department out except for 2 firefighters and myself with COVID. We kept that thing going for weeks with just a handful of people. Everything was overtime. Then, after the COVID cleared, we lost 3 people. All that backfilling until we started riding 2, that was all overtime.
That's it. You answered my question.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Scott Crone, Flagler Beach. I missed the last portion of the police part of it, but I just wanted to say the Facebook page that the police department does is fantastic. It really, I mean, I don't know how many subscribers are to it, but they get ahead of us. Their information is great. They're in front of all these things that are coming up. I think it's a great format, maybe for the city to take on and put something out there to get. Did you know that this is the mayor's job? Did you know that this is the city manager's job? I just wanted to touch on that, and that the fire department and police department are worth every penny plus.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
11,117.
There you go.
That's extra duties as a sign. Okay, any other questions for the fire chief? Okay, thank you, sir.
Appreciate your time.
All right, we'll move on to the beach department.
Beach lifeguard. Oh, I get a page out of it? Oh, okay, I skipped a page. Okay. Sorry. There we go.
Okay, does anyone have any questions on Mr. Commissioner Cooley?
Okay, Tom, if you could give clarity to, we have a couple lines, like, I'm sure Jane's probably got the same lines. I'll just start at the bottom and we can work up from there. Capitalized equipment. We have $9,000 for capitalized equipment. What is under that?
If you look at page 50.
Turn your mic.
11.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Capitalized equipment, the main thing there is a replacement ATV with lights and sirens there. We've gotten into a replacement schedule. We've tried every which way to make these things last in a salt air environment. And the best we can get out of an ATV is about 3 years. So we've got 3 ATVs running on the beach, and we're going to try to trade one in each year and out with the old one that's 3 years old and keep a constant replacement schedule there. And that's what it is.
Okay.
If you look at page 50, we're on the capital plan.
Under 50, all right. And then with that said, vehicle repairs and maintenance at 6,500, with new vehicles, wouldn't that go down?
Well, with one new vehicle, we've got 3 that are a year older and then 1 new one. So basically everything kind of stays the same there. And that's always a tough item to budget, especially repairs. You know, maintenance, we have a good handle on what we need to do as far as oil changes and salt protection coatings and things like that. But with repairs, a lot of it's guesswork, hoping that nothing's going to break down and we have nothing major. But
Tom, do you have those on a rotational basis, like the other vehicles in the city?
The ATVs?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, what about the other, do you have trucks and that kind of thing as well?
We've got 2 trucks that were donated, so okay. You can't beat the price on a donation, and we are going to run those until they fall apart. And it's kind of nice to get something a little bit older because it's already used, and we always feel bad about getting something brand new and running it out in the salt air and having it start to rust out in a few years, though. But and we're and with the donated vehicles, it's hit or miss. Every so often, St. John's District Water Management sends us a list of their surplus vehicles, and it's a lottery. You put in for what you like, and it's potluck whether you get something worth keeping or not, but we've been rolling the dice on that, and so far it's paid off.
Okay. Any other questions?
And equipment less than $5,000 has grown by 34%. What is that?
Equipment less than 5,000, that's probably replacing the...
It's the beach chairs.
Oh, the beach chairs.
They're in terrible.
Yes.
That we budget that this year.
And that's another...
The wheelchair.
Yeah.
All the beach chairs, including the ones that are fairly new?
Yeah,
Only the long layout ones were the only new ones. The other ones we've had for years.
And those were donated. We can't get new donations?
They don't work here anymore. The people who got them donated, used to work at the Hilton.
Yeah,
They don't work at the Hilton anymore.
Yeah, certainly we will try to get a donation, but, you know, we were trying to budget for what we felt like we needed, and those things are in bad shape.
Just real quick, one of my mom's caregivers, her husband is handicapped, and I told them about the chairs down here, and they came down here and used the chair, and it was just really a great experience, you know.
They're utilized quite a bit, and people are just so thankful. They're kind of shocked that we have them available for people to use and we don't charge for them. It's a really nice gesture on the part of the city to provide that.
Yes, because she also told me in order to rent one of those, it's $150 a day.
Wow.
Because she wanted to rent one for her husband so they could go somewhere else, $150.
Oof.
It's crazy. So yeah, it is a good service.
All right, any other comments, questions?
Last one I got is repairs and maintenance. The 3-year trend on that has grown quite a bit too. And what is falling under that?
Again, maintenance is maintenance. We can sort of project what we think we're going to be doing with maintenance. Repairs is just mostly guesswork. We try to think of the most extreme case scenario, and hopefully we don't need to spend that money, but we'd like to have it there if we do need it.
Rhonda's going to pull some notes, see what we have in the notes about that. Commissioner, hold on just a second.
So if a tower needs fixing or something, is that?
Right, or a vehicle, something major in a vehicle, but then in case if it's an old vehicle, we got to look, do we need to replace the vehicle, or is it worth putting money into replacing it? The towers are, most of the stuff we repair, we will try to repair in-house if we can.
Other than getting an answer, that's the only questions I got.
Okay, any comments?
Yeah, I see a big increase in travel and training.
And that fluctuates a lot too. For this year, well, for travel, we always like to bring a group out to go to the national competition and national meeting there. It's a good learning experience for the lifeguards there. This year it's out in California, and we looked at the price to get out there. The hotel, the host hotel, was $570 a night, and we said we just can't do that. So we decided.
Many groups can.
Well, is it even wise to go out to California?
Well, flying, we said we don't think we want to get on a plane and fly at this point, and getting the equipment out there, it just wasn't cost effective for us to go out and do it this year.
But that number is for national competition.
Yeah, that among other things, the travel and training. I wanted to get all my lifeguards trained in jet ski operation, pickups and rescue. That's expensive, and unfortunately, given the group I've got, being it's a seasonal position, my lifeguard career is usually about 6 years. I'll get them junior year of high school. Then when they get a little bit older, maybe 4 years through college, they'll work their summers as lifeguards. The only people that operate the jet skis are my lieutenants and captains. They're the people, they're a little bit older in a leadership role. And I really need to have them certified in jet ski training before I can put them out there making rescues. And I'll train them, only have them for a couple of years, and then the next person's going to move up. So we're constantly retraining, and I don't know if there's a way around that. That's just something we need to work with.
Commissioner, I don't know if this will help you any, but the notes that we have in the database indicate that most of the repairs and maintenance was for radios. And I know that you've got this really salty, caustic environment out there, and you guys have changed your procedures to try to cut down on the repairs, but it's still, that seems to be the main issue, is keeping the radios intact. Is that correct?
Yeah, electronics in that environment, it's just so rough on the equipment. And when we sent them out for repair, they said, let me guess, they're beach radios. They said all the beach agencies are constantly setting their radios in, and they are not cheap to get refurbished and repaired.
And which category does that fall under?
Repairs and maintenance. That's 304,600.
Oh.
Okay, any other questions? I just have one comment, and I know that we all probably have the same sentiment. We appreciate you, Tom. We know that you wear 3, 4, 5 hats. Sometimes you're here 7 days a week. You won't take off. But I'm just wanted to say thank you for everything.
Well, honestly, I got a crew that makes us look good.
I know, but they got a great...
They are young, and people's image of kids on the beach giving that kind of responsibility, they say, boy, good luck with that. But we've managed to get a really good, responsible group of guards in there, and they just do a fantastic job.
Well, they got a great leader, too, so we really appreciate it.
Thank you.
And good luck with your family, too.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Ditto to that. I'm here on Sundays working on the budget, and what happens? The door opens, and who is it? It's Tom coming in, checking on what's going on.
Looking for chocolate.
Yeah,
And didn't a couple of the lifeguards move into fire department?
Yeah, we had one get a job with our fire department here, and his brother got a job with the county.
Great. Okay, if no other questions, we'll move on. Thank you, Tom.
And Eric copied for me.
Okay.
He looked over at my book and said, what's Shaman ask?
Now we're ready for planning and zoning?
Planning and zoning, let's get it.
I don't have that.
Page 12.
Page 12.
Okay, I have one page up.
Tom was asking if he wanted to do recreation while he was here.
Oh, yeah. Instead of calling you back.
well.
What page is recreation on, y'all?
It is on page 25.
That was one thing I wanted to say thank you about in this book, that we're actually doing the things in the page order that they come. Usually they, thank you, Rhonda.
Until I request that we do recreation now.
Yeah, well, just to screw that up, but.
Well, plus two, we've gotten,
Usually we're jumping from the beginning of the book to the end of the book.
and now we have, now that we have this, it's an Adobe PDF program, and you can put files together and move, because you remember what the budget books used to look like, and I'd have pages like 27A.
Yeah.
Because you couldn't, we can do a lot more with it now, and it makes it a lot easier.
Okay, Commissioners, Mayor, do you have any comments on recreation? Questions?
Kane, you go first.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, the improvements at the WIC line is for the tennis courts, correct?
Yeah, I know the fence needs attention there. We're looking at the surface. There's a place where the roots of the trees are kind of coming up through it a little bit, and it's down the road pretty soon. We're going to need to do something there. Yeah.
Okay.
What was that again?
The tennis courts.
The tennis courts.
Attention to the upgrading.
So my question, and maybe this is more a Mr. Whitson question. We were supposed to be doing this prior years. We budgeted, I think, to fix this in prior years.
Mm-hmm.
So did we add something on that we need this extra 25,000, or I'm confused as?
Well, this kind of came about because I've had multiple requests from people there about pressure washing and, and then I got to going out there and actually looking at it. And you can see the alligator cracking starting, which means your foundation's going bad. And so the idea was, okay, because we just start setting aside some funds to begin working on this problem because, as Tom says, I think probably in the heat of the sun, I guess we might be able to get another couple of years out, Tom, but I mean, we're getting to the point where we have to do something.
Well, I'm not questioning that we need to do something,
Yeah.
but if we budgeted 566 last year, and did we finish that?
Oh, that's Pal Parker that's in there.
No, this is improvements to the wick line. it
You know,
says.
that could be, when I was putting the book together, it pulled some things.
Did it pull the wrong?
Categories. Let me
Well,
just look at
I
that.
think, Commissioner Mealy, what you're talking about is last year we budgeted money that has not been spent this year to fix parks.
Yes.
And so what Commissioner Mealy is asking is, if we haven't, and correct me if I'm wrong, if we haven't spent the money from last year, why are we doing it on this year also? Did I say that right?
If it's for Pal Parker, we are in.
It's not for Pal Parker.
I can only go by what it says here.
Okay, that, it should just say improvements. What happened was when I was trying to roll all the projects up together instead of having a bunch of different lines, and when it did that, it took different names occasionally. I thought I had cleaned them all up. It should just be improvements, and the improvement that was budgeted for $25,000 is the tennis courts.
Okay.
And the 500 from last year is Pal Parker.
Right.
Which we're in the middle of
We're
contract
doing
with
it
them
now.
It's under
Right.
construction now.
Yes, I know that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and so that one might not be completed, so. Oh, that's right.
But then getting back to the wick line,
I'm budgeting it, yeah. It's being duplicated.
getting back to the wick
I
line,
think I'd like to see
the
that.
project that Debbie was working on.
Yes, let me just kind of brief you on that. So we put some seed dollars in there to do design work, to prepare for the FERDAP grant that we're going to apply.
Where is that?
What, didn't we put some dollars in
Last
budget?
year we did, last year.
And then we were using those to get, move forward with a design, and then we're applying for the FERDAP grant, which is due in August. So that.
Where in the budget do I find that money?
From last year's.
Last year, yeah, it's part of the
where?
$566,000.
It was part of that roll-up, it was part of the improvement, what you labeled as improvements, right?
Right, so, yeah,
So that was part of this 566,000 from last year?
right, so improvements.
So it's not just Pal Parker, it's also the wick line
Right,
playground?
there was, all right, so we made a project out of it, let me see what else. I think we also did like a survey or something like that, we did a survey for the Wick Line Playground, okay? And then we had, I think 11,000, I know we moved some money for something and I can't remember. It was related to parks. Yeah, we moved it to that project, so.
Kathleen, how much was the survey?
It was $2,700.
So this 56,966 includes that survey?
It includes, no, the survey is up in professional. I'm looking. We have $11,940. We haven't spent it. We have not spent it yet. So it looks like all we've spent on this, from that seed money was $2,700, but I know, sorry, it's been a while since I've been sitting back here working. I can't remember. I know we did.
Karen has an update on that because she follows that closer than I do.
Yeah,
Go
there
ahead,
you
Karen.
Sorry about that. 11,000 has been earmarked for the Wick Line Park. It has nothing to do with the tennis courts. We're actually going to do some mulching and some improvements, aesthetic improvements. The other 18,000, I believe it is, Rhonda, am I correct with that? Or 16,000, goes to other parks.
So I'm sorry, Karen, if I'm dense.
You're tracking on the same
Okay.
thing I'm tracking on.
Here it says improvements to Wickline Park. I've been told that it shouldn't
It
just
should
be
just say
improvements.
improvements, period.
It should just
yeah.
be improvements. So among those improvements is the tennis courts at the Wickline?
No, ma'am.
No. I think.
Why, but it says that in the capital plan.
For the budget, there is $25,000 budgeted in the budget for 22, 23 to do tennis courts.
And that's where that $25,000 is in the line item that you're looking at.
Right. So to get back to my question, this almost 567 that was from last year, what was that for?
I'm trying to see what we moved money to something.
The 567, if I'm correct, wasn't that all Pal Parker plus the 11 and the 16,000?
Rhonda, you got the notes.
Yeah, so of that number, 534,000 is for Pal Parker. We've got the 11,940 for the Wickline Park.
The playground stuff? Like
Yeah, the mulch and stuff.
The plan that,
In the planning and everything.
And then 16,1 for other park improvements.
There you go.
Does that get us where we need
Yeah.
to go? Or sound about right?
If I may, just one clarification. As far as the park improvements that Commissioner Phillips is working on, and I am as well for the FERDAP, that was budgeted in the CRA.
I thought that's
It's
why
in the
that's-
CRA. It's in the CRA. It's not in recreation or parks.
Okay, that's where I got confused. Thank you.
Mr. Sherman.
So just to make sure that I'm tracking here, and I think what Commissioner Muley and I think Commissioner Cooley also mentioned. So I'm looking here, I don't want to skip around too much, but I am looking here at the capital plan here, and maybe I'm missing out here. But we did have $25,000 budgeted, and okay, never mind. I'm looking at the different years. I thought there was 25,000 for 21, 22 as well.
Was?
Okay.
For the next year.
Next year, okay, got it. Okay, I'm
Yeah, that
where we're at
capital
now.
plan,
Sorry.
that capital plan's only going to show 22, 23, and moving forward, it doesn't show the current year in what's in your book.
But last year, we budgeted 25,000 in Parks Reserve, and we budgeted 12,000 in improvements last year.
But this year, we're not budgeting anything in park reserves, according to this.
Is that correct?
And
It
that
is
money
blank.
really
Yes,
isn't
I know, it's
reserves
blank.
either. We didn't budget it, it'll go back.
So there's no reserve for parks for this year?
That money was, yeah, just a budgeted seed money, so if it's not used up by 9:30,
Yeah,
it'll go back.
that was seed money to start the planning process so we could get a plan to apply for these grants.
Okay.
That's what it was for.
All right, so the complaint that's come out lately about Palmetto Park,
Mhm.
and I know Debbie jumped right on that one too. Should there be money to clean that park up? Or is it coming out of the salary of the Parks Department people, which is probably where it should come from?
I think that, you have that $16,000
Yeah, it's coming
that
out
you're
of the-
talking about. That was part of the 25,000. I remember when they said seed money, I thought, are we spending $25,000 for grass seeds? I don't know.
It was
But yeah,
engineering.
that money is still, there's still 16,000 there, yeah.
And that park will be handled. It's already in the works.
Correct. But to Commissioner Mealy's point, we do have the money allocated to do that, correct?
This year,
In
yes.
In this year, okay.
This year.
Right, it's already been budgeted.
Right.
Okay. It just hasn't
It
been
hasn't-
spent. They haven't done anything with it.
Okay.
So if you look at where our budget is currently, of what we spent this year, recreation was budgeted 136,726, 136,000. That's what they were budgeted. So far this year, they've spent $19,000. You can see it when you drive around. So going back all the way to the very beginning of the conversation, Commissioner Mealy brought up, if we're budgeting this stuff and it doesn't get done and then we turn around and we budget it again, it's not really double dipping, but we're charging twice for something that we didn't even do the first time.
But are we budgeting again, or we're budgeting additional monies for something else?
See, I don't see on this one that we are budgeting again. That's what I was
Right.
trying
We're
to get
budgeting
down
for something
to.
else.
See
And
what?
I don't see that we're budgeting again.
Right, I know that we budgeted for park maintenance last year.
Right.
And that money hasn't been spent.
Correct.
And so one of the concerns is, if we're budgeting it and we're not spending it, knowing that we're not spending it, for instance, if we have a budget of $136,000, we only spent $19,000 of it, when we do this coming budget, should we be budgeting all this amount of money because we have over $100,000 in unspent funds from the year before?
Maybe this would be a good time for me to explain a little bit about encumbrances and all those things that happen with the budget cycle. So when you have a budget, we'll just continue that example. We have a $136,000 budget, and none of it is slated for capital projects or anything like that. So if that money's not spent, it goes back to the reserves. It goes back to the reserves. The only thing that gets rolled over is what you see when we do the encumbrance resolution in November. And that generally is for projects and capital equipment that have already started. So if the project is already started in this year, even if they've just done design, but last year we budgeted that we were gonna do like a well and the design. We started it with the design, so we take that money for the whole project and roll it in November in the encumbrance, okay? But things that aren't started at all, for example, Karen is not gonna start those decorative lighting this year. So that money's gonna go back. We're not gonna encumber what was in here from this year. We put it in the capital plan and it'll come out of the CRA. But things that are ordered, like for instance, the police vehicles, we had to encumber those in because they were ordered, they were budgeted, they were ordered prior to the end of the year, and now we didn't get them, but we don't want to, we're just going to take that money forward. But anything else, like finance doesn't spend $2,000 on travel and training, that money all goes back to the fund. Every single thing that isn't encumbered in that resolution in November, all of that money goes back.
So that 117,000 from the capital plan from last year will go into the reserve, you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, it's a capital plan. I thought you were talking about the recreation.
I'm sorry. I'm talking about the 136,000 that was allocated, the 19,000 that was spent. So the remainder of that 117,000, if it's not spent, will go back into the reserve, or can we earmark that to make sure we spend it on our parks because they need it?
I need to know, are you getting that number from the 5-year capital plan from last year, or just are you looking at the
Part of that number, though, Mayor, is salaries that will be spent. It's only the portion that.
Well, I was taking what Commissioner Cooley had said about the 136,000, and then the spending, we only spent the 19,000 from last year, so that gave that 117,000 for the reserve. It's not on it would be on his sheet then.
Let's just make it easier.
Okay.
So when you get into specific line items rather than general monies, right? So when I mentioned the 136, I was looking at the total in your budget report.
You're looking at the budget.
Yes, but I'll make it easier for everybody. I'll make it easier. We had specifically last year $13,000 set aside for repairs and maintenance, and we had another $12,000 set aside for improvements for the parks.
Mm-hmm.
And I would argue if little to any of it has been spent. So the question is, when we turn around, that money there, if it doesn't get spent, will go into general fund. It's not encumbered. It's going to go in a general fund, which means it basically goes away. Mm-hmm. And then we are turning around and we're budgeting it again this year for repairs. And that is, I don't know if that helps you out, Jane, but that's the kind of the crutch of where my pain points are.
So I guess what I'm trying to understand this too. So what happens is once it goes back into the general fund and this budget year comes up, what we're doing is just reallocating those same dollars that were returned to the general fund back to that particular line item.
That's not what's happening. We're budgeting new money.
But the old money's going back.
But the old money's going back.
The old money is going into general fund.
You have to look.
You're not pulling, when you budget new stuff, you're not pulling from general fund. You're charging new stuff.
This is part of the general fund.
But you're not pulling from reserves. When this isn't spent, it goes into the general fund. If you want to take it out of general fund, you have to pull from reserves. Taxing new items is not pulling from general reserves. That is taxing citizens for new stuff.
But I guess the question is, when you allocate those dollars, for example, the park, is that coming out of the general fund or reserves?
Comes out of general.
Comes out of the general.
Yeah, unless
Okay.
we have a specific reserve set up for
Right.
parks,
Then
it's going to come out of general fund dollars. And if we make it a reserve, like if you say, okay, we're going to budget $25,000 for the parks, and if it doesn't get spent, it's going to go to a reserve for parks.
But that's not what we did.
But that's not
It just
what you
goes
did.
back into the general
So this will
fund.
go right back to the general fund.
So it's not rebudgeting it all, we're not double budgeting
No, we're not double,
Right.
no. It's
Because
kind
it's
of like,
going
think
right
of
back to the
it
general
being
fund.
your own, your own budget. You made a budget to do $500 for landscaping, and then you didn't do it. That money's still there, It's
It's
still
there in reserves now.
It's in your reserves, yeah.
Yes.
And now it comes next year, you still have that same $500, you're going to use it again.
So it comes out of reserve again.
Yeah.
But it doesn't get
Again, this is
rebudgeted.
why I'm
Wherever it's
suggesting
general.
that we spend a little more time on the 5-year capital plan, because that's where I think we can, if you want, specific capital projects done or targeted projects done, that's where we could spend a little more time, kind of planning those out.
Okay, I mean, I'd like to see that because, and a lot of it is because we haven't had staff and resources to actually get these things done. So I think that's an important component there, because once we do that, then we can say we have a schedule in which these particular items are actually going to be, instead of just budgeting for them, we actually have a schedule for them to actually get done.
Right, and if you create, if you have, let's just keep with the parks. We have a parks project that we'd like to get done 2 years from now, and we know it's going to cost us $300,000 to do that. Well, then that's when you say, I'm going to save $100,000 this year. That goes into reserve, similar to how we purchased the fire truck or what some of the things that we've done in this way, and this is exactly what Mr. Whitson is saying. We need to have a good capital plan, and then we need to plan for it. Capital plan is a great tool because it helps you look at all different things. Like if you've got a lot of big projects going in utilities, they're going to come up in 5 years, you need to start watching the revenue streams now, and that's what it's all about. But yes.
So we haven't, so to make it clear for everyone, we typically have not had a capital plan in the past, which means that a lot of the things that we're talking about that we wish we had done or which we could have done without that capital plan, it was just, there was no one there monitoring, and there's no mechanism to monitoring those particular projects.
But we did have a
We've had
capital plan.
every year.
Which is not, we didn't follow it.
It wasn't monitored.
Yeah, we've never had a really strong capital plan because just exactly what Commissioner Bryan said is because we don't have enough staff to really have the time to do the research and figure all
That was
those
in the
components.
past.
That was in the past.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman,
I'm sorry.
Yeah, so no worries. No, I think that, personally, I kind of, what Commissioner Cooley, kind of go back to what he was saying about with the TAC, we're going to ask for additional money this year. So if I came out, just kind of roughly, these numbers are, again, I thought I heard about 117,000 we still had left over, right? And then they said 136 this year, is that right? For this year that we budgeted?
So it's 136,746.
Okay, so that puts us at we'll make numbers even. That's $253,000. I mean, and I appreciate the fact that you mentioned about, we reinvest that into the general fund and, but just looking at everything we're spending this year, I know we've already kind of agreed that, we're all kind of in consensus of getting our first responders and law enforcement officers and things. Maybe this is one of the areas that we pull back. I mean, for the fact that, I know we have the $300,000 that we're looking at, revitalizing the park. We have I think it's, not to skip around, but I think it's another item for the WIC line with the bathrooms. I mean, we're dropping a lot of money into the WIC line alone this year. So maybe this is the time that we decide to say this is where we can start shaving some money off just this year for the WIC line. I mean, based on everything else that we're spending. That's just my thought this year would be that we, take,
Is that part of the modules?
I just want to disagree a little bit, or straighten you out a little bit. The bathroom at the WIC line is for the inside, for the people who work in the building department, and so don't mix those two things up. Right now, we're talking about the outside, the park where the kids play. So the bathroom is a separate issue.
And I don't want to belabor the point. I want to try to oversimplify it. So if we budget something for, let's say, taking care of a park, we'll just say $20,000, throw it out there. If the money doesn't get spent this year, it will end up going to general fund reserve for the next year because it didn't get spent. If it gets budgeted again in this hypothetical year next, then in fact, the citizens will end up paying twice for it because it didn't get put as a capital project where it was paid for by general fund reserve dollars. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. Unless you direct it to go back and say, we're going to reach back into the general fund reserve and pull that money back out, it'll end up being a new charge. So hopefully that kind of...
They're paying $40,000, for your example, they're paying $40,000 for a $20,000 job.
If the chips fall that way in that hypothetical example.
Right.
That's only if you don't earmark it as reserve.
Right.
Correct?
And that's what, and it's sounding to me like that is the direction that this commission should start going.
Right.
I know a lot of places do that. They make their reserves, just like we've done for a few things like our land purchases and stuff like that. And I believe we do have a reserve for parks. I just think it all got spent at some point.
Yeah, there are restricted funds in the reserves. You heard, I think we have a report that we can share with them. Mm-hmm. But there are certain restrictions in the general fund. And in the past, I guess all the parks reserves have been spent, so we just budget it. But if you want to start doing that, I think that'd be a good idea.
Mm-hmm. I would.
I think that's part of it. And the other part of it is here again, you directing the staff to put a priority on what they're going to be working on. I mean, because we do have parks. I never knew that the park on Palmetto even existed. So that's why
they don't know about the one by your house either.
I know, and right. They don't know about the one by
Custer.
Custer.
The slide.
So here again, it's and we talk about this guy right here. He's wearing what, a half a dozen hats.
We don't have a full-time parks
we don't
director.
Have a full-time parks director.
His efforts are all on top of what he does with Ocean Rescue. Plus, Bill Clemens also contributes to this, and a portion of the salaries you see in that budget go towards the maintenance crew that helps do all this.
Right. I mean, I think we're getting into the weeds here, and we're talking about operational type procedures here, in which the city manager needs to work with Tom and Bill in order to work these things through. Because I mean, this guy's got his hands full, and I'm not blaming you, Tom, by no means, because there's a lot of damn things that you're doing. I don't know how you do it. But, I'm just, for procedural direction, I think that's something that we can work out. And to get back to the point that everyone is making here, if we decide that Palmetto is a priority this year, then we're going to earmark some dollars or in a reserve for Palmetto, for Custer, for the Veterans Park or wherever it is, and then we can work through there. Next year, we can say, all right, this was already in the reserves, we didn't spend it, whatever. So I hope this helps what we're trying to do here.
And if it is your direction, we could take, if we don't spend the balance, the full $25,000 that we start for seed money, we can encumber that and create a reserve from the 21 from this current year's budget, 22.
Okay, commissioners, can we get a consensus on that as we're moving forward to just do that?
Encumber it?
Encumber it? Okay,
So,
I think we have direction on that.
Start a parks reserve.
We're going to, starting by encumbering what we have in the
And we're
current
probably going to
budget.
find as we go through, there are going to be some other areas that we're going to probably want to do
Now,
the same
and,
kind of
and then
thing.
did we budget something in this year's budget for parks?
You mean the current budget year?
I'm
Yes.
talking about the budget we're looking at for the future.
For the, yes, you have under repairs and maintenance 13,000 for just general, and then you have 25,000 under WIC line.
Right, well, yeah, but remember, that's really tennis courts, that's an error. So if you want to make, so you're saying the repairs and maintenance, so when you get to the end of the year, I don't know, I'm trying to wrap my head around what's the best way to do this. I mean,
Let's not encumber it. Let's fix the parks with the
yeah,
money
let's
we have
just do the
budgeted.
work, okay. And that could be a different approach you take too, is like at the, you know, we could look at what's left at the end of the year, but let's not get all caught up in it now.
Yeah, it's a good approach because you're going to be getting a report soon once they finish the work. Do you know that this city has never had a parks impact fee? So if you grow the city, and that's in theory, you can charge under the law a capital charge that would go in to help improve these parks, right? And you never had that. And so that was one of the things we identified as a weakness, and that study's being done, and it'll be coming back to you soon. We don't have a police impact fee. We don't have a fire impact fee. We don't have a parks impact fee. So we need to have the new growth pay the fee into the fund to help, you know, take care of these capital needs.
Okay.
Gene, were you done
Yeah,
with
I'm
the
done.
lines? I just had a couple
Sure,
questions
go ahead,
about lines. So, operating supplies, promotional items, there's $45,300 budgeted. What is that?
Oh, did I not take that out?
Where are you? Oh,
It's line
I got it.
30525.
No, we left that, that's the fireworks. You know, a good portion of that is fireworks. And
That's if you
4th
want
of
to do
July.
fireworks next year.
Okay, you roll that in here because that's something
Because
that we're
the
not going to get
TDC
funding.
isn't
We're not
going-
getting funding on
no.
that anymore. Okay.
So,
Like the porta potties, if you're gonna do the fireworks, are the buses in there?
Yep.
We do the caravan buses.
where are you going to set them off from?
That's all to be worked out. I mean,
Okay.
So the question is do we want to
do you want
budget
to
it or
budget it
okay.
or not? Yes, sir.
Okay. And then, just for clarification, and I think Jane touched on this, the 25,000 for improvements to Wickline Park is to resurface the tennis courts. Was that correct?
What you should do is just scratch out Wickline Park. It shouldn't say Wickline
So
Park.
it'll
Should
just be improvements. And what is that 25 going
And
to?
it's for
Just
the
park
tennis
maintenance?
courts. I must say, you know, I tried to do those little boxes at the bottom stating what it was. I must
Yeah.
have missed that one.
So, but the improvements is to resurface the tennis courts?
It would be kind of a down payment on that. It would probably take a lot more than that to do it, but that would be kind of like a
More than
start.
25,000?
So if you look at the capital plan on page 51, which
Right.
is where I got the tennis courts
Right.
information from to start with, there's $25,000 budgeted.
And that's why I'm pointing that out. I'm kind of maybe,
You've actually got it at 50,000 though. It's over the next two, it's over two budgets, I think.
yeah.
So what needs to happen here is we need to
Page
make that
51,
a reserve. We need to make that a
recreation.
parks reserve. We're not going to call it improvements. We're going to call it the parks reserve. Is
Well,
that? is
wouldn't it
everybody
be
agree?
tennis court reserve? Because you mean, you
Well,
have
if
it
you
as
wanna-
tennis court
Yeah, if you want to
improvement.
make it that specific, we should do that.
But that's what it is, right?
Okay.
So you,
But if we call it, and maybe it's just semantics. If we call it a tennis court reserve, does that mean that we do not fix the tennis courts this year? That the complaints about them being gummy and cracked and
well, we're taking care of those complaints through, you know, pressure washing and maintenance, but the actual structural integrity of it is what I was looking at, and that's what needs to be addressed down the road.
so that
We
would
don't have to
come
do it right
under
away, but
repairs and maintenance is where that would come?
Yeah.
Okay. Then I'm good with what you just said.
So we're going to make it our reserve, tennis court reserve.
Is that what you want? Commissioners?
So we
I don't-
can't take.
I don't think it's the right thing to do right now.
Why can't we just
25,
have a
right?
reserve and tennis courts being part of that? Be part of it?
Exactly.
Yeah, 'cause we had a-
That's what
Is
I
that-
was
think
trying
that's
to
what
say.
you were doing.
That's where I'm leaning, but y'all are the ones that
That-
make the decisions.
I think that makes more sense.
We'll call
I think
it-
so too,
we
because
put
you have notes in
25,000.
your budget as to what it's for.
Right.
Right, yeah, because we'd be restricted to the tennis courts if we had it just as a tennis course fund, right? So,
Correct.
So we're gonna
just
call
call it a Parks Reserve.
reserve for
Parks Reserve
parks,
Fund.
and we're gonna put 25,000 in there,
All right.
right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I got a question. Okay. Real quick, you're gonna put 25,000 in reserve for,
Parks.
okay, so you all are kind of talking right in a way that if you don't spend the budget, you can put, I get part of, should go to the general thing and grow it. But that extra, it's almost like an incentive for the department, that if they save money, isn't that where you could do the bonus concept instead of a pay raise per se and things like that? And then some of it should go back to the people that paid it, which would be the taxpayers. If you don't spend it all, just like all these years, like you say, if you don't spend 25,000, I gave it to you to do the park. Well, you didn't do the park, so I should get it back. So it's got to be run like a business, kind of, instead of the city thing that you're doing, where it just always goes, I didn't spend all mine in my department because I was a good steward of it. That money should go back to the people that paid it in, or you should find a better way to earmark where it goes. So it shouldn't just be parks repair. If you've got a project, it should be the tennis courts. Once the tennis courts get funded and you fix them, you can start another fund. But if you put it general, someone might say, well, I don't need the tennis courts, but I want to do a slide over here instead, and it comes out of that same fund. The next year, the tennis courts blow up and the roots come through, and now we don't have the 25,000. You should do it per project. Now, your paperwork might get bigger, but you should have those funds reserved for one item, pay for them, and move on.
I understand your concept, but if we did that, we'd have to line item every single project.
Well, you might have to, because I'm telling you, that's where you end up overspending, because something gets reserved, doesn't get done, you pay something else, all of a sudden the reserved item supposedly that was started comes due, you don't have the money. Now I got to raise your taxes again because we didn't do it in the timely manner with earmarks. I'm just saying there's.
All right, thanks. Okay,
Now, Paul,
okay.
or Flagler, a comment, not a question.
Well, can you
And-
talk into the mic?
Sorry,
Thank you.
better?
Yeah.
Okay. A comment rather than a question. And that has to do with, as I'm listening down here, I'm getting a little bit concerned with that concept of a slippery slope when we start talking about taking a lot of money that has not been spent in a budget year and start creating reserves. It's very, very easy to take that concept and continue it on. Before you know it, your budget has multiple reserve funds. And I think it might be better for you to consider something on the order of what you're talking about with these tennis courts, is to allow those people in the administration that actually work with the Parks and Recreation to come to you again next year if they're not going to be able to spend that money this year, and apply for that money again. And my own belief is that that money, we're talking about $25,000, needs to go back into the city's general fund. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, in the interest of time, in order to be able to move forward, what I'd like to do is try to keep your comments or your questions to the issues that we're discussing. And we appreciate your comments and all, but these are general comments, and we're trying to address some of the specific questions that we have on the budget items that
I
are here.
think what Paul just said is relevant, but
relevant,
I
but
would
it's not
like to
practical.
see the jobs get done.
Me too.
You know,
Yeah.
if we have this 25,000, let's do the jobs. If they don't get done for myriad reasons, because we only have one person in charge and a minimal staff, then that money goes into that reserve. And then when it comes up again next year, that Palmetto Park still hasn't been cleaned up, or whichever park, let's pick on Carver Park for a change, then we could say, well, we have this money, we don't need to budget for it again, let's do it.
Well, the only point I'm making is, are we going to line item every single reserve for Palmetto, for Custer?
No.
Okay.
At least I don't think so.
Okay,
We
well,
have
that's where I thought you were going.
Parks money.
Because that's where I thought we were going, is down that road.
No, I'm sorry.
If we're
Just
talking
general
about general parks,
Parks in general.
then we have, I mean, we should be able to budget enough money to cover all of the parks once we've identified them. And then if the dollars aren't spent, then.
That's what
That
you're doing.
makes-
You're budgeting
Okay.
$25,000 to do improvements on
Any park.
You kind of were talking about the tennis courts, I don't know. But you can spend some of that money this year, this upcoming budget. So
Exactly.
You spend 15, now there's still 10 left. Instead of that 10 going back to the general fund, the 10,000 will go to reserve. So come the 23-24 budget, you want to spend $40,000 on parks. Well, you can use that 10,000 to offset.
And budget
You know
30.
what I'm saying?
Yeah.
As opposed to making taxpayers come up with 40, you
Mhm.
only have to come up with 30 because they've already saved. It's kind of like their own little savings account.
Sure.
But you don't want $1 million of them.
Okay.
I think James had.
Oh, yeah, so we can do that
go
this
ahead.
year, right? So like we're going to go ahead and move forward. I just make sure.
We can do it this year.
All
All
right,
right,
that's all I have.
yeah. We don't want Bill Egan upset.
Where are we?
Okay, now we're
We
back
were
to
on
planning and
25,
zoning.
and page 25 with parks. Anything else? And then, otherwise, we'll go back to the page we were on.
Yeah, page
Right?
12.
Page 12.
Tom?
Thanks, Tom.
Thank you, Tom.
Okay, Commission? Any comments on Commission?
Yeah. Oh, no, we're on planning and zoning.
I'm sorry. Where are we?
Page 12.
Oh, I'm on 13.
Hey, guys, I got a quick question, just general before we get started. What incentives do department heads get for saving money? Because I think that's what he was touching on, and I'm just trying to figure that out. It's my first budget workshop, so just trying to figure that out.
That's up to him.
There's no policy or money set aside for bonus structure in the city that I'm aware of.
That makes me a little nervous if we did have that, because, oh, if I don't spend any money this year, looks like I'm saving lots of money, I should get a bonus.
But they didn't do
But
anything.
they didn't do the job either.
Right.
That's why we have a city manager, right?
Ravi?
No, ultimately, it was just trying to see how can we make things more efficient, save taxpayer money, and it's not, we're not going to do nothing about it, but to the point is, yeah, we do have an executive, but what I think citizens and what we would like to see is, yeah, what if the police chief does save money this year, if the fire chief saves money this year, it's not necessarily going to them, but then again, it's either going into reserve, or is there any kind of plan for it? And that's,
Yeah,
I guess,
I
the general
totally
question.
get your question, and there are communities that do have those policies, and I'm open to that, but I need direction from the commission about that. That's not something I want to come in and create. And I will tell you, to a department, all of them save money. All of them.
And then that money usually just goes into a general fund
Just
or
goes
reserve.
back to the general
It's in the reserve.
Goes back to where it came from.
So the better we do, the larger the reserve, and then the less we have to increase taxes, we can actually lower taxes.
But here's the thing, not spending money and not doing things is not doing better. It depends on the department. That's the issue. If you're working in the parks department and you're budgeted $25,000 to keep our parks right, and you don't keep them right, and you saved a ton of money, you're not doing better.
Oh, no, I agree with that 100%. It's just like what Bobby did with the camera. Instead of spending $3,500, he spent $350. Like, that's great, right? And then his budget then will either be increased or decreased following the year because of how he did or what he did or basically, I'm just trying to figure out how we can make it
Where
more
captain
efficient.
of police saved the city $100,000 on the cameras. He got an accommodation from the mayor for that. It's not a financial bonus, but it was very recognized in a meeting, and it was a big deal. But as far as day-to-day goes, that'd be up to this gentleman over here.
I know if you don't necessarily see them, although you could. They're online. With each agenda packet are reports from every department head in the back. And if you read the ones from the water department, Jim Raymer is always saying, and I don't know the employees' names, but Johnny Jones did this job that saved the city $80,000 by not farming it out. And almost every other week, or I guess we get his reports monthly. Every month there's something like that in there.
Oh, no, that's great. I'm just trying to, again, understand the budgeting process and how it works and what the motivation is for department heads, rather than, hey, we better spend all this money, because if we don't, then it just goes back to the general fund. But
Yeah, I don't get that feeling from staff, and of course, William would know better, but I don't get that feeling from staff. They're allowed to spend every money that's in the budget.
Oh, I agree with you there. They're doing the best job that they can, but again, ultimately, as a resident too, I'm just trying to figure out, okay, how can we save money? How can we lower taxes? How can we lower this, as opposed to raise? So.
Okay, thanks, John.
I mean, from a practical point, I understand what you're saying, and that particular process or incentive can be used in some districts, certainly in business, commercial business. It's difficult to do that in the government on multiple levels in different agencies. For example, the police chief, he was given an example of the roof, and they saved quite a bit of money, but what he did was he used that to do something else on his building in order to save additional dollars on his budget. I don't know, we could certainly talk about it in another setting to see how that could be implemented, even to the point of maybe a days off or something like that. But I find it kind of difficult to do in the small budget. I mean, it seems like a large budget, but we have a small budget in order to be able to incorporate something like that. But that's just my thoughts. But I think it's a good suggestion, Johnny, I really do. Okay. Any questions on planning and zoning?
Yeah. Travel and training went up $1,000. Do you know why? Rick?
Let's check our note. Got anything on that, Rhonda?
Travel and training?
Mm-hmm.
No, this is planning and zoning, so it would be for like Bonnie and,
Yeah, I think there's certain
LBTR.
certifications that they're trying to get. Take a look and see what the notes say. I know, does code enforcement fall into that?
yes.
Yes.
Okay, there's certain certifications that John, I know, went off to training and got this year.
Yes, I believe there's 6 certifications for John.
Yeah. So we're looking at our notes.
Can you, it looks like here that there was an extra $1,300 proposed here for is that the same thing, the contractual services that you guys were just touching on? You guys touched on the travel, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so yeah, if you look here, there's an addition, there was none proposed by, it looks like Mr. McFadden didn't propose any, and then there was a $1,300 proposal by the city manager. Just wanted to get some clarification on that line.
The code enforcement, was that possibly increase because he was going for his level 2 license, your increase in travel and training? Because he just obtained level 1 this year.
Yeah, so that's what that's for?
Probably, my guess.
Yeah, so back to the other question, you have code books.
FACE training and then the FACE conference.
That's Florida Association of Code Enforcement,
Right,
yes.
code enforcement expenses was that.
Yes.
And then there was another line item you're asking about, the
Contractual services.
$1,300 in there.
Oh, that's for BSNA training, BSNA.
That's the BSNA. That's the software training for
It's the actual
the support for the accounting system that runs the city. Basically, it's our accounting package.
Or as Kathleen would call it, the new software.
The new software from 2012.
I had a question.
Well, yeah.
Ms. Cooley?
Well, I wasn't done. yet.
Go ahead, Jane.
I wasn't done.
Oh, you're
I
not
don't
done?
know if
Oh, I heard there's a hesitation. We got to keep moving.
Sorry. Printing and binding, was printing and binding? Yeah, office supplies went up quite a bit.
These two items there.
Not according to this.
No.
Office supplies went up $700.
For the city manager's recommendation.
Okay. Is there wayfinding signs?
Wayfinder?
I thought that was somewhere else.
Bonnie had submitted it.
The wayfinder signs were through planning and zoning, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what the
I
thousand.
could swear wayfinding signs was someplace else, but okay, if that's
Yeah,
what it is.
that's where it got put.
You probably saw it earlier under revenues, potentially.
Maybe.
Because we
I
did
don't
cover it.
remember, there's too
Yeah,
much
in office
stuff here.
supplies.
And
It was based on prior year's plans, we had over $300.
Okay, they kept going over, so we put more money in there.
All right. And then one more question under the capital plan.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I see that this 19.5 is for, I don't know what it's for, but if you look at the capital plan on page 51, the building inspector's vehicle for $55,000 in the budget is listed under the code inspection on page 44.
Yeah,
But
wait a
things
second.
No, that's-
seem to be in the wrong place.
That's two different vehicles.
Yeah.
We have code enforcement officer has a vehicle, and the building official and the building inspector have vehicles.
Okay, then something's not listed here, or something's listed in the wrong place.
Yeah, you're right, Jane. This second year out, this right here, that should be under, not under general, it should be under the BCI. Like, it should be a fund, BCI. That's all. But that's not affecting this year's budget, I don't believe, or do?
Yeah, so
Talking about in the capital plan?
the capital plan, the 19.5, isn't that the bathrooms
Yes.
improvements inside?
Yes, and I'm not questioning that.
Yeah.
Oh,
But what I did was I pulled out all these pages of the capital plan,
Right.
and I matched them up with the comments at the bottom of each page here to
Right.
see, and sometimes it didn't work.
Yep.
Yeah, and the
This
reason.
was one of those times.
Yeah,
Yes.
see, these ones that say BCI fund, they should be, over here, it should be BCI, not general, because it's its own fund. That's right. Thank you, James.
So if I look on, now, because I did this late last night, let me catch up with myself. So on page 51, where it says building inspector vehicle, that should not say BCI fund.
It should say, it should be, what, the
Or-
very first column, instead of being general fund, it should be building code, and it should be BCI, building code inspection, because that's its own fund. The building code officials are paid out of those funds, permit techs are paid out of those funds, and these are vehicles for them,
Okay,
all part of upholding the building code.
So it's not coming out of general fund,
It's not
coming out of
coming out of general
BCI
fund,
fund.
that's just a
Okay.
mistake. It should be the very first column, we need to create a fund for BCI, just like we have for CRA and utility.
Building code by Florida statute has to be self-supporting.
Right.
And that's, yeah, it was just a
okay.
mislead.
So the car on page 44 is that other car.
Page 44, is that building code inspection?
Oh,
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, Commissioner.
That's right, Jane, thank you.
Question?
Yeah, I just had a question about the price point of the vehicles for the inspector. You know, I mean, we budgeted 45.5 for specialized vehicles for our police department. I think it came out to about 44,000 for all the bells and whistles. So at $55,000, I mean, what kind of vehicle are we looking to get? I mean, do we need, and you know, I mean, I'm not, you know, I don't know what kind of vehicles you guys need at a $55,000 price point. I'm just thinking, you know, maybe we could downsize the Rangers or something. I don't, with the, you know, to save us some expenses for gas and other things, unless, you know, you guys need something for your tools. I mean, I don't know. I'm just, you know, just asking about that price point.
The last vehicle that I bought was substantially less. We buy it through the sheriff's. 55,000. We plug that number in as a possible. We're looking into smaller vehicles, definitely.
So that was a placeholder?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so the idea is with price escalations, we put in a number we thought it might be. Obviously, we'll shop it and try to bring the number down.
Do we need a new car for the department?
We're trying to get as much trade-in value as possible. We're going to a 5-year, less than 50,000 miles. That's our best bang for the buck on a trade-in. When we hit that 50,000, when we go over 50,000, they tear us up on trade-in.
And didn't you have some repairs that had to be made because of getting rusted?
Yes. Now, if the commission wants to put it off for another year, I have no issue with that. My truck especially, my truck is the oldest one of the three.
You have a F-250?
Yes, sir.
And then the inspectors have 150s?
There's a 150 and a 250.
Okay.
All I know is I don't want to end up in an Elaine Coward thing happening again.
Oh,
Code person from 100 years ago literally put her feet through the floorboards.
Well, we'll make sure that doesn't happen.
I don't want to go back to that.
I was going up A1A in a Dodge that they gave me, and the brakes went out.
Oh, that might have been the same one. Maybe they filled it in the whole.
No, that was a little red truck.
I'm kidding.
Okay.
Does this department take their vehicles home? I'm just wondering if we're doing a trade-in at 50,000 miles, how can we keep our miles lower on these vehicles?
You
So
don't
these
take it.
these go to the shop every night?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Commissioner Cole.
First thing is, I noticed we're jumping between capital and budget. I hope we are going to cover capital by itself also, because I have questions about that as well. But on planning and zoning under other salaries, we have $42,006, which is up significantly. What is going under other salaries and wages?
for some reason, you know, I've always just followed suit, but for some reason, the code enforcement officer was always budgeted there, so I didn't change it just to, so that's the code enforcement officer's salary.
Then I guess the question is why such a big increase? It's a almost 20% increase. Because we have decision modules for pay, so I'm assuming it's not pay changes.
Doesn't he get an extra amount
He's supposed to get
when
an
he
extra
gets his
$1 an hour once
certification?
he got his certification, which he just obtained. And then I thought there was something that was a question about probation.
Yeah.
But I know another $1 an hour after certification
Yeah.
obtained, which he just did.
So it has to do with time and grade and then certification, which he went to school and earned.
Okay, I got a question also in regard to this, like other positions that we try to fill. What's the, I guess I'm going to say difficulty in hiring these individuals as well? Because I know that position was vacant for some time.
Yes, it was vacant for quite a while. Nobody applying for it.
Okay.
And part of that is because we do require a certification for that person.
Okay. And the current person that we have is what, former law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay. And he's getting
31 years, St. John's Sheriff's Department.
And he's getting a certification for, all the certifications for code enforcement.
He has the first certification, yes.
All right, okay.
Right. But if there's going to be any raises in there, that would be under a decision module. It wouldn't be under this.
Right.
Correct. That was the additional increase was just like a certification thing.
Okay. And the other comment I have is under the restroom renovation. I think $20,000 is way too much for a standard restroom in a building.
There's a men's and a women's, and they have to be brought up to ADA if we do any improvements.
Okay, that's still a lot of money for two, when it's just a sink and a toilet and a grab bar.
There are stalls in each one of them. I think there's 4. How many are in? I know there's at least.
There's 2 stalls in the men's, 2 stalls in the women's, 2 urinals in the men's.
Is there 3?
3 in the women's.
Yeah, and
and that $20,000 price, that was a year ago.
Yeah, I was going to say, I thought it was low.
yeah, and that is another project that can be done in phases too. This WIC line building in general originally started years ago. It was budgeted for like about $90,000 of upgrades, which was supposed to be all encompassing, which was supposed to be offices, meeting rooms, and restrooms. And this has become an absolute money pit. Every year we're dumping about $100,000 into this building. And that's not even counting grants and all the wind mitigation and stuff. And at some point, we got to dial back. This building cannot be a sieve. And so I just think, in my opinion only, if I was to have input on it, which I do, we are at that point and we need to slow it down and not try to overbuild, not try to overextend. I get we want to have ADA compliant stuff. I would also argue it should have been done years ago when it was originally converted over. But do it in phases. Just slow it down a little bit. This building is costing way too much year in and year out. That's my only input on it. And I think that's one question.
And a question from the city attorney as well as that particular building. I know I've been over there multiple times. I looked at the renovations. I looked at the bathrooms and this kind of thing here. Also looking at possible revenue streams. Is that a building with, once the bathrooms are completed, it would be able to be rented out or anything of that nature?
Yes. Correct. We don't really receive any rent from users at this point. We haven't charged for any of the things. That's a policy decision. Plus, this is the only money that I'm aware of we're putting into the building. The rest of it is grant money. Obviously, we have to match some of the grants, but this is it, isn't it, Rick?
2 years ago, we did a renovation on it that was a general fund. The year prior to that, I went to the home builders and asked if they had an issue with me taking money out of my enterprise fund to do our offices. And I literally went over with our code enforcement officer and we did the framing, we hung the drywall, we pulled the wire. So the only 2 years ago, when we stopped the lease with the private school, we did spend, I think it was $90,000 or $100,000 for the renovation then, yes. But that's the only money that I'm aware of that came out of general fund. We haven't spent any money since then.
So what you're saying is the $90,000 came out in general fund, but the rest of it came out of dedicated building fund, and then the rest of it's been grants?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I'll circle back to the bathrooms being renovated. Can we rent that place out? Or at least
So right now, currently,
the space?
there is codified rental prices for it, but they are very low.
Mm-hmm.
And the only people who ever calls to rent it are not-for-profits, and I think they pay $5. So it's not even worth turning the power on. Currently, you're in with an MOU with Salty Church, who uses the senior center and portions of the WIC line center 2, possibly 3 nights a week. So then again, other people coming in asking about it. Since we have that agreement, we're in contract with them, we have to work around that.
Okay, I guess what I'm saying is if it was promoted, if it was a space that's usable, it's the only place that has any size here on the beach. Is that something that we could possibly form as a policy, except the women's club? Why?
That's the woman, no, that's the only other place.
Oh, except the women's club. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I don't want to leave you out.
I think
I'm just saying, it's just something for us to think about in the future.
I think the answer is yes. There's also the consideration that we were looking at the possibility of using a portion of the space for a health clinic.
Okay.
Which, we would, that's still a future decision. So I think the use of the facility is a future policy discussion, and yeah, we're getting it to a point where we need to kind of make some decisions, I think.
Yeah, I guess, and here again, to Commissioner Cooley's point, can we just hold off this year and just kind of wait? If we're not, if it's just being used for that, is it something that we could consider?
We had one of the employees trip on the tile. The tile is literally curling up off the floors. We had an employee trip on it the other day.
All right, I guess that answers my question.
So you fix it. You don't need to spend $20,000 to fix some tile. You can put some stalls in there. You don't need to have 3 in one shot. Again, I'm just being devil's advocate, but it can be done in phases.
Yeah, I agree. The thing is, there's some things that we'd have to fix. If the floor is bad, but I think the stalls are already there. It's just a matter of renovating some of the spaces there, correct?
Yes, the stalls are there.
All right, so I guess what we can, we could sit here and deliberate all day long, but the bottom line is, I think what the commissioner is saying here, let's look at it to see if we can take care of the safety issues, maybe save some dollars, and then next year, look at moving in again another phase.
Rick, when do we have to be ADA compliant? Is there a time frame to, or is
No,
it
it's
just...
all based on the cost of the alteration.
And then again, if
We
wait,
have-
materials are not.
But everything's going to go up.
We have a stall in each that sort of meets the ADA compliant. It met it 20 years ago. It doesn't meet today's requirements.
So anybody and everyone that comes into that building has to use those bathrooms?
No, we have a restroom in the lobby that when the renovation was done, we did put an ADA compliant restroom in the lobby.
Okay, all right.
The only problem with that is you have to come in from the north door for the ramp and come all the way down the hall and into the vestibule to get into that ADA compliant.
All right.
Well, I would rather see us do the project, get it done, because it ain't going to be cheaper next year.
I'm in agreement with that.
Or the year after that.
I'm in agreement with that.
We'll move forward then.
Can I ask Rick a question? Rick, percentage-wise, how much is that building being used right now? You have your offices, and then you have that whole back area. I can't get past the plexiglass, so I don't know.
Yeah, the 2 conference rooms, they're being used by the church.
By the church, not by the town.
No.
We've used them as well. We
Okay.
used one of them.
You talk about a 5-year plan. Is there any plan on maybe moving?
Bruno, she's answering your question.
Okay.
There's also 2, the CRA director and the project manager is also behind that hallway. You don't see their offices. The planner, I think he was going to move over there as well.
He has an office.
He has an office there.
Engineer.
An office over there.
Yeah.
And then the one conference room we do use for staff meetings, and then the other one on the end of the church uses the smaller of those. And they do have material stored in there that makes it less than desirable for another person coming in to rent it, to look at children.
Okay. So going back to the bathroom, it's always cheaper to do it now than next year.
Absolutely.
So
The
if
prices
it needs
are
to be
just going
done,
through the roof.
it's only going to be, even if you wait 2 years, then it's 30 grand. So cut your budget somewhere else, Rick.
Okay, any other comments, commissioners? Okay.
Warn me next time.
We ready to move on to a commission? Thank you, Rick.
Page 13 is the commission budget. No. I'm not going to skip around.
Yeah, that's true.
All right.
All right, my first question is, are we doing a Citizens Academy this year? I thought you and I had agreed we would in October.
Yeah, and that's...
And where is that budgeted?
This Citizens Academy is funded out of the
It is under,
promotional,
yes, promotional activity.
yeah. So we just put the same fund in there?
Yeah, but we didn't have it last year. That's why I'm
I
asking.
put $2,500 in there for your Citizens Academy.
Oh, 25, I never knew how much it cost. All right, so it was the 25 of this 53
Right.
is for, okay.
The big expense of that is the buses.
Yeah, I know.
Trips.
And
oh, sorry, Jane.
what's other current charges?
That is, I don't have any notes on my.
Hold on, we've got notes, hold on.
Not for other current, I don't have any notes.
We don't ever use that either, but we have money budgeted.
I'm wondering if that was like a fat finger typo on there.
You know, it looks like we budgeted it.
We
Maybe
budgeted
it might be wrong column.
Yeah, because you haven't had anything there prior.
It must just something
We're looking.
I don't know, I don't have notes. Usually for all mine, I have notes.
2,600, it's, line item
I take it out as a
304,900.
typo.
Yeah,
Take it out?
Yeah.
I think so, because we've never, you can tell we've never had anything in there.
Okay.
That's the
all right.
2,600?
Yeah.
All right, it's going now.
And operating supplies. The last we had was from a couple of years ago.
So that right there is $7,000. That is a request I come back to you the last 3 years now, I think. This is for tablets for you. They are larger tablets. This is to get away from the paper agenda packets. They have a larger capacity for memory. They have 256 gigabyte of memory. I would not get them with a plan like you get with your phone. That way you just pick up through Wi-Fi. You can bring it in here. I'd upload your documents, or I can send it to you through a file transfer, and you can upload it that way through your Wi-Fi. There's several different ways, but that's what that is. It keeps getting asked for, and it keeps getting renewed, so.
How much you spending in paper?
It's the trees, man, it's the trees.
Our agenda packets seem to be getting larger and larger.
I was
and-
being kind of funny, but I know they're getting larger.
And the time that you take to print them.
Right.
Well,
Is there?
I'm doing other things while they're printing.
Okay.
So I set it up where I scan it in and I just then walk away. Tell it what to do and walk away. I just renewed got a different copier with lease, and I reduced our per copy cost. I didn't increase the lease. I think I reduced the lease payment by $10.
Better than $10.
So you have the lease payment, but you also have maintenance costs, right?
Well, that's a maintenance plan.
That's maintenance in the plan?
Per copy. is
Okay.
0.0015 per copy. In black and white, that's not a color one. It's very low. I think per month I'm paying about $169 for everyone, and that's everyone in this building using that.
It's
so
not too
all
bad.
departments.
It's not bad then.
Well, I'm sorry, I'm very old-fashioned. Like last night, when I was looking at what does this capital plan thing mean? And I was able to pull out these pages and put them next to it.
So Jane gets the hard copy.
Well, it's just one example.
I understand.
I'm watching the man with his tablet in the back, and he's scrolling and scrolling, and it's confusing, I think. I don't want to talk for you, but I think it's confusing.
I understand. I'm just being
I
funny.
know you're breaking my shoes.
I'm okay with anything, but I think if we want to move into the times, tablets are the way to go.
Well, I'm not, because I like to comment on things, I highlight, I scribble, and I know you can scribble on, I don't know if the tablets are scribbleable.
I think some of the newer ones you can.
Mhm.
They come with a mouse pad.
Well, you have to buy the pen, and I know the last pen I bought was $100.
Well, I mean, what's the harm in just doing the tablets? And if Jane wants to have hard copies, or if I want to have, you can still get them. We can still do both. And just do a slow transition.
Either way, I can make it work. I mean, we spent
We're not going to get rid of them.
45 minutes talking about perks.
I know. Can we talk, can we get to
Switch
vote
it
on
over
it?
here.
I totally agree. This is something we can decide on later.
Yeah, I think we should have a vote
Just
on
leave
at
it in
some
there and let's
point.
just go.
Can we discuss the line item 606401, the 11,640? I had a question.
That's the
about
number
this.
I was just talking about.
No, that was the, I thought that was
the
7,000.
Never mind, you're right, you're right.
7,000 was for tablets. So what this is you're talking about equipment less than 5,000. And what I did here, you have in your capital budget a request, I think it's $90,000. So through Jared Shoup, he was able to find me a guy to give me a quote. Now, granted, this quote was at the beginning of this fiscal year, so it's probably gone up, but gave me a quote to do what I wanted to do for that $90,000 quote, except he can do it for $12,000. So if we can do it this way, let me do some wiring and get maintenance to hang some hooks for me. We can take away that 90,000 out of capital, and for 12,000 I should be able to do that, and that would put monitors at each of your station, 2 each here. I would get 2 more big screen TVs, and I would get some HDMI boosters and longer HDMI cables, and we could do our projections, and instead of the one TV back here, I'd have one out facing this way, one you guys could see, maybe one on the front. I know I would at least get 2, but possibly 3, and have the monitors, and I could have the agenda packet so you could scroll through as we go.
I think that's important because I know that some of the folks from the...
You'd still have your paper, Jane.
I'm sorry.
It's difficult to see things like today when we're projecting up here.
Right.
You can't read it. So I think that'd be very useful.
Money well spent for that one.
And that, like I said, with that, you could take away the 90,000 out of the capital that I have in there.
Okay.
And now this guy, like I said, I got that quote for him. He gave me a quote of 88,820, but that's been almost a year now. And so I estimated at least another $1,000 more for that. And then I figured at Christmas time at Walmart, I could get the TVs when they're on their Black Friday sale or something. So that's how I've gotten this other stuff, is went out and found it cheap.
So you're saying the 90,000 that's in the capital plan
could go away if you approve the 1164.
And that would be for 2 TVs and the...
2, possibly 3, my HDMI cables, my HDMI boosters, and the contractor to put the video display screens at each of the DSs and the desk.
Commissioner Cooley and then the mayor.
Okay, question and then some thoughts. So line 304,900, other current charges. That's a new charge. What is that?
We just cut it.
So that's a mistake.
Right.
Okay. So then, since everybody's put in their thoughts on the tablets and the monitors, I am a technology guy. I have a phone that is also a tablet. And it is completely, for me, it is absolutely worthless. You can't take notes. I mean, you can take notes on it. It's not practical. You can't go back and reference things. Having monitors on the dais, they don't even get looked at. I've been the chair for TDC on multiple meetings. Don't even look at the monitor. I look at my hard copy, and that's how you take notes. And I think the tablets, I do think the monitors for the public to be able to see is a great call. To have monitors up here, they're not, just based on experience from having and holding meetings at the county, they don't even get looked at unless it's a video. Tablets, I've always been against them as long as they've come up. Some things work for some purposes, some things work for other purposes. This right here is usable. If you try to do this in a tablet, it's never going to work.
That's what I was
just
trying
being
to say.
realistic. Commissioner Phillips said it's a good use of money. I'm going to completely disagree. I'm going to say it's a waste of money. But we have different thoughts.
My thought is, like Jane likes to use paper. There's people, when we have upcoming elections, that having the technology, it could scare them away. Also, technology can become outdated. And as we comb through this budget, this is our time to start trimming the fat and finding the difference between the need and the greed. I would say that since taxes we know are going to be increasing, that this is something that we can cut. I do agree, I like the comment of having the TVs for the public. But I myself, I have so many notes written through this. I have sticky notes. I'm going to be lost on a tablet for something that's like this. And I bring my agenda packet and I have notes throughout it, and I'm sitting in different places where there's not Wi-Fi going through my packet. And I think it's an unnecessary expense. And it would be, we haven't cut a lot yet from this budget, and I think that this would be a good one to cut.
So how much are we going to cut out of the
Well,
total?
it sounds like you're wanting to cut the 7,000 for the tablets, which like I said, it's not, this is a request that came from a former commission, so I just brought it forward. And then if you were to cut on the equipment less than 5,000, I would ask that you leave the 3,000 in there for the TVs, the HDMI boosters, and the HDMI cables.
The 3 TVs, are those the ones for the
good
public?
suggestion.
Yeah.
Yeah, perfect.
So what does that bring that line item to?
I did notice that here nor any module
Bring
decision.
it down to 8,640. Sorry.
Just as a different line item, commission salary has no cost living increase, not here, not in any decision module, not anywhere. I did want to call that out.
I thought we worked for free.
Yeah, well, we kind of do. I mean, you're adding a little to a little.
Little to little.
Just wanted to put that out there. I think that
We've
they're.
always gotten whatever increase the employees get.
We've always gotten cost.
Actually, your charter addresses that, and it says if staff gets a raise, a percentage raise, that you are, it's offered to commission as well.
Okay. I didn't see it anywhere, so why I asked, that's all.
Well, I don't think any of the raises are in there. It's in the decision module. And none of the budget lines.
It might be in the COLA module. It wasn't in the other one.
Yeah, there's 2.
Penny, just so I understand, on the equipment less than $5,000, we're dropping that line to 3,000 or to?
We're dropping it down to 3,000. We're removing 8,000.
And then we were taking out the
640.
7,000?
The 7, yes, on the, yes.
So it should
remove that down to 0.
So you keep your paper, Jane.
And the correction to other current charges to remove the 2,600.
So now that total
Okay.
budget is $99,754.
I'm sorry, Kathleen.
The total, she was to add
Yeah, is
the
what?
total.
It's $99,754.
Thank you.
Okay. Executive. Any comments, commissioners? Questions?
Now, the only thing I highlighted was the operating supplies. You cut, you don't need them?
Trying to be frugal, just
Okay.
trying to cut somewhere.
Okay, just want to make sure you,
Okay, no more
the
questions on
next
that?
time I ask if there's a rubber band, you won't be.
Commissioner Cooley?
I'm going to go back to the rubber tree out in the parking lot, buy the dumpster for the Funky
Here.
Pelican,
All those-
and make you
I'll
one.
donate
All those balloons that James found in the park, we could use for rubber bands.
Mr. Cooley?
I noticed travel and training was going up by almost 25%.
Whose budget are we on now?
Executive.
Executive?
Is there,
Well, he has a new position in there he didn't have last year, so that,
Yeah, I mean, we're trying to attend, the conferences we need to keep our training up. And there is an additional person in the assistant, so I just thought a little increase it's only $1,000.
that was my only question on that one.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, move on to the next page. City clerk?
All right.
I'm going to say no to everything on this one.
That's fine by me. I would love to be home cooking and cleaning instead of in the day.
Cooking more than cleaning, right? Okay, we
No,
can.
she loves to clean.
Increase her time.
There's something seriously wrong with her.
Human resources.
No, I do have some questions.
Oh, you do?
I just had
I'm
one.
sorry.
I'm sorry.
Penny, repairs and maintenance went up a bit.
Get there 1 second. So it does, my Laserfish maintenance contract, I got a notice that price is going up 5 to 7%. What else? It was the, our firewall switches, I had just had to renew that. That's probably that big charge in that line item.
Oh, is that the big change in membership?
Right, and
okay.
that's not just me, that's the,
No, I know.
everyone's firewall switch. So
Okay.
a lot of your licenses and equipment that is used by all of the city, unless it's in another fund, comes out of mine. It used to be under general fund. They didn't like it in general fund, so they moved it under mine, because my budget used to be real low, and now it looks crazy.
We had to show how valuable you were.
Whatever.
And the capitalized equipment is, what is a nimble storage
That's
drive?
exactly what I was
Nimble
gonna ask.
storage device, so that is like an off-site backup. It can be off-site. This particular one is not off-site, but it's for backing up our servers.
Oh, I kind of like the name of it, but I was
They're also
picturing
called
like a ballet
buffaloes. I
dancer.
mean, you've got nimbles,
Pick it up
you got
and carry it.
buffaloes, you got,
So it can't live without.
no, it is necessary. Yes, it is.
Oh, I didn't question that, I just wanted to know what it was.
Well, it's called out by the audit, I think,
Yes.
in other issues. So
Yes,
you
it did
can't
say
just not
something
do
about
it.
backup,
Well,
but
that's not even touching what the audit does. This is replacing the existing one we have that's
Right.
meeting its life expectancy. What the audit called out, I believe, is off-site, which
Yeah.
is going to have to be
I was
addressed
going
as
to say
well.
that's,
Okay.
yeah, okay.
Those were my questions.
So can the offsite and what would be used for the nimble be combined and just go offsite?
It's got
No.
a separate.
No,
Okay, so the nimble is a must-have?
yes.
Okay.
It's replacing an existing that's meant, it's about its life expectancy. You don't want to come in one day and it be dead, or IT to get an alarm that there's a problem with it. It needs to run every day.
Okay. Next page. Human resources.
Thank you.
Thank you, Penny. Mr. Whitson, you're going to address human resources?
Yes.
Okay.
Any changes?
All right.
No.
You address travel and training.
is humongous.
Yeah, the increase in travel and training, that basically is, over the years, the city has talked the talk about training its employees, but it hadn't done it. And so I put some money in there so that we could hire some training to have some team building exercises and things like this. We started with a trainer that does it virtually as kind of a starter to see how it worked. And we just decided that we liked it and we wanted to propose that we continue it.
So that's for all staff, it's not?
Yes, all department heads, key positions in the city.
And do you anticipate this to be just an annual expense or one time or?
Well, I want to give it a try, see if it helps us, work together better. When I came into the organization, there was a lot of silos, people keeping information to themselves and not collaborating and coordinating, and especially with the project management that we want to get done. And so I felt like this was a good investment, see how it works. I think the online model's going well, and that's something that, you can shop around and see if we can lower it. But it's one of those things without training and team building and those kinds of things. I mean, it's just part of the philosophy I want to bring to the city to do a better job, to collaborate.
Okay, since you're starting it and then you're going to try it, is this, I know it seems like a lot of money, is that something that you just based on some of those that you've already tried with a number of modules that you're going to use?
Yeah, and that's the thing. Right now, I think we have 2 or 3 scheduled, and we could maybe stay with the same number and lower that fee. We just tried to put a placeholder in there to see what we could do.
Okay. I mean, it's just one thing, something I'll look at as we start moving through the decision modules, whether or not that's something we could just cut back a little bit in order to see how it's going and then increase it maybe next year or something like that.
Sure.
And I had one of Mayor.
It says training. Is that it's similar to the type of certificates like the code enforcer gets, something if someone for a career enhancement, or is it?
No, it's just general team building. It's coordination, team building. One of the things that we did was we took a test to see what the personalities were. Because a lot of times, you may be coming at a particular situation from one point of view and another one. And if you know that your colleague thinks in a different way, maybe you respond in a different way. It's these kind of executive training, collaboration things that most organizations do that want to build a good team atmosphere. My job here as the city manager is to create a good place to work, a place where we have teamwork, a place where we communicate, and a place where we get things done. So that's what this was all about.
Chris Cooley.
I think it's all well intended. It's still $10,000 on top of all of the requests that are in this decision modules and everything. It's, again,
Yeah,
well, it was, I'm looking at the increase over, other years and stuff. But even regardless of the amount, I think when I look at all of these, it's like we're taking the entire kitchen sink and trying to cram it into 1 year. And I'm going to say it like I've said a couple things. I think it needs to be a phased approach. If we're going to say yes on decision modules, to your point, we cut back on this. We can't do everything. We've seen that with this last year. And so it's just $10,000 more. And I think we need to be really conservative about keep adding and adding and adding. That was the only feedback I had.
No, I agree, and that's why I made the comment as, and here it is a placeholder. And I think when we get to the decision modules, we can look at that a little closer and see if we can cut it back. I've done team building. I've performed, with all the years I've had, you've done all that kind of stuff there. And team building can be very good. And I think, you did it in the military as well as myself. So I think it's something we can look at, and then we can just decide.
I'm just going to make a comment. It's strictly a comment. But having worked here 17 years, there has never hardly been any type of team building, any type of training of this sort. These were the things that during the Bruce Campbell years and all those years, we had to cut so much of our budgets. And, when Mr. Woodson came in here, he was right. That, we could barely work together. There's a lot of us that have had a lot of struggles working together, and trying to do independent team things for your department and stuff is not easy either. So I really think it's something that's really, really needed. The staff is an important asset of the city,
It made you retire. I'm going to say it's $10,000 is a lot of money when we're asking for a lot of things. And if I look at something of an increase for a first responder versus a virtual training and team building type of thing, I think it's an expense that we can cut, my personal opinion.
I'd like to leave it hanging out there till we see what else we do.
Okay.
I can see the value to it, but I also see it as it might be an expense we can put off for a while.
Yeah, I think we've made the point here that we agree that we'll just leave it in there and then we'll look at it. Working together is very important in a small community like we have. I think it's very, very important. So we'll just leave it in there. Once we get to the decision modules, so we can decide how we're going to cut it and where. In the meantime, you can decide how you're going to approach it, whether it's going to be 1 or 2 team buildings or how we can, in fact, like Commissioner Cooley said, kind of phase it in. Might be able to shift some money from something else, might be able to get somebody to do it voluntarily, that kind of thing.
Are you done? I had a question about promotional activities, double what it was last year.
It is employee recognition. We have 2,000 in there. That's for people that have worked 5, 10, and 15, 20 years. They got $2,000 for wellness program, and the Christmas party is budgeted at $5,000. Various flowers, things like that.
What was after the employee recognition?
The wellness.
Wellness, okay.
Wellness and Christmas party.
Flowers and stuff.
Yeah, that we need for staff.
Other questions, comments?
No.
17, legal.
He didn't change anything. So.
I don't think anything's changed here. Any questions?
Well, why did special counsel go up so much?
Well, Drew gets drug into different situations, and it's like a doctor, you might need an ear specialist or whatever. I mean, you just have to ask him that. But the complexity of what the city is involved in and what he's doing, I don't see how he does it. But yeah, we're using him more and more, and I've made a rule that the city staff doesn't call the city attorney unless they go through me, and they justify their request because he's expensive. Every time you call him up, it's $3.50 an hour or whatever his going rate is, and we just try to be frugal in how we use them. But the other thing you'd have to ask him about has to do with, it could be the magistrate or it could be some special legal counsel he needed.
And we're still negotiating with a couple other things too, the golf course.
Yeah, we're still in litigation on the golf course and other things like that, yeah.
And it is what was the projected for this year.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. 18 is finance.
There's a big increase in travel and training. New members of the department, is that right?
Yeah, I would say that, because we need, you'll need some training on the accounting software. I'm not sure where the conferences are either. I think the FGFOA was in Orlando, so it usually will be further away. The next year it might be in South Florida.
I noticed.
Rhonda also has some training in there too, because she's new.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's right. Rhonda's been taking the school that there is actually at the University of Georgia. They offer a fund accounting course online. It's, an accredited through,
right.
Even though it is going for University of Georgia. I took that course. It's a 3-part course, and it's really what teaches you the differences between, because I was, a business type accountant, not a governmental accountant. So it helps you understand how to explain fund balance and insanity and all that. And it's really I actually never did get to finish it. I only got 2 of the 3 courses done, but it's worthwhile. I think our telephone, I'm not sure, maybe our telephone went up because both Rhonda and Chris have phones.
See equipment.
Now, the other question I had was about equipment less than 5,000.
Let's see what's in there. It might be computer.
It's probably a laptop.
Yeah.
2 laptops.
Yeah, because we have to keep, and a printer, 2 laptops and a printer.
2 laptops?
Because, we burn that stuff up in finance.
Yeah, you use it too much. You definitely use them too much.
What about the old stuff? Is it needing replacing or something, or?
Well, the computers, yeah, I mean, you know, they have, and I think some of it has to do with the Office 365 coming up.
Office 365 is driving this train, and then we also have a standard of changing equipment out every 4 to 5 years. And Penny, well, 3, but I told Penny we need to add a year to it. So we're trying to get by on a 4-year standard, and then we have new staff, so that's part of it as well.
Okay. Any more questions? Okay, move on to the next item, which is general government. Any questions on general government?
You know, mostly like office supply type questions, office supplies, memberships and stuff, and postage, yeah.
Office supplies, you want to start with there?
Yeah, you want to take a look at the notes?
Yeah, it went up $1,000. You know, it's just your normal stuff: copy paper, legal supply, postage machine supplies, toner for the networked colored printer. That's the thing that's expensive. It's like, yeah, we spend a lot of money on that colored printer that we have.
Yeah, it just went like almost double from what you actually spent this year. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah, I might, and you know, I did a lot of this early on, but it's office supplies, because like right now I'm looking at the current activity is $3,163. But it's mostly, well, you know, that's the paper for the whole, pretty much the whole office, you know, the whole city hall. You think of all your packets and things that are printed out.
Okay, I mean, if you can justify it, that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if we could do something better with the color printer than that one that we have. I don't know, but, you know, it would probably involve an initial investment before we would save money. But it seems like we're
We
spending
don't
a
do
lot of
color unless we have to. That's Penny and I watch that.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
So I'm just seeing a trend here, but, and I you know, I'm not trying to get involved in administrative matters here, but it seems like we're printing a lot of stuff. I mean, I understand, you know, probably for government purposes, we have to have hard copies, but has there ever been, you know, like, again, I work in the private sector, we're paperless, we use an imaging system. Has there ever been any consideration of going in that direction? I mean, again, it would be a long-term investment. But again, I mean, each year it looks like we're continuing to have to, you know, account for paper and things like that. I'm sure, of course, we'd have to, you know, for the imaging system, probably have that maintenance and different things we'd have to build into that budget. But have we considered looking into something like that, where we would just store all the files electronically, keep paper copies where we have to? Because it just seems as though, just overall, that what we've been going through is a lot of, you know, printing supplies and things, and I mean, it's, you know, just trying to figure out a way maybe for us to get with the times a little bit, on top of maybe saving some money, maybe not right now, but long term.
He's used to the government paperless act.
I mean, we have made huge strides compared to when I started here, where we used to take a piece of paper and make 5 copies of everything, one for this drawer, one for that one, because we do have everything's paperlessly filed in our accounting system. I no longer have to go to file drawers to try to find stuff. It's all there. I think that it could be, I mean, I know Janelle knows how to use the Adobe, and, you know, the what is it, the one that we use that you can put files together, you can do a lot of stuff. Acrobat. I mean, I think training, that involves training people how to do these sort of things, so they're not printing out 2 pieces of paper so they can scan it together and make one file. I mean, there's a lot of that stuff that goes on, but I mean, you know, like I say, it's all a process. It took a long time to get people to stop writing paper receipts here and doing some of the things that were going on in 2004 when I started here, and I wasn't the finance director then. So, I mean, it's a process to get people to change. I'm all about it too. I mean, I hate all that paper.
Well, is most of the paper that we're generating for the commissioners?
A lot of it.
A lot of it.
A lot of it is,
Okay.
and then there's the staff, and then you have public records requests and all other kinds of, you would be amazed at all the requests the clerk's office has to process every day. It's an endless train of all kinds of documents, deeds, title work, all kinds of things like that.
Can I ask a question? Janelle, do we, for public records requests, do we typically email? Is it electronic, or do you print hard copies and have people pick it up?
You know, typically it's electronic for public records requests. I know Penny's coming back in 1 second, and she probably has a really good background on this using a paper, because I don't believe I know, for example, each year she's put in tablets for commissioners as part of the budget, and nobody's ever wanted tablets.
And we just shut it down again.
And then asked her, and then, so I missed that part, sorry. I was gonna say, I know she probably has a feeling about the paper, but I know that's a big thing. And it's just, when one person asks for one thing, we gotta make it for everybody. So we're just talking about the amount of paper we use in here. And Debbie's question was regarding records requests. I think records requests are mostly electronic.
Basically now, unless it's litigation, where I'm gonna load them up where they're gonna have to read so much they're gonna hate me. So, electronic usually for records.
Okay, Commissioner Cooley.
Other current charges line seems to have jumped around quite a bit. That's 304,900. What is under that line? That's 15.
Right, general government, Penny. I'm going 304,900.
Yep. There's 15,000 budgeted.
Oh, other current charge, okay. So other current charges is actually the banking fees that are charged. And we changed the way that I was netting it out for years, because, you know, with our operating accounts, we get charged fees and then we earn interest. And usually, you know, they net that. So our fees might be $2,000 and our interest is $1,800. So I was just doing $200 to other current fees. But when we got the ARPA funds, you know, that's when we realized we needed to kind of break that interest out a little better. So now the way it's being recorded is to recognize all the expense of the banking, which would be this right here. And then the interest will offset on the other side.
What is the interest?
What is it?
Where is it? So we can figure out what it.
It's going to be on a totally different page.
Oh, yeah.
She's talking about where it comes in.
The interest is all lumped together in revenues. The interest is a revenue. I think we're still earning 0.2 on our operating account, which is actually better. That's the main reason that I did it, is because, and left the ARPA funds in the operating funds, is because we were actually earning more interest on a checking account than we are on our Florida Prime. And I didn't want to stick it in the municipal, because thank goodness I didn't, because that has not been doing very well lately. So that's what that's all about. Does that make sense? And then there's an offset for the interest showing up higher.
Okay, any other questions? Mayor?
Mm-mm.
We move on to the next page, 20, maintenance. Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Cooley.
All right, I'm going to jump ahead of Jane on this one. Okay. Do we have additional bodies? Is that why the salary's going up?
Yes.
Okay, so there's additional staff.
Not new staff, but it's part of the parks.
Can you have,
or the landscape.
It's the new landscape.
Landscape guys.
Yeah. So they're due, they started out with 4 and...
Down to 2.
Yeah, well, they're down to 2 now, but we're going to try to keep them around 4 and maybe increase to 5 if we need to.
I think they lost the amount of maintenance as well.
Yeah.
So the 9% increase is the 5th person, basically?
Probably, yes.
Okay. And next line is 303-100 professional services is budgeted $10,000.
That's palm tree cutting. What it is we don't have the equipment and the training and the staff to go and cut all these high palm trees. So we have a palm tree count, and we contract that piece out as opposed to doing it in-house.
It's a lot cheaper than buying a bucket.
Yeah. And I think last year the count was over 650, and I think we talked about adding some more. So yeah, it's probably over 700 or 800 cuts, palm tree cuts.
So that's just a contract that you just issued?
Yes, sir.
You just issued a contract?
Yeah, and because the palm trees need to be cut after the first part of the year, as I understand it, January, February is when you usually do that. So we just kind of lump them all together and get them all done. All the ones up along A1A, through the parks, Veterans Park, all of these.
What do you do if you have a special request? In other words, a tree needs to be cut because of it's falling or something. We just call the same company?
We just call a company, whoever we can find the best quote on, depending on the price.
All right.
And the last thing I have a question on, and this is for a couple lines here, but you have, excuse me, 3 different lines. You have Christmas decorations and you have Christmas promotional activities. Then we have another line for Christmas decorations. Those 3 lines add up to $12,500. Since this is mostly business and tourism driven, isn't it wise to reach out and have those expenses covered not by the city and the residents?
That last line item is a misprint, is that right, Rhonda?
I'm not sure about
that one should be what?
Yeah,
Equipment.
Less than 5,000.
That's a computer error in terms
Yeah.
of what the line item was called.
the rentals and leases one, that is for the pickers so they can put the wreaths up, put up the,
Yeah, you have all these high areas and
The bucket
flags and
truck.
things that you got to.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like a rental. We don't keep that equipment, so we go rent it once a year so we can do all that decoration.
and actually ends up cheaper if he rents it for like a month and a half versus renting it, taking it back.
Oh, piecemealing it? Okay.
Yeah.
And then, okay, so the last line is equipment below $5,000, I'm assuming that's what that is.
Right, it looks
And what is the 5,000?
for equipment related to the landscaping.
So the 5,000 is right, just the title of the item is wrong?
Yeah, the title's wrong.
Yeah, and it's probably a lawnmower.
Yeah, it's something.
I
Building
were to
maintenance,
guess.
groundskeeping equipment, I mean,
Yeah.
maintenance.
Trimmers, chainsaws.
Okay, that's the only questions I had.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Everyone okay? All right, we'll move on. 21,
That's still.
continuation.
Oh, this is more maintenance.
Yes.
So the fencing from South 3rd to 5th Street for $30,000, I'm not familiar with that. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
So when we did the land swap with the county to have the land where our current fueling station is, that was on county property, we swapped some land that they're going to add to their green belt over there and got that. It's a larger piece of land. And part of the agreement is that we fence it off, whether it be traditional fencing or post and rope, with periodic signage that says private property, so we don't encroach on their property again. I think initially we thought we could do something like post and rope, and I think Bill went out there to the area, and the property line goes back. It's not right there where the edge of where we've plowed it down to where it's usable. It's back in the marsh. So I think he was looking at having someone come in and deal with the snakes and the mud. And
It's a professional level job. And again, when I first came on board, this is one of the things that former Commissioner Bellhumer pushed me to make sure that we got the land swap done. And in part of that process, the county demanded that we have the fence and the signage and everything. And so that's where these expenses came from.
Oh, so that's a requirement as part of the deal?
That's something that they want
part of
done.
the agreement with the land
Okay.
swap.
Yes.
So the surveys are done. We know where the property lines are, but like I said, they're back in part of that preserve that's all marsh and not a very nice area.
Commissioner Sherman.
I just had a question.
Volunteer to.
Oh, yeah, I just had a question about the maintenance vehicle. Is that for our grounds crew that you're looking to? So have we considered, I know we're looking to, and again, you know, we're looking to get, was it the building department, other vehicles? Could we repurpose one of those big trucks instead of, you know, I mean, I know he's talking about trade-in value for $50,000 and, you know, different things, but would there be any sort of savings there if we just said, you know what, we need an FT, those guys probably need a bigger truck, I would assume, for pulling their equipment. Just use that one that's only got 50,000 miles on it, and maybe that'll save us, you know, I don't know where this, maybe, you know, what the trade-off would be, but maybe we could save a couple bucks there. I don't know if that's something we could consider.
It is something we could consider. The downside is, do you want to do that and give up the value, the cash value, whatever you could get because the vehicle has 50,000 miles or less? That's one of the trade-offs. Certainly we could look at it here because that's exactly how we started up the crew, was we cannibalized other vehicles that were sitting around, and they never really have had any kind of vehicle assigned to them, brand new or otherwise. They cannibalized what we had sitting around to start them up because the commission asked us last year to form the crew and get rid of the contractor. So that's how we did it. And this would be the first vehicle that they would ever purchase, but we certainly would take a look at what made sense economically, and if we could do that, we will.
Question in regard to purchasing and as opposed to leasing, have we ever looked at that option?
We have not. I haven't.
With police
Yeah, with
motorcycles
police,
and some
yeah.
police vehicles, and I guess it depends.
It works out about the same?
Yeah, I mean, actually, some years you pay more because you're paying like.
Yeah, that's why I asked.
That's-
Just wondering if
That's
we've
why
done.
we, you know, like we never did
done that.
any, even financing those sanitation trucks, that was, you know.
I think you lose on depreciation as well. I mean,
Yeah.
Okay, I just thought I'd ask. Commissioner Cooley.
Well, just a thought on the maintenance vehicles before we move on. I have another question though, but I would not be for a new vehicle for the grounds crew, just simply because traditionally with grounds crews, they would get the vehicles that are destroyed because that's what they're going to do to it. You're throwing equipment in the back of the truck, you're hauling mulch and stone. I mean, if we have a city vehicle that is going to get destroyed, that's the vehicle that's going to get destroyed. That's my thoughts on that. But a question about the WIC line with these grants and all. So we have WIC line hardening, $424,000. Then we have a grant for $304,000. But then there's a city match for $120,000. I thought all the WIC line grants were the full grants. They weren't matching grants.
We brought that up to you a couple of commission meetings ago about that change. That the state changed it.
Yes, the answer is that the state of Florida changed the funding source, and he continues to, then they turn us back to the feds, and then we have to continue to go through the BCA process to justify the grant, and so far we've done it. So the question is, do you want to totally give this up? Because I know Lee would be glad, but we actually have, don't we have a signed agreement or are about to get one?
We did have one, I believe, for the windows, but the order process was like a year out.
Yes. So we're, you know, tell us what you want to do, but because if we were to get a storm, we most likely would lose that facility if we don't do something. And my judgment is that better yet to get something out of the federal government for that purpose than to sit back and, you know, take a chance.
So the grant covers windows and what else?
Windows, doors, and roof system for the, I guess it's the cafeteria, the old cafeteria part of the facility,
From
the senior
building to
center,
the
yeah.
Across the breezeway.
And the breezeway and all that.
And it's still a year out on materials, you're saying?
Windows were, I don't know about the other stuff.
Yeah, I don't know the particulars. I could ask Lee to update you all, but he's worked very, very hard on this, and we're very close to getting it.
Well, it's 75-25. I would say it's still a good use of money.
That was a year out a couple of months ago.
Yeah.
roof on the maintenance building, is this the maintenance building that's right back here on Flagler? Because we just did a roof on that building.
I think it's one on,
No, it's the,
Down from the
it's
police
on
department?
Flagler, okay, but it's Bill's building.
Yeah.
down from the,
I thought we just did a roof
That
on
was
that.
Alan.
Did we
That was
do a roof on
Alan's
that?
building.
Yeah.
Okay.
You have the public works operation, and then you also have the maintenance, which is Bill's down there. Bill's been the one that's kind of keeping, I'll get it next year, and I just feel like the guy has stepped up and his department steps up, and so we ought to try to go ahead and deal with it.
Got it, okay. So,
FYI on roofs as well, I just got a message from the building official asking me about when we did the library because they have a leak.
Oh, no.
I thought we just did library right after Matthew.
Irma.
That's right.
Insurance, I mean, not insurance, but call them for a
Yeah,
warranty.
that,
Oh, boy.
and that roofer is still around, I know that.
Start a new discussion.
okay.
Right, okay, but, so as far, basically my thoughts on this page is everything, I'd be okay with except that vehicle. I would like to see them get whatever vehicle's getting ready to go away. There is an issue with vehicles though that I'm having a little bit of heartburn about. So we talk about, we replace these vehicles frequently, 2-3 years, sometimes 4 or 5, because we want optimum trade-in value. And nowhere in here is the optimum trade-in value realized. So that trade money that comes back, if we budget $50,000 for a new vehicle, and then we get a trade-in value of $20,000, the true cost is only $30,000, but we charged on the budget $50,000.
Yeah.
And
Go ahead, Kathleen.
But it's just a budget, see, it's just a budget. This is a budget, and
That's what we're charging
we actually, yes, we still would pay $50,000 for the vehicle, and then say we get $10,000 for the trade-in. When it's recorded, we recognize $10,000 worth of revenue. And sometimes, I think sometimes if it's significant like that, we would do a budget amendment, so you would know that we are getting another $10, it changes the budget up. But, it's, most of the cars that we've been trading in have been so old. I think we just got rid of some of those Explorers that we still had. I mean, it's just.
But it's important.
But it is recognized, and so what happens is that, that your net is only $40,000, so it goes back into the general fund.
And I think that was only also proposed.
Just on those expensive trucks, the 250s, where the aftermarket price on that is still up there where they can get that return on the trade-in. So like a regular F-150, I don't think they're going to do it.
Well, for instance, police cruisers, those are not under an enterprise fund. Those would come under general budget. So it was mentioned for police cruisers, the same thing. We have the frequent rotation of them. When you set the $40,000 or whatever they were, that will calculate in the mill rate. Even if you do a budget amendment, the original mill rate that people are taxed at is paying for that original fee, isn't it?
Because we are using the original tax amount. I mean, I guess you could look at it that way, but I mean, basically that's why we use reserves in the general fund to pay for capital its. We've been doing that consistently for years because it's that same philosophy. We're using money that we've, collected for purposes of general fund. Now, if we didn't have reserves, we would have to raise the tax millage rate to buy new equipment if we didn't have enough reserves. But this is the whole logic behind it, So it's like if you cut this $40,000 vehicle right here, it's not going to have any bearing on the mill rate because we've used transfers in from the general fund. So I would just reduce the amount that we're transferring in.
I have another comment, if I could, to try to help Commissioner Cooley and some of the other commissioners that have made comments. It seems like we spend a whole lot of time talking about vehicles. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
All right. I was approached last year by a gentleman who has a service for fleet management. I told him, thank you very much, I'm not interested, see you next year. maybe I need to put out an RFP. Maybe I need to go shopping for a fleet management service so we can end this hours-long conversation all the time we get together, because there are logical answers to these things about what kind of trade-in value, what kind of making sure we get the price right, all of these things. It's very complicated. There's a lot of moving parts, and it depends on the vehicle. And of course, our problem is we're right here on the coast with all of these terrible environmental salt issues that complicate it. So I would love to see if it would help to bring an expert in and have them do a complete fleet assessment every year, so you get that report along with the budget. And if we ask for a vehicle, you'll know that it's absolutely been thoroughly researched. Would that help?
We have to pay for that survey, and it wouldn't work for the fire trucks, and it wouldn't work for the police vehicles, and it wouldn't work for the garbage trucks. It would only work for...
This gentleman manages all kind of municipal fleets. I mean, I'm just saying that it would take into account every kind of vehicle, and I don't know how exactly what it would cost, but that would be the point, is I could go out, get the prices, get somebody to look at it, so that we could have that information. And if you didn't want to do it, okay, but it might help with the conversation.
I don't see, I'm sorry to argue with you, but I don't see, and maybe Bobby can tell me I'm wrong, fire trucks are very specialized vehicles. He has to go to certain people to get them inspected and fixed. Right. There's all kinds of specialized equipment in the police vehicles. Maybe this guy's magical, I don't know. But and garbage trucks, I mean, it's not like an F-150 or a 250 or...
Correct. And this person, their company, that's what they do. They manage municipal fleets. All kinds of different...
So they'd essentially be doing an evaluation of each one of the vehicles that's in their inventory.
Yeah.
You would think they would do that for free because they would want our business. They would give us a quote, basically.
I don't know how he gets paid. I'm just saying, if it would help, I'd go out, get the information, bring it back, and let you decide.
Wouldn't hurt to see what the cost would be without moving forward with it.
I'd like to see the cost of what it's going, what it's going to be for.
If we can get a cost of it, yeah.
Per vehicle. Right. Okay.
Okay.
You ready to move on to the next
I just thought it might help.
Okay, next
Can I
page.
ask a question?
Sure.
Bruno, 27. On the $60,000 to cut the tall palm trees, you said there's approximately 600?
60,000?
10,000.
I think it was 10,000.
10,000. Okay, so we're looking at $75 per tree. Is that a unit price we have? Are we locked in?
That was just a placeholder in the budget based on the number of trees we anticipate.
I would imagine
Go
it
up,
should
it
be a
could go
unit
down.
price, right? Where you go out and bid on work, you say, what is it going to cost to cut a tree?
That was just a placeholder.
Because that seems like a lot, $75.
Go out for quotes.
It is a lot.
It's not.
It is. My HOA that I ran, okay, don't say it's not a lot, because it is.
Okay.
A regular tree was less than $35, $50 for a tall one.
Okay, hold on. Thanks. What we're saying here is that's a placeholder, but typically what we do is whenever we do have something like that, we go out for an RFP. So it is bidded out. Yeah. So he's just basing that on $75 a tree in the event that, because some trees are tall, some trees are small, it's just an average price, it's a placeholder, and once we do in fact go out there, you put out an RFP and let them come out.
The small ones, he said we do ourselves. The regular ones that we could reach.
Yeah.
So it's the tall ones. It's going to be a unit price for that one tree. Just seems like a lot of money. You look at the cut budget, it's a lot of money for trees.
Again, it's a placeholder. It's not the exact price. This is an estimate on the budget. It's not the exact price. I understand where you're coming from. This is not a setting goal right here. It's just a placeholder to say this is how much we're allocating for it. But once we get into the process itself, it could be a lot less.
And just for the general public that's sitting here and maybe listening at home, we have an entire purchasing ordinance that's followed. For anything over $500, we have to get at least 2 quotes. And something over 10,000 is going to be 2 to 3 written quotes. So everything is vetted through a process. We don't just say, oh, great, we got 10,000. Let's go out and find somebody who'll do it for that. So that's why you have your finance department that oversees all this stuff. So it's you know.
That's, I mean, it's a valid question. No, I understand what you're saying, Bruno. I agree. I mean, somebody comes out and cut my trees, my wife does it for free. But, but anyway, we do get quotes on that.
But then you have to take her out for dinner, which is more than $75.
I cook dinner.
We saw how that ended.
22.
Costing more than that. All right.
Roads and bridges.
The only question I had on that was, what is the 25,000 for multimodal? What does that cover?
Multimodal,
Sidewalks.
that's in that sidewalk.
That's what the capital plan page says.
Yeah.
Sidewalk what, though? Repair, additional?
It's not additional, it would be mainly repairs. I don't know of any sidewalks we're going to be putting in next year.
Well, page 51.
Which one was that?
And
Page
concrete,
51.
the price of concrete's gone nuts.
And the roads and bridges. It says multimodal sidewalks.
Yeah, that's a Larry expression. I don't really move. I guess it could be other things besides sidewalks. I don't know.
But do we know exactly what we're spending this
Sidewalk
money on?
repairs?
Let me check with Alan. Alan's not here. Let me check with Alan, see if we can get you some more details. But again, the idea is we have funds available. And, you know, there are a lot of times that we get complaints about cracked sidewalks and things that need to be done. I know
Well,
last year we fixed some in Veterans Park.
I say I put orange cones out in Veterans Park myself because we had large areas of concrete that people could trip over, which was a liability.
While we're on the capital plan for roads and bridges, there's street lighting, a road-based compactor, and a paving and striping reserve budgeted at way much more than what we're talking about now. And those don't seem to be listed in the capital plan, on the budget on page 22.
Page.
Oh, page 22.
Well, one of them is the road-based compactor, but then you've got 220,000, 2 times $120,000 things in reserve, for reserves that aren't listed here.
Oh, it's because they're up there in the repairs and maintenance. You have this.
Under paving and
street lighting. And,
okay.
You know, and the reason this happens is because things that, even though they're high dollar amount, repaving the roads is not, it's not creating a new asset. You're just maintaining the asset that you have, so you don't capitalize it.
All right.
That's why things turn out that way.
But then why is it on this other page, page 51?
Just because it's a big project, and, you know, some of the things that are in the capital plan aren't necessarily going to be capitalized. They're, you know, that's
You lost me, sorry.
Okay, so it costs a lot of money. It's $120,000. That's the money that we actually get each year from the I forget which reserve, which stream it is right now, the local option tax. So we just, you know, I'm trying to think how the easiest way to explain it. It's just that because it costs a lot, it's something that we want to show that we're doing, but it's not really going to be capitalized. That's why in the budget, it shows up under operations as repairs.
Okay, that part makes sense, but it still should be in the capital plan? Even though you're saying it's not?
Yeah, because it just shows, you know, because it's something that needs to be done. I mean, it doesn't have to be if you don't want it there, but, you know, it's always been there. you know, it's one of those, to see the government beat me up after 17 years. It's always been done that way. But, I mean, it's just something we've done. It's like, I mean, a lot of things.
Is that a Gatsby rule?
Yeah, right. It is. It's an accounting rule to keep it, to keep things that are capitalized type purchases and improvements as opposed to just repairs and maintenance. Like something like our meter replacement. That's a lot of money. It was almost $1 million, but it's not capital because it's just a maintenance thing of keeping our operations going. It's just, you know, yeah, it definitely has to go with the accounting rules.
Okay.
Okay. Nobody wants to do it. Nobody wants to be an accountant.
Any other questions?
The only other question I have is about the compactor. We don't do the road paving, so what are we needing the compactor for? Is this for a purchase? We subcontract road paving.
I think that's what it is, it's contracted for that.
It's under capital equipment.
Under the box down there?
Yeah, this is a $6,000 purchase of equipment.
Yeah, he does go out and compact the millings. We did a project this year where a gentleman was upset with his road and we wanted to stabilize it. And so he had to go put the millings out and compact it so that it could hold. So we do a lot of compacting.
Yeah, and probably like when we dig up stuff and it's under the.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
I mean, anytime you do a sewer or water repair, you have to compact.
So is that the purchase or the rental?
Oh, that's a purchase.
I think it's an attachment to an existing.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, it's a purchase though.
Okay, all right.
So do we not have a compactor now?
We probably need to replace one. I'll check with Alan to see what exactly it is, but
Right.
I would say if he asked for it, he needed it. He's pretty frugal. In fact, he had me run down this dealer on our air compressor this year, and because he wasn't going to honor the warranty. And let's just put it this way, the guy honored the warranty. So, yeah, if he asked for it, I'm pretty sure he needs it, but I'll double check.
Any other questions, Commissioner? Okay, we'll move to the next page, 23, library. Mr. Mealy?
Yeah, and repairs and maintenance. We need new, Melissa, we need new carpeting.
The carpeting,
We just did carpeting, didn't we?
when the carpet went down, there are two things. This was when Christine was there, so it's probably roughly 3 or 4 years ago, which wouldn't seem like a lot. And I brought some pictures in case you wanted to see. There are some big stains on the floor that came up pretty quickly after that carpet was laid down. Christine had said that she believed it had to do with CertPro and the remediation and something they did stained the carpet. They didn't replace it, they tried to clean it. I am not eager to do this project.
It's a massive project.
It's a nightmare.
Yeah, it shuts you down for months.
Moving shelves,
Mhm.
shutting us down, moving all these books. It's logistically, it's something of a nightmare. I would be okay putting it off for a year, but take a look at the pictures and you see what you think. I would prefer to have, right now, the color of the carpet that was laid is kind of a greenish blue, which she may have chosen because there was a lot of sand because we didn't have a parking lot at the time. Charcoal gray. One of the people that I called for a price said that he believed that although we would get new carpeting, that the stains would probably come through again. This is if we use a commercial grade carpet without padding, I believe, is why it's going to come through again. But if we have charcoal gray, maybe we'll get 10 years out of it and you won't see it. That's what I'm hoping. However, I did bring pictures, like I say, if you'd like to see it.
Did anyone look or consider using kills or anything like that over the floor itself prior to putting the carpet down?
I can't answer that because I wasn't there when it was done.
All right.
I really don't know. And I know about that product.
Yeah.
I also brought a picture of the lighting, which we can likely have retrofitted, so that would be a considerably smaller cost. These are the carpet pictures. Yeah.
Have you tried perfect?
Because you don't want to replace the carpet, have we tried having it professionally cleaned? Can they temporarily?
I believe
It's the floor
Okay.
underneath. It's the floor.
That's the lighting.
It's the floor underneath.
Yeah.
Replacing carpet is massive and it is months-long project. This closed, the last time we did this was just a couple of years ago. This closed the library down for multiple months,
I vote an area rug.
like runners.
Have your quilting group do some kind of a floor.
Tripping hazard, yeah, who said it? You're right, yeah, I'm concerned about that
Melissa,
too.
it's bad, though.
I know, it is bad.
It's
And it's
bad.
multiple spots.
Mosaic. Cut it out and put another color in.
What was that?
I was being funny, but I said mosaic. You know, you cut it out and you put another section in after you treat the floor. But it'd be hard to mix it and match it up. But I mean, one of the things I would recommend, though, all kidding aside, is before another company puts it down, that they do look at the floor for treatment.
Oh, yeah,
To ensure it doesn't happen again. Kills usually gets rid. I mean, most of you guys out here have dealt with kills or something of that nature in order to seal it.
Melissa, do you need carpet? Do you want carpet? Could something, other flooring be?
I'm not sure. Here's one of the factors that would definitely be affected by having either a laminate flooring or a tile is the noise factor. You know, and in the part of the library that has the carpet, it is a little looser as far as the shh factor, but that's definitely a consideration, because I'm pretty sure that although there are a lot of shelves and that kind of thing that could damper the sound, I think that it would be really different.
This is the beach. Everyone wears flip-flops.
Yeah.
So you wouldn't mind if we didn't do it this year?
Well, here's the thing. I feel the way I feel because of the difficulty that I know it will cause in getting the project done. However, I don't feel that it's my choice to be negligent to the condition of the building. That's my consideration, which is why it came up.
And it's in there because I suggested it be in there.
Yeah.
Because it's the right thing to do.
As far as the leak that came up briefly before, I've been having a problem with when we get a storm out of the north with high wind. There have been multiple times that water has come into the front of the building. And although a few years back, there was an inspection done, a leak finder kind of thing, and they sealed all of the concrete block and they painted at that time. The water has come in twice after large rain events. I have craftsmen friends, carpenters, and people who know their stuff, and it was suggested to me that where the buildings joined up high, there was probably something that was creating path. So I called leak finders to find out. I wanted a copy of the old report, but we have building inspectors. So I called our building inspectors and said, would you come and look? And sure enough, there is a hole up there where water is going in. So this prompted the finding out if it's under warranty. I don't know how long they're going to warranty something like that they did, but we're taking steps to, if we can get it fixed at no cost, that's great. I would love just something temporary over the hole so that we don't keep getting water in, because that, again, is the whole wall behind the bookshelves. It's moving the bookshelves, which we've done before to dry out the carpet.
Well, that can and should be fixed. I mean, as soon as this week, you don't need us for that. That would be just a repair.
Right.
And the city manager can do that. You don't have to get a whole roof just because you have an issue with one spot.
No.
Right?
Oh, I don't want a roof.
Yeah.
I just want the whole patched.
Yeah,
And
and
I'm sure that will be underway. I'm just informing you because it came up in conversation before, so I'm letting you know what's going on.
Thank you. I thought the whole roof.
No. Just-
And the
it's just a
LED lighting, Melissa?
The LED lighting, we have been, when these light bulbs go out in these old fixtures, they've been increasingly having to replace ballasts. So we're starting to throw money after something that's just not the best. And the replacement to refit the fixtures, which will keep those cool old fixtures, it seems fairly affordable. I got a number that would be roughly $2,000 per side. Now, we're only talking about the back half of the building because I wanted to break it down and take it in small bites, but that is the oldest part of the building. It will also increase our energy efficiency. So it's pretty much a win-win. It'll cut down a little bit on our power bills, I hope. And that seems, even with the time, by the time I get another estimate, when it would come time to do this work, prices may go up because everything is just going up. But I think it's still, it's a smart thing to go for. It may not cost the full 10,000 is my point.
What are the 4-foot LED light? You're talking about 4-foot LED like these, or 8-foot or what?
They are, we have on either side of this south side of the building, we have 7 8-foot fixtures and 1 4-foot fixture.
Okay. I have LEDs in my garage. I have 10 of them, and they're 4-foot like this because my garage is big. And it's lit up like you can't believe, and it's very efficient.
Yeah.
And I got them from Home Depot and Lowe's. So, I mean, it's just a source for consideration. If we can talk to our partners again.
Yeah.
Just think about, if you want to take a look at them, and then we can, certainly pursue something like that as well. They weren't that expensive in the scheme of things of what you're talking about now, and they're efficient. I've had them there 5 years, and I've never replaced any one of them. Very efficient.
My only concern in the do-it-yourself area would be that...
I'm not going to do it ourselves. We're going to
good.
purchase them and let somebody professionally do it. I'm not coming out to do that.
Because I'm not sure, I'm not sure what the
We have a staff.
wiring and everything.
We have a staff
that if
electricians.
I know has the ability to replace light bulbs.
Yeah,
light fixtures.
They can be replaced with the LEDs that they have at the, and here again, if we purchase them through our purchasing department, we can also get them tax-free. Just an idea. I'm just throwing it out there.
Okay, I'm writing it down.
Yeah, those are good. I have channel lights in my studio.
Yeah.
I have 4 of them, like these size, and yeah, they're amazing.
Commissioner Cooley?
I got smart ones too.
Just, my thoughts on this page so we can move on is the carpet replacement. I think we should wait on. With all these things that are being put in front of us, we're going to $10,000 our way into the multi-millions if we're not careful. And the LED lighting, again, that's something that can be phased and piecemeal. And, if maintenance has a slower month, then they can replace a run with LEDs, and it can they're inexpensive and you can do it in phases. And, when it comes time to replace the flooring, I probably would not recommend carpet. I would recommend polished concrete or something that's basically going to be bulletproof and last forever, especially with that being in a low-lying area and a flood risk, which will happen again eventually. That's all the thoughts I had on that.
Mr. Commissioner.
Oh, yeah, I concur with what, Commissioner Cooley that's where my head was at as far as the flooring went as well. I think it might be I know you were maybe about some of the sound issues we might have with that, but maybe there's other ways that we could buffer that. But I think that, maybe hold off on the carpet this year if we can. If, maybe put, I hate to say put like lipstick on a pig, but maybe put some, like an area rug down maybe for the optics portion of it or something until we, pull out the carpet and maybe polish the concrete. But yeah, I think if we can shave some money out here and there.
Is that a concrete floor or wood floor?
I believe it's concrete underneath.
It's concrete?
The issue is that location floods. It's low-lying, and you can't change the building. So then it becomes a question of when you get into how we talked about in our strategic plan, what can we do to minimize risk to these buildings and stuff, and,
Well, here again, I don't want to get into the weeds of this, but epoxy, they're epoxy flooring, and here again, that's what I have I have epoxy flooring in my garage, and
right.
You know, you can get it high gloss, you can put in anything you want. So, I mean, those are some considerations that we look at that would certainly.
Those are good looking floors.
My brother has it in
Right.
his kitchen. It's wonderful.
No, they're not, but you don't have to worry about replacing.
Yeah, once it's done, it's done.
Okay, anything else for our librarian? Are we going to pull that out, or what are we going to do?
That's my suggestion.
I would take out the carpet and leave the lighting until we see what else we do later, and then come back. That's my suggestion.
Is your, were you going to try to get the roof done for free or whatever? Is that included in here in the event that it doesn't get?
It's not included in there.
Okay.
No, that's just kind of a maintenance.
That's a maintenance thing? Okay, so I guess what we're looking at doing is pulling the carpet out and focusing more on the lighting. And I guess that if you can get an estimate on some of the lighting, you know, and then our maintenance department can possibly install them, then we can address the lighting, because that is an issue that could certainly bring down the energy costs as well as improve the efficiency of people actually being able to read in there and that kind of thing there.
And it's probably better for the books,
I think we need to lower that
you know,
lighting
maintenance
price.
of the books.
How much you want to?
I mean, it's $10,000 in lighting, so I think that's
In lighting?
too much, yeah.
Oh, that's
I think
not.
that would need to be budgeted lower. If you can't do it all for,
I think we can bring that down.
yeah.
My estimate for the retrofit, sorry, it's on the top of this, would be $2,020 per side for the retrofit. And we're talking the two sides of the south portion of the building, so it's $4,040 is my estimate that I got
For
for
lighting?
coming in.
Then why
And
is
our
it
own
10
guys
grand?
can do the installation.
But you all have 10 grand in here, not 4,000.
When we were all talking, I was in the process, I had an appointment to get the estimate. I didn't have the estimate yet.
Okay.
And it took me a few weeks to chase down the estimate, so I only received this information in the beginning of the month.
So we budget half that, 5, right?
Yeah, about half
I
of
would
that.
say we
Yeah,
put in 5.
Yeah.
Problem
Yeah,
solved.
and
Yeah, I'm okay with
your
that.
shelving, you need to go ahead with that, right?
Shelving is an ongoing thing. I have pictures of those too.
Well, but in moving along, yes or no?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Okay.
That's a must-have.
That is for the appearance of the building and for books not falling off shelves.
That's a must-have.
Okay.
And now the bottom line is $171,015.
171. Oh, the 15 didn't change.
Thank you.
Okay.
If you need some help with the Home Depot, Lowe's,
Yeah.
come see me.
He's our expert.
I got a direct line to those
You got
folks.
the connection.
Thanks, Melissa.
Thank you.
Thank you.
News on the museum front. Doesn't affect the budget, but Miss Kathy has put in her retirement as of December.
What is this, a disease?
Yeah. Around the same age, I would guess. I'm totally a guess. Everybody looks young.
Well, this is, you know, off the subject a little bit, but this is what we're seeing throughout the entire city as far as employees. The average age is what, 57?
She wants to spend time with her grandchildren and at her cabin up in North Carolina, so. Yeah. You want her job?
Not yet.
So the officers are going to go on Indeed and, you know, post something on Indeed. If you know anybody or anybody out here is pining to be the director of a little museum. It's a lot of responsibilities. It doesn't look, you know, doesn't look like it's much, but it's a lot.
Okay, any comments or
No
questions on the
comments on the
budget?
budget.
No budget? No? We move on to the next one?
And we're done.
We already did 25.
We're done.
Utility?
No, tomorrow. Utilities
We're gonna
tomorrow.
stop? Tomorrow's on a
Can we
roll.
take a break before we go to the decision models?
I will tell you this, after this cut, now the return at 5.5 is $596,804.
wait.
Almost 600,000.
596,000,
596,804.
804.
That's returns to reserves, I think.
Right, that's the, what's kind of hot for decision
I think
modules
that's
in
what,
general.
Is that the old 583 or the old 553? That was not a yes, that was this number?
We're doing everything?
Kathleen?
The red notes.
No, I made it red. So
Oh, okay.
it's this number?
Yes.
Okay, so that's
Okay,
now what?
We're going to go ahead and take a
590.
15-minute break.
Sure, go ahead. Okay. We're not close to that.
Name and
William Flagler Beach. Back on page 2, under general fund revenues, Kathleen said it was like 12% increase in property values. Actually, I think that paper says 13 something, but I talked to Jay Gardner and he said it was more like 14.4. So does that sound realistic?
I did it from, sorry, this morning when I was doing the rates and definitions, I went to the, all the adjustments that get made through the year, and I just used those property values that are on the that are on the returns from trim, and that was what I came up with. I better check my percentage though, just to make sure.
Okay, I was straight from the property appraiser, so.
Yeah. Well, also I factored in because I put Volusia and Flagler together, so that might make it a little bit different.
There are two property rates. One is from Volusia County, which was higher, and then Flagler. So you have to blend those. Even though Volusia was a small piece, it does, influence the number.
Okay, I'm sure before you're done all this process, that number will float to the top. The planning and zoning, the code enforcement vehicle. The code enforcement guy is driving a less than 2-year-old F-250 truck. So just curious why that needs to be replaced, or if he's getting a new truck, then where's that one go?
That's not the vehicle that's being replaced. It's Rick's vehicle.
Okay, so the
Rick's vehicle was in the capital projects for next year, I think, or 2 years down the road. I'm sorry, what? I don't even know what. That was in the planning and zoning part that you guys just discussed about the code enforcement truck. Rick's not scheduled to get one for a couple of years.
It's a building inspector.
No, under planning and zoning, when you guys were going through that, you were talking about a truck.
Inspector, isn't it?
Building code inspector.
Planning and zoning is 12.
And it's page
I thought I made note of that as
44,
well.
I think. It's page 44 in
In the capital.
capital plan.
But that's a different fund. Well, even still, the building inspector's truck is only 2 years old. So why would that need to be replaced? There's no way that has 50,000 miles on it.
Is that true? He made it sound like it was older than that.
I think it used to drive, he's recently stopped when gas prices went up, but he did used to take that home. He was in New Smyrna, so I don't know.
Right.
That's 25 miles, oh, that's for the officers, is 25.
Yeah, look, why don't we,
Well, the officers, the truck that the code enforcement officer driving is Rick's old truck. So he didn't get a new truck, he took that from Rick. Rick got the new truck a few years ago.
right.
It was real big one. Correct, and now the maintenance department's driving that original truck. And the truck that the code enforcement officer's driving was Dave Taylor's old truck. He just got a brand new truck a year and a half ago or so. Dave Taylor from wastewater. So that's what the code enforcement guy's driving now. And then Steve, the building inspector that was with us for a couple years, he got a brand new truck a couple years ago. And that's in the budget to get replaced. Why, I don't know, but that's
Rick was
barely over 2 years old.
Mr. McFadden was here earlier. He explained it. I'll get with him and we'll give you a written explanation tomorrow. I think there's a logical answer for all these things.
Yeah, it probably is, but.
Can you address one of your comments there where it's under the capital plan and it's under general fund? It's the inspector. They said that was a typo. It should be the PCI, not under general.
Correct.
Tomorrow, could we get just the year and the miles of those vehicles, those three? He said there's two 250s and one 150.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
We'll get photos, all this data.
I just needed miles and years, that's it.
Yeah,
And these Ford trucks don't rust. They're made out of aluminum these days. So just, maybe someday down the road, we'll be able to have an in-house mechanic and be able to take care of these things, make them last a little longer too. But 50,000 miles on vehicles made these days is nothing. It's not like cars back in the 60s and 70s that didn't last anywhere near that long. But
I don't think it was the operation of it. I think they were talking about the trade-in value.
It's the trade-in value.
Because I know that once a vehicle goes over 50,000, the trade-in value drops tremendously. That was one of the reasons why I'd ask about the possibility of leasing. But I guess what it would determine is looking at our history to see what the trade-in value is in comparison to continuing to use it for an additional 25,000. But I know if you trade it in at 75,000, you're probably going to lose another 30 or 40% on the trade-in value itself. So,
I think since we're on topic, I think we also need to look at what is being purchased. So, for instance, the building inspector got this monster truck, winch and 4x4, just a really big truck. The rationale was if we have hurricane, we're going to have use for it and all that stuff. But the thing is this truck has completed its entire life with never having needed to use that stuff. And we need to take that into consideration. We don't need another $50,000, $60,000 truck.
Well, Rick told me he did use that equipment. So again, I'd like to get a report from McFadden. Sorry, didn't mix up with the Ricks, but I'll be glad to get the report so that we have, the facts on the table.
Yeah, I think that's the best thing to do.
Yeah, I would think a building inspector would have used that equipment, but
He
if
did.
not,
This
then.
is what he verbally told me, but I'll make sure that we get that.
It was during a hurricane, it was dragging trees and stuff out of the right of way.
winch to pull peppers out of the brush that they couldn't manhandle out, so they used the winch to pull it out.
Okay, let's move on and to the next item.
But you want to announce that we're changing the schedule? Because we were supposed to go to the decision modules next, and we're not, we're going to go to.
Yeah, so how do y'all want to do that?
Just go to
utilities? Want to go ahead and plow ahead in the utilities, and that way you're that much further ahead, so that Friday morning you could start with the decision modules and then pick up from that point?
Okay for that?
Yeah, because I think
We're gonna do that.
Mayor said Commissioner Sherman needs to be here for that and will be refreshed.
Okay.
I'd like my brain to be a little clearer.
Okay. So what page were we on?
24. Oh, 24? No, that's me, ma'am.
26. All right, so Kathleen, you got this?
Sorry.
We're on 24 with the
No, it's
utility revenues.
26.
Utility revenues, okay.
26.
Okay, got it.
Before we go through this, I know Kathleen, you have to do this every year, but I think there's some new people out here and probably listening online, how we determine what our rates are going to be so that when it looks like we're raising the rates by whatever amount, it's not a haphazard amount.
Okay. So years ago, the city adopted an ordinance to use the Public Service Commission rate of increase for water and sewer flows for increasing our utilities. And this year, when I looked, it was higher than I'd ever seen. I think it was 3.56%. But our city manager said, since we have been increasing and we're getting the new telemetry systems getting installed, and we're starting to see some revenue rates, just the revenues coming back up to speed, that we should just do half of that. So the increase will be 1.72% for water and sewer flows, for water and sewer base fees. And that's how we get to that. That's how we get to that. Is that what you were looking for?
Yeah, that deflector, whatever
Yeah,
that was.
that's, I'm sorry, I can't remember that name of that index, but that's the index that they use, the gross product. I'm sorry, I'd have to look it up.
Okay.
It's a combination.
There's an
formula.
index with a name like this long, with funny words in it.
Yeah, I'll find that for you later. Sorry.
So again, just to pick up on what Kathleen is saying, that, yeah, there was a recommended index and it was pretty high, but we had done some pretty significant investments and changes, and thanks to the commission for your investments, I think we're going to be okay because our water loss should be going down and those kinds of things, which plays into our sewer rates, our water rates, and those kinds of things. So I felt like, okay, giving our utility customers a break wherever we could made sense. So that's what the logic was behind, maybe halving that rate.
Yes,
I was going to say, just in line with that, how far are we along as far as complete installation on the telemetry meters?
95%.
Okay. So what we can say that, or forecast, maybe in the next 6 months, you'd be able to make some predictions about what the possible savings are?
Correct. And just a quick update, the timing of when the new meters went in and the amount of zero reads, there were meters that came out of the system into the system, and there were periods when the change out happened and some customers got a longer bill. In other words, the meter went in April, but they didn't get a bill until later on, so it accounted for more days as opposed to the normal 30-day cycle they're used to seeing a bill on. So you'll hear some customers be concerned about that, and in those cases we're working with them on payment plans and doing whatever we can to make it all even out for them in their budget. And so some people are very understanding and love that, and other people are like, they don't like that at all. So we're doing our best. Maria's doing her best to work through those issues. So you may hear those kinds of concerns come up. And as I told you, when we went down this pathway, we needed to do it. But I've never been through a utility meter conversion that was squeaky clean and went exactly according to plan. I mean, there are always these hiccups. And to the staff's credit, I really have to commend them that that's the only major hiccup that's happened so far. And so it's going well.
Commissioner Mealy.
Yeah, the Women's Club, I was told we didn't get a new meter because we got a new meter 2 or 3 years ago. And that's fine with me, except that we didn't get the benefits of the new meter. Our water bill has been astronomical for the last 3 months, and we're still trying to figure out why. But I asked Maria, because I thought this was one of the benefits of the new meters, was could I get a day-by-day breakdown of our water usage? So I could try to figure out, is it somebody who's using the building or somebody who's washing their car in the parking lot? And she said, well, we need that new whatever gizmo goes with the...
It's the radio read.
Register.
The
It's
register. Yeah.
So when do we get that?
They're coming. We ordered what we thought we needed, and we've gotten, like I say, 95% in, but then there's that other 5% that we're working on, and we've had supply chain challenges and other kinds of issues, but yeah, we think we're going to have it wrapped up pretty soon.
And we'll get some kind of notification that, okay.
Commissioner Cooley.
When there is a billing issue, they get an abnormally high one and they're on the automatic draft where they just pull the money out. Are folks reaching out before they draft that money to let folks know you're about to have an automatic deduction in your account that's way higher than it normally would be? Or are they getting a heads up, or are we just taking the money?
Maria generally, when the reads come in right before the billing cycle goes through, she tries to get the meter readers back out there to reread, to make sure it's not an error, to see if it's a leak and that sort of thing. And yeah, she does call people when it is a true read. She tries to contact as many as she can. You got to remember she's one person, so She does do a really good job of doing that, and, you know, and I know that, I'm trying to think, I mean, if that did happen, I can't remember a time where we've actually paid somebody back. But I mean, we could also, you know, we could put the money, give them the money back and work out a payment plan or that sort of thing with them.
That could be just a potential very unpleasant surprise if you're used to a certain amount and then it's gone.
That's correct.
Tortugas
Right.
it happened to.
Oh, you guys are on automatic bill pay?
No, but when I get the bill,
Yeah, and you do get the bill. I mean, if you're on automatic bill pay, you get your bill at the end of the month, and the money does not come out until the 20th. So you should, you know, even if you're on automatic, you still want to look at your bill. You know, so that's probably why we've not had too many instances of that happening, because, you know, people look at their bills and say, wait, $800 instead of 80? Oh, better call.
Yeah, and so to Commissioner Cooley's, to your point, we've had some customers, oh yeah, totally understand, we'll work with you on all that, and we've had other customers like, oh, that's terrible. So we're doing our best to work through those situations, and you're probably talking about a handful in, you know, thousands of customers.
Well, I know I had a neighbor, and the company actually replaced her meter 3 times because it was showing an unusual use of water. And it comes to find out she had a leak in the house somewhere. It was under the ground.
Oh, wow.
So they changed the meters out, and they said, there's definitely a problem here, so she had to get someone out to fix it.
Yeah.
So, anyway, okay,
right.
Any other questions, comments? Okay, we can move on to the next page. 27.
I have 27.
27.
We're going from
Yeah.
26 to 27?
27 shows the big thing on page 27 is under miscellaneous revenue, showing $8.2 million, and that's the other funding sources, which would be the proceeds from the loan to build the wastewater plant.
And let me just clarify, again, we are authorized for a higher amount, but we picked that number because we're looking at, you know, cutting back on whatever we can, whenever we can, to use the money frugally, but at the end of the day, how much money can you spend in one fiscal year? So that was a placeholder. We'll be working with CPH to adjust that over time, but that was the number we chose to start.
the impact fees, 363, 204, and 206, are those the Roberts Road developments?
Those are just, you know, in general, we get water impact fees. I didn't really factor that in because I'm not sure.
We have those separately and we could share those with you, but these are just normal expected revenues.
Right, because we get impact fees for all, you know, like the development out there on John Anderson. What is it? It used to be called Seaside. I forget what it's called now.
Seaside Landings.
Seaside Landings, where we're just providing, you know, when somebody builds a new home there, which I think they're about built out, but, you know, new homes. These are new homes, the impact fees from.
Just new homes in general?
New homes in general, yeah. And all that money is restricted, so. Any other questions on the revenues?
Well, back to my question about the developments on Roberts Road. We have not yet gotten the water impact fees from them, or any impact fees from them.
They are going to pay them at a certain point in the process. That's per the interlocal agreement or that
That was
you all
all on
approved.
the coast, right?
Yeah, and the credit
Right.
and all of that, the impact fee credit. So the agreement you approved the other night, that's what we anticipate. And obviously finance is tracking that. And as they actually are going to pay by the building in the case of the preserve. So as the buildings go up, then the impact fees come in. So it's a matter of timing of when that happens.
Benny, thank you.
Any other questions? 28, utility, water treatment plant.
This is Jim's operation, the water treatment plant. By the way, I'm happy to report he's doing well. He came in the office the other day. We're glad to see Jim.
That's good.
And this is what he requested.
on the next page is the breakdown of the capital.
Okay, can we go back?
Oh, no, I was just saying that.
What, oh, yeah, on the capital. There is some things listed on page 53 that are not listed here. And is that the same answer you gave me before about them not being capital things, but they are?
Could be.
Okay.
Could be.
See what Gatsby has to
All
say.
right, on page 53,
Which is the capital plan itself.
Capital plan.
Okay, right.
Okay, the well is ARPA money, so I'm not concerned about that. And then things that aren't listed on the budget page are the acid tanks. Oh, that's not this year, never mind.
Yes. There's several of them that are listed in out years, and we try to kind of break it up.
Just the reserve.
Yes.
No. The water treatment plant reserve. So should that not be?
Oh, I guess I didn't put it down in that little gray box. Yeah, it is down there. It is.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it is, sorry.
Okay.
All right, I'm sorry. So everything else is listed, never mind.
Okay.
Okay, any other comments, questions? Okay. Getting up on page 29 with the water treatment plant totals. Page 30, utilities. Water transmission.
Mm-hmm. This is Public Works.
Yeah. So once we produce the water, we have to pump it out and deliver it to the customer. So it transitions from the water plant itself, where we're creating drawing from the wells and creating the water, and then it comes into the city through the transmission system, and that's where Allen and Public Works jumps in and takes care of that.
Question on page 30. Special and incentive pay has doubled.
Oh, it's the call-out pay, and the reason that it's doubled is because during this past year, they moved the meter readers back in, how can I describe it? So they're back into where they're under finance department, but they're, straight utility workers. So we have to have a meter reader on call, and then Alan also has somebody in his Public Works department on call. Whereas it used to just be, I guess one person was on call and they would handle meter issues too, or something like that. I don't know, but that's the reason why it doubled.
Yeah, and it's also the volume of calls because of our infrastructure, it's being in the condition that it's in.
So when you say they're on call, what are they doing?
They get paid, how much extra an hour?
It's $1 an hour, so if they work an 8-hour day, they get paid $16 to be on call for the whole day. So basically what they do, most of them, they kick the phone for 2 weeks. So they get $128 per week for being on call.
We've had days where they would work a full day and there was a water main break. In fact, I'll tell you, one I remember Alan telling me about was over near the shopping center over there, and those guys worked all day, and then they came in, the water line break got called in the evening, like 7, 8 o'clock, and they worked until 3 in the morning. So stuff like that, 3 or 4 times like that happens, and it just runs the meter up, the bill up.
Good. Commissioner Cooley.
So when telemetry was put in, it takes what would normally be a meter reader a month of labor to do and condenses it down into 2 days. So since we're 95% installed, soon to be 100 on that, there should be a significant savings of basically almost an entire position of labor for what would have been the meter reader down to 2 days of work a month, basically. Where would that savings be in this?
But they would also, besides reading, meter readers also do go out and reread, check for leaks. I'm not sure exactly what all else they do.
Would that be just at the meter, or would it also be pipes?
I think you raise a fair point. What we're going to do is assign them other work, because that work, continues, as Kathleen's saying. And I would love to, once we get a little experience under our belt here, see if we can't reduce that somewhere, because what is happening now is we're still overwhelmed, even though the system's almost in, with other kinds of work, other break fix kind of situations where we're using the meter readers and Alan's crew. So as we get into this, I'm hoping we can find that savings, and I'm pretty sure we will, because we went from a time where we needed 2 people to read the whole city. Took us 25 days or so. Now we'll probably be able to read the city in 2 days. So that frees up a lot of time that I expect to reassign a person to do other things that need to be done, or cut back their hours somehow.
So the scenario that I just gave a few minutes ago, you said you're 95% complete. So in approximately 10 months, first of the year or something, we should be able to reevaluate it and determine where this other FTE could be reassigned, or see what our workload is like. Okay.
Again, it's got to be based on experience, and
sure.
Your gut tells you that's what's going to happen, and we just got to figure out if that works for us exactly, and I believe it will. And so we just have to make that call at that point.
Okay. Mr. Mealy?
Yeah, we have in capital improvements the fire hydrant replacement, and it does show up in the capital plan, but I don't know where it is in the budget.
It's repairs and maintenance.
Is it in repairs and maintenance?
Yeah, because that's something we do all the time, keeping the hydrants up. And you remember when I came, I noticed how rusted some of them were on the beach side, and if you had a fire, you couldn't even, turn some of the screws on them. So this is kind of something we've decided that needs to be a regular thing.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to doing it. I just wondered where the money was.
Where the money was?
Yeah. All right, so it's in repairs and maintenance. Thank you.
Do we have a person that's doing that full time, or where is it?
No, sir. What we do is Alan's crews go out and assess the fire hydrant situation, and then they have a specialized contractor that they call on to do the replacements or specialized repairs and things like this. Because it takes specialized paint,
right,
and other kinds of things and equipment and tools and fixtures to do all that kind of stuff. Bobby can tell you about some of that too. Some of your guys get involved in that too as well.
Just real quick, they're asking about it. The combination between Alan and the Public Works Department and Fire Department, R&M Solutions is the contractor, and we've been working this for probably 4 or 5 years now as far as the hydrant replacement program. And the goal was to do 4 to a half a dozen a year after the big push where there was like 15 to 20 that went out the first year. So now that program is running seamlessly, and we're staying in that 4 to half a dozen replacement in the year. But we'll give any information to Alan. We do flow tests. His folks, as Mr. Whitson said, they'll identify them. That's passed on to R&M, and then they'll come in annually and do the replacements. Anything in the meantime, if there needs to be maintenance or whatever, they're called in and they're on call for that, if that answers your question.
Yes, thank you.
Now, again, if it's repairs and maintenance, does it belong in the capital plan?
What does Gatsby say?
It won't be capitalized. I think we just do it, because this is our capital plan to show where things are. I put where it belongs, especially this year in the budget, so that the upcoming finance director will have a better, understanding of what needs to be capitalized and what doesn't.
Okay.
But I could make it a little more, we could make it a little more clear down in this gray box if we wrote, instead of capitalized improvements, I should have written repairs and maintenance next to that, so you would know where it was located in there.
Okay.
But I think a lot of it's put into the capital plan so that the public can see, you know, that we are doing something, because they don't, you know, capitalization and repairs and maintenance, not everybody loves that. But it just, you know, helps keep our audits a little bit better if we have everything in the right place.
Well, I would think so. That's why I'm still unclear.
Well, the capital plan isn't a piece of the audit. They don't audit the capital plan, but they audit how things are tracked through fixed assets and that sort of thing.
Yeah, the capital plan is kind of our budget tool, if you will, to try to track things and plan them out.
I have to break away from whatever's in this gray box balloon.
Well, no, I don't think you do. I think that what we could do is just put what's in the capital plan in the gray box and write that it's, you know, repairs and maintenance. Okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to incorporate the 5-year capital planning into our process, so this year's a little rough, but, you know, we want to try to mirror that so that y'all can see what we're thinking about.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, Commissioner Cooley.
So, infrastructure reserve. Can you just help clarify that for me?
Yeah. So the infrastructure reserve is, you know, we have a lot of old pipes and you see it, what it costs for the breaks. And so we're, you know, the city manager decided that would be a good idea to start building a reserve. So that, because eventually, you know, we're going to have a lot of expense. Maybe at some point we can get on a schedule too of replacing certain areas that we know are bad, you know, and this is just a good way to do that.
Right, rather than do 300,000 infrastructure reserve, wouldn't 300,000 repairs and you just start repairing this stuff?
What would happen in this scenario is, let's see.
Well, if I could.
Go ahead.
Okay. One of the methods to my madness here a little bit, and I appreciate the comment, is I'm trying to build a track record that can be tracked here so that as we apply for federal grants, a lot of times they look for these capital schedules and stuff, and I'm trying to build that, hey, we're planning for it, but we need help. And so that's why I thought it might be a good idea to call it out that way. You're correct that we're going to fix it if it breaks, right? But one of the methods here that I'm trying to establish is if we show the federal government or the state government that we're trying our best to plan for these things, but we just can't get there and we need a grant or we need this or we need that, that kind of helps that case.
Would it be, I mean, I know we have repairs in here, but would it be beneficial to funnel more of that money? Yeah, I guess it's a matter of productivity of the money. Rather than set it aside for repairs, we just do repairs.
Here, let me explain a little bit. So what would happen? So we have, well, I think we have the fire hydrants in there, but let's just say we spend the whole 75,000 that's up there that's budgeted, and now we have another break, and that costs 50,000. What happens accounting-wise is we're going to move $50,000 from that line and put it up into repairs and maintenance. So then, at the end of the year, if we don't spend any more of that reserve, 250 would go to the reserve. And then, say, future-wise, you know, we decide that we want to replace $500,000 worth of infrastructure. Now we have 250,000 kind of sitting in a savings account that we can use and not have to increase bills or do other things like that to pay for these things. That's kind of, I'm trying to get that mindset clear.
And again, when you work with the state and federal government, if you have funds there, you have to have matching dollars, right? And in fact, I got a briefing the other day, and I'll be glad to bring a pipe tomorrow night to show you, or Friday, whenever you want to see it. It was disgusting. It was pulled out of the, actually pulled out of the ground just a few weeks ago at that job that we're doing on South Daytona in 15th in that area. Yeah. Well, this was another one.
This is the water pipe.
A water pipe, a 2-inch water pipe. And apparently the south end of the island, in terms of when it was developed, has a lot of lead, not lead, but metal pipe that was done in the development, and that's what's in the ground because it was done back in the 60s and 70s. the north end of the island developed at a different time, and you may have more PVC pipe that way. But
Any
in the
wooden
south
pipes
end,
left?
oh, there could be some wooden or clay in there, but the point is, the older infrastructure is deteriorating, and the bill is coming due on that, and there's talk in Washington of a lot of, infrastructure money coming, and I'm just trying to plant the seed so that if we can line up for those opportunities, we have mechanisms to address it.
So what we're essentially doing is building up a reserve so that we can replace instead of just repairing.
Yeah.
Because based on the pipe that I saw today, I'm glad I got a water filter system in my house.
So again, it's just trying to be proactive where we can. There's a lot of problems that, just have been there for a long time, and just a way of trying to incrementally assess and address.
Okay. Any other questions? We're ready for page 31? Wastewater treatment plant.
Oh, this is the biggie.
This is the big dollar one.
So again, you see the money in there for the capital. That's the biggest part of it. And then I think on the agenda tomorrow night, there's an item where we've got the first pricing on our step one of moving forward with the sludge press. So we're going to begin that process, and Ben has been active talking back and forth about what's next, finishing the design, beginning to set up the procurement process. I mean, this conversation goes on daily, all the time.
So for general purpose, for the general audience, everyone understands where we are in this. The design has already been paid for. That was done a year and a half, 2 years ago, correct?
Majority of it was, okay. But because we are trying to, value engineer it now to save money where we can, that design is being altered and adjusted in the ways that we discussed the other night.
All right, this sludge press was $1.7 million. Is that part of the 8.2?
No.
I didn't think it was. So where is it?
That is budgeted in this year's budget.
Oh, it's in this year's.
And so it'll be encumbered if it's not complete by 9/30.
Okay.
All right, we're doing it now. So.
Isn't that on the agenda?
Yes, tomorrow night. Step one.
Well, I know that, but I thought.
No, I just want to see if
never mind what.
Yeah, it's already started. This is next year's budget.
I shouldn't think.
I thought I saw a picture of it and read about it, so I thought it was somewhere.
Yeah.
Next year. This year's budget.
Interesting looking piece of equipment. Any other comments on this one? Wastewater treatment.
I got some.
Sure, go ahead, Commissioner.
Significant increase in repairs and maintenance. Is this something that can be pushed into the SRF loan?
No, the SRF loan is more capital and has to be tied to the design. What's happening is Johnny's saying that, for example, the sludge hauler, until we get out of that business and get the sludge press online, they're doubling their price for hauling the stuff away, and then you have labor increases for the people that shovel it and all of these things. So all of those kinds of things are going on and being built into next year's budget, and it's unfortunate, but we're just trying to get out of that process.
Yeah, I highlighted the sludge removal with the hope that next year we don't have that line.
That would be great. We would love that.
Yeah, the other question was, what is a mobile dewatering unit?
That is a unit, the big clarifier out there that's full of trees that we refer to affectionately as the Amazon.
The rainforest.
The rainforest, yes, sir. So we're trying to bring in a mobile unit that would dewater that so that we could clean it out and use it as part of the infrastructure for the new plant expansion and not have to tear that out or tear it down. It's part of the cost-saving measures that we're doing, but we have to prep it first, and that's what the dewatering is about.
That one piece of equipment's $25,000.
Yes, sir. It's not cheap.
Was that part of the presentation that he made when he was here?
Yes, it is. Yeah, it was at the workshop, yes, sir.
And that's not something that can be rented, because it's a one-time thing to clean that out, right?
Well, I'll have to defer to the experts. All I know is what they're doing with it, and I trust CPH and Johnny. They say they need it. I say, okay, let's do it.
Those are the only questions I have.
Okay, any other questions, commissioners? No. Okay, we'll move on to page 32. 32.
That's the same.
32?
That's the same.
That's the same thing? So we're in 33? Sewer collection.
Not one question. I must have missed it.
The reserve, is this like a lot like what we just discussed under the other thing? Okay.
Again, you remember the discussion about we could apply for this money for 17 years and not get all the sewer laterals taken care of. I mean, it's just a long-term process. So to that point, we are trying to figure out ways in the new treatment plant process to get funds for a desal unit to take the chlorine out of the water, wastewater we're processing immediately right now, and maybe start our own reclaim operation on the actual sewer treatment plant grounds. It means Johnny will have to cut grass more often, but it's at least a start on getting out of the intercoastal and getting to the quality reclaimed water that we need to be producing at the plant.
Can you touch on 304,600? The large increase is repairs and maintenance under a lift station.
That's not where,
I think you're a page ahead.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was that, I'm on 33, is that?
Yeah.
Oh, I was on
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, you're on 34? Are we ready to go to 34?
She's anxious to get out of here.
Okay. Which one is that?
Eyes are crossing.
I knew you were a page ahead because I have it highlighted too.
You have it highlighted? Yeah, so do I.
Okay, that's the repairs and maintenance under lift stations.
All right, so we're not doing sewer,
on a lift station.
nothing on sewer?
I don't think we had any comments on sewer.
I don't.
No one wanted to
Okay,
talk.
let's move along.
Nobody wanted.
Thought we were done,
I don't think anyone wants to take anything off of sewer. So we're on 34.
So we're up here. We have some notes we're checking. I think I know what that is, but I want to check.
Oh, it's,
That's for a lift station.
we got, it's for tanking on various lift stations. I think that's cleaning them out. But it's also a manhole repairs.
Yeah, we have a lot of manholes that are failing.
And that's
Rusting.
100,000. And there was 30,000 for biannual well cleanouts and 50.
I'm sorry, can you explain, what's a manhole repair? I mean, why are they tanking? What does that mean?
Okay, the manhole repairs, you want?
Pictures of them somewhere, I'm trying
Yeah,
to think.
we've sent around some pictures, but basically in the streets, you have your metal covers, those are your manholes. When you lift the cover off, all the roaches run, no. You go in there, and there's in a lot of these cases, there are bricked walls inside. Those bricks are leaking from the groundwater going up and down. And so what we're trying to do is repair those, and there's a new technology where you can actually spray in this liquid, and it turns into a hard plastic. And it adheres to the walls, and it's much better than filling it in with concrete, which is extremely expensive, or the brick method. So we're trying to keep the I&I, or the inflow and infiltration that we treat at the treatment plant, flowing through the sewers, cut that down, because you're cutting out that water that would seep into the system.
Wasn't it also coming in through the tops? Didn't we have a contractor
Yes.
replace the manhole covers themselves?
Yes, the water infiltrates from rain, it comes in from the groundwater, and all these kinds of things. And so we're just trying to cut down the amount that we are treating, plus the fact that we're so close to the intercoastal. a lot of the water that does come in is that's where your chlorine's coming from. As a matter of fact, we identified, was it around 22nd Street, somewhere South Daytona and 22nd Street, somewhere in that area, the chlorine count was off the chart. And so that was one of the first ones we did. So we're trying to identify where the I&I is, where the chlorine content's coming from, and that's another way we're getting at trying to improve the quality of the wastewater that we are producing.
Okay.
We'd also looked at the cost of salvaging the manhole covers that we don't need. In other words, once they replace them, there's a value to that metal.
Yeah.
So
It
that
makes
was
some
one
art
thing.
projects out of it.
Not me. So anyway, they were also exploring the idea of what we could get
Chairs out of them.
salvage price.
Resin some glass on you.
Yeah.
There you go.
So I hope that answers.
It does, thank you.
Yeah, initially, I think initially they didn't even include any kind of salvage price in the initial contract.
Correct.
And Mr. Whitson, I went back to them and said, what are you going to give us as a salvage for these manhole covers?
Okay.
So that was another way of getting, yes, Commissioner.
Okay, couple call outs. We covered that one line with the 200,000. So if we look at capitalized on page
Equipment.
35, yes.
Oh, 34 or 35? 35. Okay, all right. I was behind.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Because utility, this is all a 2-page deal.
Yes.
3 speed bumps on South 12th and South Flagler for $45,000. So the question is, why at all, and then why under lift stations?
Because we have to access that area, and that we've had some complaints. I could have the staff write up a little note about that, but there's a history to that, and we checked around on getting the work done, and these are the estimates that we're getting.
And that's coming out of ARPA money, right?
Not that particular project, but some.
Oh, the speed bumps, I'm sorry.
Not
okay.
the speed bumps, but some of the other work that we're going to do to improve the lift stations is. Yes, ma'am.
Is this, I'm sorry, I was going to say, is this concrete lift station, asphalt, or are these the rubberized type speed bumps?
I don't know. I will have to defer to them, and I could get you something on that.
I was just curious.
By Friday.
Is this just because they're working on the lift station and it's a safety issue? Could we add a stop sign? What could we do?
Well, this has to do with the access to a particular site, and it's near some homes and an HOA. It's very involved. I will get the write-up for you. I think that'd be a better way to do that, because I'm almost at the end of my
That's a large
scheme.
dollar amount.
I'm trying to think what HOA is over there by
If we're at a
South
point
12.
we need to put speed bumps in, we need to reduce the speed limit, which,
It's been a real issue, so let me get some further details for you.
and then this is more vehicle stuff, and I think your billing report, we have $160,000 on
Right.
A service truck.
I cut that one last year, and they keep asking for it. And I'll have them do a write-up for you. It's a specialized crane, because what happens, Commissioner, is a lot of these wet wells, the way they were designed, they may be 20, 25 feet down in the ground that you have to lift these pumps up. And these pumps are thousands of pounds. And so you have to have something that can get down to them and physically pull them up so they can do the change-out, repairs, maintenance, those kinds of things. And the equipment they have right now is just cobbled together, and they keep asking me for this piece of equipment, and I'm concerned that there could be a serious accident. So that's why I put it in there. You're right, it's a lot of money, and I was kind of on the fence about it. They keep asking me every year, so I was like, well, let's see what the commission says.
This goes back to the discussion we had, it might have been before you, about that. Remember the big giant vacuum truck they wanted to buy? And it's something that can be rented because it doesn't get used all the time. So we can either buy a $160,000 piece of equipment, have it sit most of the time, and then use it occasionally, or we can rent it.
I think that's good logic. However, these pumps have a regular maintenance schedule, and they get pulled a lot more than you would think. And we have 34 lift stations. So it's not something that, we do every once in a while. This is something that happens all the time.
So it says replace, so I assume that we have one that we're using already?
Right, you should see it. It's quite a piece of work.
I also see that the actual cost of this thing is $320. And you put in the budget $160 for this year and $160 for 3 years out.
Correct. I'm trying to plan it out.
So this means we would not be buying this thing for another 3 years.
No, buying another one in 3 years.
Or replacing it in 3 years.
I think, do we have two of them?
We have one truck, I think. And my concern is they're out there pulling these 2,000-pound pumps all the time, and I just don't want there to be an accident.
Yeah, no, get that. Yeah. But if we're crabbing about 160, we really should be crabbing about 320.
Yeah.
And we're not doing it right now, so that.
No, Jane, no. It isn't
No?
that.
I'm not reading this right?
So we want to get, the request is to buy a truck now for the 22-23 budget for $160,000. And then I think 3 years from now, they want another one.
Oh, that makes more sense.
I'm sorry, y'all.
So they need 2 trucks to do it? How many?
Well,
No.
They want to buy a new truck, use it for a couple of years, then buy another truck. And then trade it in for the optimal lease, whatever stuff that we've talked about 100 times already.
Right. But again, that's a matter of, if you have that 5-year plan, you can say, well, look, we need to wait another year on that and push it out. Mm-hmm. So that's how you use the 5-year capital plan, is you say, look, we just bought that truck 2 years ago, let's wait another year or 2 more years. I mean, it gives you a way to push those expenses around to the point when you can afford it.
I guess my mentality is different. You just drive it until the wheels fall off. I would like to see on our current truck what the year is, and
we don't have a current truck.
Well, I thought that was the replacement of the one for the service train thing.
The crane we don't have right now.
Okay.
Well, we have a truck that we're utilizing that way, and we have, something we're using. It's a small crane.
Right.
But I'm concerned about, doing it the right way. So we can show you the information we have.
I was going to say, could you give us some photos of the truck?
Sure.
I think that the safety of the personnel is, we don't want to compromise the safety of someone possibly getting killed. Because, a 1,000-pound pump that falls off a crane that's rusted is not a good sight. And especially if you're down in a hole trying to unbolt that thing. But I think as a visual, it may help us to better understand. Sure. I don't want to climb in that hole, but I think it would just help.
I think these are all fair questions, and we need to kind of put that.
And it's a lot of money. That's a lot of money.
Yeah, I get it, and I cut it last year, but they came back and asked again, and then they went out and showed me, what they were doing, and I was like, oh, okay, well, I'll bring it forward and see what happens.
Okay. I only got one other comment. So utility fund. Last year under lift station maintenance, we budgeted, it's amended at $558,000. And obviously we're looking at doing a much larger budget for lift station maintenance this year. But last year's budget was amended at $558,000. So far year to date, we've spent $86,000. And the thing is this heavily affects utility bills. So this is where we get into the discussion and the heartburn about we budget huge swaths of money, but we haven't done anything with it. And but year to date, we've spent $86,593.
Are you looking at?
I'm looking at the latest budget summary.
Oh, I did do one for June.
You did not. But
yes, I did, but I guess it didn't get handed out.
Yeah, we didn't get it. But whatever, I'm looking at the latest report, but the thing is unless we're looking at spending a huge amount of money right here at the end of the year, we're not going to get there. And that's, I guess that's a big concern of mine, because we're budgeting really, really big things, big ideas, and it's all for the right reasons, but then it's not happening.
What's the cost of a lift station, average cost?
Oh, they're very expensive. They're $600,000, $700,000, $800,000. But let me just say to your point, you have a point. But my staff is running really hard, and they're trying to get quotes, contractors to give them information, materials. I mean, there's a lot of moving parts. And yes, we want to get these things done, and we budget what we think it will cost, but it has just been like pulling teeth to get quotes, to get people to follow through and do things. It's taking a lot longer than it used to get things done. So it's not like I'm saying, oh, we got to have all this money, but then we're not doing the work. That's not a fair picture. What's happening is it's taking longer to do the work, and we know what the costs are. The costs are escalating, but it's taking longer. So I would just like to correct that perception that we're not budgeting a bunch of money and not doing it. We're budgeting what we think it will take, but it's taking longer. And so I would just say that.
Is this a case where they may have ordered the parts, they're not in?
Takes weeks.
Therefore, it's not obligated?
Yes, sir. You know, it's just taking longer to get supplies, to get quotes, to get engineering designs, to get everything.
So what do we do in the case of a lift station that goes down and you can't get a new pump? Are they repairing it or buying another one, makeshift, or what? I mean, I'm just trying to get an idea.
We are cannibalizing pumps, yeah. Okay. That's what we're doing, and, you know, trying to kind of patch and pull things together. But let's take the project up there at, is it Ocean Way?
Ocean Marina.
Ocean Marina. We're having that lift station totally died on a weekend. And of course, and we're rebuilding it totally, and we're making some good headway on it. Chris, you want to give us a quick update on that one in particular? It's taking a lot longer than we had planned. Is that correct?
Yeah, so he's absolutely...
Come to the podium.
Hi, Chris Novak. Lift Station 11 is well underway. The demo's already been done. They have...
Hold on. Demo, meaning we had to totally tear it.
We had to completely bypass it.
Bypass it, tear it out, rebuild it.
Secure the area. Since then, as of last week, the whole lining, that new technology has been done all the way to the bottom. It looks beautiful. And the pump.
Beautiful.
You went down in there.
Compared to what it used to look like, yeah.
Structure, let's put it that way.
God bless you.
I'm out with Vinny a lot, actually. The pump itself has taken some time to get in. We won't even get it until next week. It's been on order now 2.5 months, so it's finally coming in, and that's getting ready to be installed. So we're looking at that station being completed about the first week in August. Fine. So it's been about a 2.5 month, 3 month process.
Okay, so I guess when we go back to Commissioner Cooley's point about the money being obligated but not spent, then what we're essentially saying is that it was obligated for that particular type of work, but because of the unavailability of a pump or whatever is necessary, it hasn't been used.
Yeah.
So that's why only 86,000 of that total has been used or whatever it is.
Right. I guess
I'm just trying to get a sense.
Yeah, the philosophy that I guess I'm trying to convey is, are we budgeting based on the current conditions, like what city manager and everybody was talking about? Are we budgeting too aggressive versus the market conditions? Because, you know, things happen, and we have the goals and we want to get these things done, but they're not, even though they got budgeted in. So I guess the question is it too aggressive of a budget based on market conditions, if that makes sense?
I understand what you're saying. I'm just trying to see that the alternative is to just leave it in there and then have an amendment. Do we just leave it in the general fund, and then if we have a situation like that, then we have to get a budget amendment in order to, or something like that in order to.
Then it's not a real budget.
Right, and then it's not a real budgeted item.
Rhonda, you had something to share here.
Yeah, I mean, as of the end of June, our year-to-date expenditures in the lift stations is a little over $168,000. However, what we've got in the works or POs committed is over $230,000. So that means the PO is out there. We're waiting for work to be done or items to ship, that kind of a thing.
Okay. So we plan the project, you know, we know what needs to be done to correct the broken stuff, but the process to get it done, I mean, is just delay after delay after delay. And so it's not a situation where we're over budgeting, it's a matter of taking longer than we had planned.
Okay.
I don't think it's an over expenditure because I work a lot of the projects in the city. I've got probably 30 to 40 of them on my desk right now. So what's happening is we're getting into a rhythm. We get the bid going. We find the contractors. We got to coordinate all of these projects. These aren't, you know, we're going to go paint a curb. It's a project. It takes multiple steps, sometimes multiple different contractors to do it. So right now, Vinny, you know, we're looking and assessing which are the most problematic. Where do we need to spend this money? What's going to be our plan? And we've got the right teams finally in place with the contractors and workers that, you know, the sole source that lines it. Their work is excellent. And then the other folks that are involved. So the momentum's building up. If we step back now, our infrastructure is beyond. If you could see underground, you'd be mortified. We have to do this. And that's.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments?
Chief wants to say something.
Oh, Chief.
I know this doesn't fall under me, but this is the first I've heard of an issue at South 12th and South Flagler. $45,000 is a lot of money for speed bumps. And I caution you, you start putting in speed bumps, they'll want them everywhere. In my opinion, they don't work.
No. Let me get with Vinny, figure out the issue. It's not speed bumps. I need to get clarification on this particular situation.
Okay, because I'll be more than happy to give recommendations on what to do down there.
No problem.
To putting in speed bumps.
Okay, are we ready to move on? We have other comments. Next page.
2 pages.
2 pages, 36. Utility fund expense.
So utility fund expense mainly is the administrative costs for utility billing. That's in, you know, little pieces of each person in finance and you're seeing in admin, all the salaries are kind of divided amongst the different funds. So that's the bulk of the salaries is just, like, for example, Maria is our utility billing manager. 70% of her salary comes from utility, 14% comes from sanitation, and only a little bit from general fund, you know, because she works mainly in utilities. Then this is also a lot like general government where things like insurance and that sort of thing get paid out of.
The insurance, 48%.
Okay, so
I think everyone's.
So after 17 years, I finally found, since I had retired, I had some time to actually take, I did this for IT and also for insurance, where I could take some of our actual facts, like for insurance, I used the values that our properties are valued at and different things that are insured and tag them out to what funds they belong to. Because forever, I've just followed the allocation that was in place and there was no backup for it. So as it turns out, you know, because I've been thinking all along, well, for goodness sakes, that water treatment plant is worth a lot of money to insure. So anyhow, that's the allocation was redone. And that's, you know, that's
so somewhere the insurance is,
so the
general government is lower than.
Yeah, the general government, the plunge.
So you just reallocated the insurance bill to
Okay.
a place that it probably was more likely to, the expense to needs to be paid from.
Okay.
Same for IT. I took the number of, computers by fund and just kind of came up with a good allocation for it.
Any more questions or comments? No, Commissioner, on the expense?
Professional services and contractual services. Contractual is a new one. Just, what are those?
That contractual will be is it the IT? Let me just make sure. Sorry, before I speak.
They're kind of by title one and the same, but they're separated.
Probably. Let me just check.
It's line 303-100 and 303-400.
Services is for IT.
Yep, IT consultant.
Yeah, so what we did was, because we're changing over IT providers, we had to allocate, okay, who has to pay the bill? And this is their slice of the projected bill.
IT provider, meaning what is in the decision module? Or are you talking about
We just took the money that we had budgeted, the 50,000.
50,000. It's what is in the base budget.
Because in the past, we have had the general fund paying for the entire IT service. And so
now you've divided
we divided it up. I mean, the bulk of IT is in the general fund when you consider police and fire and and city hall, what have you. But yes, we had not split it out previously.
Any more questions?
Now, what was the other one, Mr.?
Well, it was contractual and professional.
So contractual is, generally, try to keep it this way, is for contracts that we have with for services, things like when we had the landscaping, the janitorial services, things like that are considered contractual. Professional services are generally engineering. In this case, we have it's the admin. So we have that agreement with Palm Coast to do for the beach. Was the apartment building over there in Publix? That's the one where they bill the customers and we provide the sewer. So they collect all the payments and process it, and they charge us a 3% admin fee.
Doing that.
No. We are doing it with that building.
For what is existing.
Beach Village, the apartment building.
Okay, sorry.
Not the new one.
Right. We changed it with the new one.
Because when we just provide sewer, you don't put in a meter for sewer. So Palm Coast has the meters in. That's why we have to do it that way.
So they have to tell us what the water usage is so that we can do all of that.
Okay. Any other questions? Comments? Next page. Sanitation, estimated revenues.
Okay, I'm trying to remember what we increased sanitation revenues by. I can't remember. So I got it. So we did, for sanitation revenues, we did a 7% increase across the board for residential and commercial. That's about, we have $25,000 estimated for the sale of the recycled glass, mainly because CRA is going to buy a huge chunk of it. But I know that the sales, I don't know if Chris is still here, if she wants to tell us what those sales are, if you're interested, or just keep going. I mean, that's really all I have.
Yeah. Sure.
Mm-hmm. Okay. $2,000, yeah.
And in light of that, one of the things I guess we were talking about is, we're test trialing the sales and all right now. And, in order to kind of get a determination of what it's costing us to produce it and that kind of thing there. And then in the future, looking at either reducing the cost to residents and increasing the cost to other outside sources. if someone is interested, correct? As a revenue stream.
Yes, that's right.
Okay. Any comments? Okay, we can move on to the next page. 38. Refuse collection sanitation.
Yeah, I have a comment.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
On the yard tipping fees, since they're collecting the glass and recycling it, shouldn't the tipping fees go down?
They did.
For yard waste.
No, for landfill fees is,
Landfill fees is down a little bit.
Yeah.
But it's
Oh, the yard, that's the
yard
yard,
tipping fees are.
that's
the
yard
same.
waste?
that's like, that's the, when we, the yard, what am I trying to spit out? Like
Brush.
palm fronds, brush.
Ponds in the yard.
Okay, I didn't read that right. Okay, so the one line above that, the landfill fees did go down,
Slightly, 5.
and that's because of the recycling?
Mhm.
Okay.
And we don't have, at this point, we don't have a great deal of data yet, but that's.
Right, I understand.
So hopefully, and I can't remember if I don't think the fees went up at the landfill, did they?
I think they're still in their budget process, so we won't know until.
Yeah, because that could happen too,
Right.
with the cost of everything going up.
All right. Utility services, quite a bit higher. Is that because of Big Blue?
Yeah, possibly. Probably so.
Which one is that?
The
I'm looking
utility
at it, I'm
services was 5,800, now it's
We're checking the notes here. Hold on. We're taking a look.
What is the bad debt expense?
Okay, so we have it broken down, 5,000 for water. The 8,200 is broken down 5,000 for water and 3,200 for electricity. So it's like a water and electricity bill combined.
That's fine, but why is it so much higher than it was?
I don't know. I'm looking at it right now. I mean, we've spent right now 3,300, so it probably doesn't need to be quite that high.
Yeah.
Yeah, we probably haven't really. Mm-hmm.
A
Big
month?
Blue's costing about 180.
187 a month. Yeah, so it's not a big amount of money. But, yeah, I think we could trim that a little bit. I don't see any reason we couldn't.
Well, if it's a real number, it's a real number, but I just didn't understand
Yeah,
why.
I mean, if you consider it $200, that's probably how we got there, $200.
are we on?
We're on 300, page 38,
Mhm.
which is utility services.
Yeah, 304, 300.
Yeah, I
All right,
think
you
that's,
gotta get back to us on that.
We can make
You
a
got it.
note and get back to you. on that,
Okay.
yes.
And then machinery and equipment is double?
yeah, I don't really have notes on that. I don't know what Rob. Repairs and machinery. Well, we're projecting to spend 4,000 this year, so that might be why.
I think that it's just costs are up.
I'm,
When I was talking to Rob about this, he said just in certain parts alone, you have like double.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, so I've heard, okay. And the equipment less than 5,000, it's also almost double?
It's probably a computer. Yeah, it's tools for the mechanic. We still have in there, and $1,200 for a computer.
I'm sorry, Kathleen?
$1,200 for a desktop and $1,500 for tools for the mechanic.
And then
What about line 6300?
I have one more. Oh, sorry.
Probably the same one.
The capital, again, the capital plan doesn't match up with page 51.
Oh, it looks like I didn't do the little gray box, did I?
Yeah,
Page 51?
yeah, well, there is no capital plan outline in the budget. Just some numbers, but they don't say what they're for. And on
All right, let me see if I put notes in here. Sometimes I didn't get everything done.
in the capital plan, you have 25,000 for a sanitation fund,
It's,
building repairs.
Yeah, it's for a baler for the
And a baler.
aluminum and cardboard. That's 25,000. And the 45,000 was 20,000 for improvements to the sanitation building and also an enclosure for Big Blue.
I thought that was down the road
so-
somewhere.
Yeah, the baler and all of that kind of thing was supposed to be kind of associated with the decision module.
Oh, that's what
Okay,
it is.
and
Oh.
what he's telling me is if he bales certain products like aluminum and cardboard and everything, he can get more per dollar, more for it than just giving it to him in an open bin.
Oh, I don't mind buying it, I
Yeah.
just, it doesn't,
It doesn't line up, yeah, we need to get it synchronized there, but I think it has to do with his desire to up the value of the recycling material that he's collecting.
Oh, I see on page 51.
Yeah,
that's
and
right.
his office is horrible, terrible.
yes.
The bathrooms, oh my God. And so
It is.
these are capital expenses that we've done before. It's always been thought of as the garbage guys and stuff. And I think the man is doing a fabulous job and his team deserves that.
When we take our trip out for the Citizens Academy, we're not allowed out there.
Where you go this time? You got to go see.
It's that bad.
Yeah, that's pretty gross out there.
Okay, I'm done. Thank you. So you're going to get back to us on a bunch of things?
Yes,
Okay.
those particular items need to be lined up.
Okay, thank you.
Will the baler pay for itself?
That's a Rob question, but I think that he wouldn't ask for it if he didn't think he could help him make a lot more money. He told me that he felt like that, in particular, our aluminum, we could do a lot better, but it's like any other commodity. It's traded on a day-to-day basis, and the price goes up and down. So he said that if he could bale it and wait for the price to go up, you know what I'm saying, then he thinks he could make some more money. So he'll be here Friday, and you could ask him.
And the other question is, I'm going to sound like a broken record. The rather than $50,000 in building improvements, can we phase that? Is that something that needs all done at once?
I think so. I just would like to, as the manager, see us start, because the man keeps getting promised, that we're going to do this. I think this conversation's been had, as I recall, several years, and just nothing has been done. So I'd like to see us at least start.
Right.
So, yeah.
And if nothing's been done, we could do something.
Yes, sir.
Do we need to do 50,000?
We could maybe do a part of it, but the issue is the materials are just going nuts in terms of costs.
Doesn't this include showers and all too?
Yes.
I mean, right now, these guys when they finish coming off the trucks and all, they're disgusting, and they don't want to be getting in their cars and all in a disgusting manner. They don't really have adequate showers and heads of facilities and this kind of thing here. So if you haven't been out there, you need to go out and take a look. It's despicable. It really is. I'm not going to cut it, not this one, because these guys work hard.
I just had a question. So the 45,000, that's going to go just for a whole remodel then? So the office and I guess like for them the shower, like a locker room type of situation? Okay.
And my understanding is the wiring's bad. He's going to have some guys pull wire and, just kind of do some things to make it decent.
Some of it's really makeshift.
Yeah.
It's not really safe.
I understand the phasing in, but take a ride out there and look at the facilities. And
It's awful.
Right, and I'm not arguing that.
No, I know.
But it's, I just, I'm
Yeah, I'm
really concerned. We're gonna $10,000 our way into millions of dollars. Because that's what we're doing. If we say yes to every $10,000 thing, or 20 or 30.
But what fund is this coming out of?
This is enterprise, yeah.
Which is a enterprise fund?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Which is the part of the large increase in bills that, that is being proposed.
Okay.
Well, there is an increase, but I think compared to other sanitation services, we're pretty competitive, probably lower than other jurisdictions.
Okay, next. Any other questions, comments? Next page.
So contractual services is something he's got contracts with? Rob has?
Sanitation. That's going to be the IT, that's going to be the IT split out.
Piece of theirs.
I'm sorry, if you both talk at once, I can't.
It's their piece of the IT split out. She was sharing with you. The IT.
Oh.
Yeah. Their fair share of that bill.
50,000. It'll
Okay.
be higher if we.
And the same with the insurances, you broke it down, the same thing you told us before.
Right, exactly.
Okay. Those are my only questions.
Okay, any other questions? Commissioner? Okay. Page 40. Stormwater.
Okay, so this is the revenues for stormwater. This budget does include the $4 per month increase to the stormwater fees. It also includes a $100,000 grant for the sea level rise, is that it? Yeah,
Yes.
sea level rise.
It's that comprehensive assessment. And if I can just make a brief comment about that, that's a zero match grant. It will do an assessment of not only sea level rise, but all the other infrastructure and all the other things that could be impacted in the community. And we just got notice from Tallahassee, and I've been working with Edgar on a notice that there may be more money out there available. So we're going to start collaborating with Flagler County on this assessment, as well as the town of Beverly Beach and all the other jurisdictions here locally, and see what we can do to come up with a comprehensive plan and then go after more additional grant money to correct the problems that are identified in the study.
Is this all part of the resiliency
Yes.
project that's throughout the entire state?
That's correct. Yeah, and they put together a $750 million budget to cover some of this stuff. So we got jumped in line and we're able to get it.
Any more comments, questions on stormwater? Next page is 41, stormwater continued. This is the fund expense.
Yeah, professional services.
That's where the budget for the, this, I don't think we corrected this.
That's the
budget for
study, right?
For the study is in there, but I don't think we corrected this page, did we?
If you look at 42 at the
Right.
bottom in the gray box, it's balanced out with a grant.
It is balanced out with the grant, but it's actually in there twice. We need to correct that.
Yeah. Where do you have it in there on the
Yeah, it's in
second
there
tab?
twice. We'll correct that.
Oh, it's in, okay.
It's in, the expense side is in 2 times.
Yeah, okay.
So we'll have to
That's
take it
why
out. Yeah.
okay.
Any more comments, questions? Mr. Cooley?
If you can you just explain about the southwest area of town in Palma Vista subdivision construction, that we have the 96,000 and then the 82,000, what exactly that is?
Lee Richards tracks all the stormwater complaints and tries to plan out projects. These were projects that were in motion before I was hired, and he's got engineering designs, he's invested money in all of that, and now this would be moving it towards the construction phase for those particular projects. And I'll be glad to have him come on a future agenda and update you all if you pass the budget this way and include the projects as to what exactly they are. To be honest with you, I don't have all those details because I'm trying to play catch up with all the projects that are in motion, but these are some that are moving along on the stormwater front.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say the backflow preventers southwest side of town, and correct me if I'm wrong, those are the pieces that are going to get installed in the tubes if the intercoastal rises. It keeps us from flooding.
Those are what I call the gator valves, where they close like this to prevent the stormwater from the intercoastal to come in, which is causing a lot of the flooding.
Check valves.
Right, they're check valves, and then they open like that when you get rain to flush out there. So they try to control the amount of water coming in, flooding people, and let the water out when it's going the other way.
So the only thing we need is just details on the construction then?
Yeah.
Later.
Is this taken in consideration in your studies that were done, for example, the one on Custer, Palm, where the recommendations were made for the city to address those issues as well, or is that in the future budget?
Those would be future projects.
Okay.
These are ones that were in motion
prior to
prior to that.
Okay, all right. Just getting clarification. Any more comments, commissioners? Okay, we can move on to the next page, which is 43. Building code inspection.
The contractual services and the travel and training seem to have gone up quite a bit.
Contractual services, again, it's going to fall back to the IT.
That's the IT again, okay. And then you have the insurance then.
And don't forget that we have our building official, and then we have an assistant now that is out there doing inspections too, and that person needs training and certifications and stuff, so that some funds are in there for that.
And the thing is too, is that if you look up in the revenue section, you have the education and the technology fees that are restricted, so that money will cover, we at the end of the year, and yeah, it's way more than a wash actually. So it's reserve, especially the education reserve is very big, so.
But this code has to be pretty much a wash.
Yeah, it does. And I mean, I did the revenues. It was, I asked Mr. Woodson what he thought, because I know we have these big projects coming. So I just, this is what I came up with for revenues. Might change a little bit.
Okay. Any other questions on this page?
Yeah, $8,000 for repairs and maintenance, where we only spent, we ended with the $1,000 under projected for this year.
Oh, are you on page 44?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I was on.
Sorry, it's the same department, so.
Right, okay. Jumping ahead, Jane.
I know, I keep doing it.
She's anxious to get home.
I'm looking to see if we wrote anything down. Oh, what happened? Wrong. I picked the wrong one. Hold on a second.
Why are you looking at that one, postage?
Yeah, we used to not charge, all the postage was running through the general fund, and now we have Bonnie keeping a log back there of what's related to building code inspection. And you were talking about repairs and maintenance.
Yeah. Goes at 304,600.
Yeah, it just says miscellaneous repairs. So I don't know, we didn't get any notes.
Gasoline and diesel? I mean, I understand why, but.
Well, now we have more people working in there too.
Okay.
I think we have the two vehicles.
We'll get back with you on 304,600.
Okay.
About that.
Well, to your point with gasoline and diesel, we have more people, but we also had previously a vehicle that was getting driven to New Smyrna, which is no longer getting driven. And so even if you were to add a person, I would think you would still see a reduction though. I mean, or at least flat. This is a pretty significant increase with a lot less miles being driven.
Unless you're taking into account the cost of diesel and fuel.
Yeah.
Or diesel
Fuel's
and
up,
gas.
and if you ask
Yeah, I
Rick
guess.
about the number of inspections they're doing, they're all over the place. So I'll check on that.
And the only other comment I had is on capitalized equipment, the inspection vehicles. I think we are getting really carried away with vehicles and costs and all that. $55,000 for a vehicle that gets driven around and do inspections, I think is way out of line.
But we're going to get more information on that, so.
Yeah, we talked about that about 3 hours ago.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think the mayor suggested, a smaller vehicle like a Ranger or Colorado or something like that that's just for basic inspections, even a car.
Yes.
I mean, well, you don't need a semi truck to do an inspection. And the thing is the argument is, well, if a tree falls, we need to have this big giant. Well, we have backhoes. We have 100 different ways to deal with that.
And we only need one for the city. Not every department doesn't need to have a big truck.
Oh, we might have a crane to move a tree.
$120,000 tree.
All right.
Okay. Any other comments other than those?
You need to get a
45.
run forever.
They need a
Pier.
Yeah, so all these numbers are much lower, and that's because we're anticipating the pier will be, okay.
Insurance is lower.
That was a good description.
You like that?
Pier is going to be phased out. And we're going to reduce the operations of the bait shop. So.
He's agreeing with you.
Yeah.
And we're shuffling those employees around that were at the bait shop within the city, or?
Well, it could be that at some point we'd have to lay them off. We obviously have to make that call when we get there, but the idea would be we don't need 6 or 8 people because we don't have the operation running as long, because right now we take fishermen up till midnight, right?
Mhm.
So if the bait store has less hours, then we'll need less employees. And so we'll make that call when we need to, but I've already anticipated, that we could take about a 50% staff reduction there. It just depends.
So, and one of the things we talked about, of course, we'd have to see how it works, was transitioning some of the fishermen over to possible surf fishing and that kind of thing. Now, having discussed, just talked to Buzz and some of the fishermen, women on the pier, some of them are excited about the idea of transitioning from just pier fishing to surf fishing, which requires different equipment. So that would require, possible workshops and things of this nature here. So, I mean, there's ideas that are out there, but of course, it's not going to require that many staff as well. So it's just something.
Yeah, it's going to be a transition, and we'll have to have a lot of conversations on how to do it and do it the kind way.
So if we're closing the pier at some point and we'll have lower salaries and all that, shouldn't we also have lower phone bills and utility services and all these operating expenses?
Probably. I don't think to be honest with you, went to that level of detail. I was kind of focused on the staffing and the hours of operation and things like that. But yeah, I mean, we can begin to reduce those expenses as well.
Yeah, we did reduce the big one, which is the operating supplies, because,
So you'll come back with a lower number at some point?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
For looking at lower numbers, there's also, Line 304-600, you have like repairs and maintenance. We have $5,000 for repairs and maintenance. I guess the question would be is on what?
Well,
You know,
yeah.
$7,000 in current charges right below it.
Well, do restrooms and other things fall into that? I mean, so, there's still infrastructure, there's still things that, we need to attend to, but you're right. I mean, as a theory, it needs to come down, and we'll need to do that. But I focus mainly on the staffing and the operating of the store.
Yeah, and the utilities, because the bathrooms will still be operating, so we'll still have the utility bills.
And the shower.
We're not taking
Let me
the,
tell you, the showers, I mean, people up there, showering off after they come out of the beach, that water costs a lot of money.
I'm not saying this should all disappear, but I would think it would be lower.
Yes.
What is 304-900 other current charges? What goes under that?
that is the processing fees for the credit cards.
So that'll go way down versus up.
Potentially.
Potentially, yeah.
Because y'all have a 40% increase budgeted on that.
Yeah, I mean, when we did this part of the budget, we weren't considering that we were going to close it or, reduce the labor. So we did reduce the actual salary section and the operating costs. But yeah, we could go back and trim a couple $1,000s, I'm sure.
And we have equipment less than $5,000, a 370% increase.
Because he probably needs a new computer.
Yeah, I think
We have a laptop and a freezer. I don't know what the freezer's for.
The freezer would be for the bait.
Yeah.
We would change the kind of bait that we would sell in the store is what Buzz recommended.
I mean, yeah, are we actually going to close the bait shop? Are we going to have it still open, right?
If you try to keep that bait shop open, you're just going to lose money, and you're going to lose it fast.
I would not recommend closing it completely. I mean, I know I'm a little partial because I'm a fisherman, but I spend a lot of time on the pier talking to people. And it's a big recreational thing for them. And as I indicated before, a lot of folks that I talk to are willing to try to do some kind of fishing. And that would be surf fishing. And in most cases, that requires some live bait. So Buzz had even actually talked about the possibility of live bait. I mean, I think there should be something left in there to at least have a line item for consideration in the event that we do decide to do something with it as far as maintaining some level of recreation for folks. Because, I mean, they're here, they're our customers and they're also our constituents, because there are a lot of people in the city that actually fish there. That's just my comment.
Just had a quick question. So we're projecting for when the pier is shut down, January, is that what we're thinking?
No, I think it's going to be.
No, it would be more like April. May.
So,
April,
our fiscal year starts October 1, so do you think if we're aiming for April, maybe we could put these, figure out these figures based on maybe April's projections, and then that might give us an idea, maybe help us shave some money out of that way as well. So just a suggestion.
It would be, it's a good suggestion. It wouldn't be the full fiscal year. You're talking about a reduced time frame.
I like that.
About permitting. Permitting is basically a fee across the board whether you live in this city or not, correct?
Bruno, you have to say your name again.
Okay.
I know you're still you, but.
Oh, I know. I'm on 2700 South. My question was about the permitting. So if I come from Bunnell, do I pay the same amount as people in Flagler Beach that use the pier?
Permitting for?
Ticket.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're all the same.
Well, how come when I play golf in Palm Coast, I get almost charged double than a Palm Coast resident? Why don't we think about possibly?
I think we tried to do, didn't we try to do that?
We tried to do that years ago, and the county started saying it would stop giving us breaks on things they were doing, because it would serve the county, and we shouldn't charge more to people outside.
So does the golf course, doesn't
Yeah,
it?
well,
I'm just saying, I
not,
played golf the other day.
Bruno, not to cut you short, but let me just say this. The fee structure needs to be rethought, and now is not the time to do it. we definitely need to have workshops and go through all that, because it's, yes, exactly. So you're on to,
It's not profitable. So
yeah, and you're on point, but it's premature. Yes, sir, absolutely.
And also, the last time we raised rates for non-residents, we lost money.
You're losing money now.
Well, we lost more money than we're losing. We lost more money.
Well, we don't have to raise rates for out-of-towners. We can reduce rates for in-towners.
Rates need to be raised across the board.
I agree.
I agree that they do, but I'm afraid we'll lose money again.
I think that once the new pier is up is the ideal time to, and just prior to reopening it will be the time that we can do a workshop and charge accordingly. Here again, I spend a lot of time out there just talking to people because I like the water and all. And folks that I've talked to, they said, I don't care if you raise the rates, I'm coming anyway, because they want to fish, and they want to visit. So, it's something we can all look at and agree or agree to disagree.
piers around here, that's for sure.
Next page. I'm sorry.
Not yet.
You want to catch the CRA on Friday, or you want to?
I'd just rather do it now.
Karen's
It's only a couple more pages left. CRA.
Karen's been pining away back there.
Thanks for being so patient.
There it is. Sorry, but the CRA is a special meeting. You have to have your CRA hat on, not commission hat on, and it's advertised for tomorrow.
Thanks.
I mean Friday. Sorry.
Yeah.
That's true.
She reminded me that the break, but I wanted her to come up here and tell us. So I didn't think I was just trying to get by. You very quietly and respectfully said, this is my daily week. We do this Friday. Okay, any other comments or comments, questions?
Kudos to the 4 crazy people in the audience who stayed.
Yes, sir, you can come up.
Okay, so this was basically for the basic budget we have now, right? That's what the guy was.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't hear a lot of cuts, so when you do the modules, you're gonna have to do a lot of cutting. That's more the wish list. So this is gonna be scary to me, because we're afraid to cut anything. Now, the 42,000 speed bump I did, but then you needed 45,000 for something else. Well, you should have stayed on the speed bump and give us the shower stuff. Trash people. Because this is how it has to work. Which one of the different most important?
All right, Steve, that money comes from different places.
We have enterprise
Keep
funding, we have
yeah.
general fund.
I'm saying it's still, who's paying it? None of us are paying these two.
They're different.
I'm paying. Funding is different.
Hold on.
I'm paying for both.
I'll explain to you. I understand that those principles and concepts work in the business world, but in government accounting, it's different. We have enterprise fund, we have different funds, and you can't mix the funds up because it's against the law. So what'll happen?
Mix the funds, then let's, you gotta say there's something. I'm just asking.
Well,
Make sure.
that's what we're gonna be
I didn't
doing.
hear anybody say a whole lot of, I'm not gonna buy this. I just heard a lot of, let's keep, this is all good. Everybody's got what they want, and everybody just keeps saying yes.
Okay.
And if
We-
you don't
Okay.
decided-
We,
like any other government.
hold on a second.
I know you've all been to other governments. I've come from them where they've gone from massive amount, they've gone from no income almost to massive, and I got less for paying more. So no government entity has ever given back. You don't get your dollar worth. I just want to see if you're going to get more dollars worth of what I'm paying in, so I feel more comfortable. That's all I'm asking.
Okay.
I mean, I know you got 2 different funds and y'all, it's government funded, it's taxpayer funded. The way you spend it's one way. I fund it all.
Okay.
So do these other people, so that's what we're asking.
Okay, and what you'll find is that when we start going through the modules, this is when we actually start making decisions on what's going to stay, what's going to be cut, what we can compromise with, and this kind of thing here. This was just the budget itself. This is what we work with next meeting. That's the meat and potatoes where we actually have to really start cutting. Commissioner Cooley and I think the other commissioners have been very, very aware and cognizant of the fact that we have to start cutting things, and but this is not, what we're doing is discussing them so that we can go back home think about it, dream about it, and come back and lose sleep. But I appreciate your comments. I really appreciate you sitting here all day long, everyone here. So with that, motion to adjourn.
Second.
Okay, motion is adjourned. See you guys tomorrow.
Friday is 10 o'clock.
I have it on my